One final day of groups with endless possibilities. Welcome everyone back to the unofficial LPL English broadcast as we look to round out the double round robin week fiesta that has come across the LPL so far, but it is finally time to bring home the entire group, figure out who's going to Group Ascend, who's going to Group Nirvana, and who has to battle it out in another series to do so. But I will not be bringing all of us home here in the group stage alone. I am joined by the one, the only, Bloxer beside me once more. Glad to be back on the cast with you, my friend. And we are starting out with a banger here. Before we even jump into any format stuff, it's going to be RNG and TT off the bat. I mean, couldn't think of a better start.
No, these teams have been swinging at each other for a little while. It's been a crazy group just in general, and these two teams right now are sat in those bottom two spots, but that doesn't mean that they've looked like bad teams. We've had a lot of groups where the bottom two spots are looking like they cannot compete with the top two. Not the case in this group at all.
But we got to remind everybody at home, Bloxer, what they're playing for. And it will be a bit tricky, but we're going to walk everyone through it nice and slow. So let's talk about the format we're currently at. We're going left to right, traditional as possible. On the left side, you see all of the groups that we have brought to the table for Split 2. Keep an eye on Group B, obviously the one we're going to be focusing on today. Top 2 out of every single one of these groups promotes straight to Group Ascend. So you've been paying attention to the LPL, you know teams like JDG, IG. You talk about top esports. You've got teams as well like Weibo and BLG. All of those groups I named, there are in Group Ascend. Fourth place goes straight to Group Nirvana. And you don't want to be in Nirvana. We'll spoil a little bit. Bloxer will tell you a little bit why later. The third place matches are going to be the most unique ones. So everyone at third does not go straight to Nirvana. They go to a qualifier double elimination best of 3 bracket where the top 2 teams out of that very qualifier promote themselves to round out Ascend, and the bottom 2 sink down, turn to Nirvana. Now, Bloxer, why is it so critical you avoid Group Nirvana?
Group Nirvana comes with the horrible threat that maybe you do not get to play in split number 3. Maybe your entire season is just done. You can see it right here in the bottom right hand side of your screen. Eliminated for split 2 and 3. That is a horrible proposition for any of these teams, especially considering what the LPL format this year has been, right? You get to play 3 best of 5s in summer if you're not a particularly good team, and then you're done. You come into this, you play your group stage matches, immediately into Group Nirvana, and then potentially just eliminated and you're done for your entire season. It's crazy at the end of summer when teams that don't make it out of groups are like, we've got months to wait. Well, this is almost 6 full months of you just sat there not being able to play. It's really not fun for any of these teams, and they're going to be desperately trying to avoid that.
Desperately trying to avoid, indeed. And it's what makes this very group that we are looking at so intriguing. But just in general, the intriguing factor that knowing some of these teams we've been watching, a lot of them we've been rooting for, pulling for, could be done with Tier 1 competitive play for the all of 2025 so early is what makes the LPL so special. But let's focus in on our group and why this is the group of life so far in the LPL as we take a look at it. Everyone bring your eyes up towards Group B, Bloxer, where it was the only group to not have an undefeated and an 0-3 team in it after the first round robin.
Exactly. Every other group sat there with somebody having taken all of their games, chilling at the top, pretty confident that that's going to be at least one of the teams that goes through. Not necessarily that they're going to end as that top team, but you can be pretty confident in that. Not the case right here in Group B. Group B has been a just fiesta. It's been teams taking games off of each other left and right. RNG grabbing a game against AL. I don't think anybody was expecting that one, but it really has just been a group where it feels like anybody can come out on top of this one. And that also means that anybody could end up in that 4th place spot right now with the threat of, being eliminated for Split 3.
And also for Group B, right? You now know the fates of some of these other groups and how definitely in an intriguing fashion a couple of them have played out. So you already are looking forward to who you potentially could be playing outside of Group C, which will be the final group to conclude it. I misspoke earlier. But let's dive into our first game here finally. We'll start by introducing arguably the hottest team coming out of Group B after the first round robin. It is Royal Never Give Up, RNG, Xiaoshu in the top lane, Milky Way in the jungle spot, Tangguan in mid lane, and the MVP of that last game for RNG, Jachi at 80 carry, and Niket for support. Rounding out a team, Bloxer, we came out of Split 1 talking about how we wanted to see them scale up into Split number 2, and so far, at least in one match, we could say that definitely was accomplished.
Yeah, they've been looking a little bit better so far in this split number 2. Split 1 was terrible for RNG. They don't make it out of their group, Group D. I mean, they had a good couple of teams in it. They were up against some of the legends, Ninjas in Pajamas, IG. They were in that group with them, but the fact that they only won one of those best of fives really was not a good show for them, whereas this time around they've been looking a lot better. It's been really nice to see, and it feels like this team's being able to get itself a little bit more of an identity going at this point.
And that's what's most important, right? Is finding identity and finding specifically players that you want to consistently go to play towards. It might be a guy like Jachi. We won't get too ahead of ourselves, though, because we do have to introduce the kind of flip side of this momentum debate that we've been having with Group A. And as much as it pains me, it is the Thunder Talk squad. Before we get too much into it, let's introduce the lineup as formal as we possibly can. Thunder Talk Gaming, obviously rounded out by the Darling squad from split number 1. Top lane, it's Hoya, Beichuan in the jungle, Setab in the mid lane position, and then 1XN Feather duo to round out this bottom lane that has been, like I kind of alluded to, the opposite of teams in this group like RNG and Ultra Prime, the way they've started out their split 2 campaign.
Yeah, they managed to pick up a win up against RNG in the first round, but then they lose in just convincing fashion to both AL and Ultra Prime, and it just looks like this squad isn't able to quite play in the same way that they were in Split 1. In Split 1, this team were the most fun to watch, I think. Their laning phases were pretty good, but it was the team fights where this team really shined. Their just willingness to go flying in off of the slightest engage. The second somebody went in, everybody would go in, and it was just so much fun to watch them. It feels like there's a little bit more hesitancy, and even when they are finding these team fights, the macro on this team just isn't quite the same as it was. They're not getting these big advantages through lane swaps in the early game either, and it has just led to Thunder Talk not feeling like the same team that we got to see in that Split 1.
Yeah, it's just complete. Everything is discombobulated at this point. Yeah. But for Thunder Talk, the shining star on this team, you saw it with some of the MVP voting that came across from split number 1. It was 1XN and his loyal partner Feather. But we're going to focus in on the marksman view marksman matchup because 1XN, while he's got the pedigree from split 1, I would argue there are few marksmen right now in the LPL coming in to their second round robin as hot as Jachi did with that Kaisa performance against AL.
Yeah, Jachi looked so good up against AL, was really able to just carry RNG through that one, and has just been looking really solid in all of his matchups too. It's not just that he's been looking good specifically on this Kaisa. He's been having a great time of it on pretty much all of these champions. The Kalista also been very fun to watch too. 1XN, he was the most fun player on the most fun roster for us previously. We've been joking about how we always have a head-to-head graphic about him, but it's because he makes these matchups about him every time. What he can do to carry the team through. This is another part of what's going wrong for Thunder Talk. They haven't been playing around this guy enough. They've not been opening up to be able to carry them through, and it's been part of why they just haven't been able to find the success that they were previously.
And it has been, I do want to say for Thunder Talk, some of it is just kind of the price you pay with the current state of League of Legends. I think, we'll get into it more once we get to this game number 1 and stuff like that. But we do, the fact that we play so heavily for grubs now, right, in that early phase you see in the LPL, you constantly are feeling comfortable leaving 80 carries in the bottom lane, kind of just farming it out.
Yeah.
Getting resources, but not like a big lead like you're talking about. And then you also have the fact that when I said he places an Ashe game in the first round, it's hard to really have impact on Ashe the way we expect 1XN to have it. So I do want to give, a bit of credit back over to 1XN, but you talked about it, Bloxer. The main point here for Thunder Talk is that they have looked like a very different team from Split 1, and it has hit nobody harder potentially than me. I think, I'm going to – I know we teed up this graphic. It's hilarious we ran it when I first stepped onto Split 2. Oh, actually, hold on. Let's talk about the predictions first before we get into your Bloxer. And as we talked about this group of B being the group of life, I think the predictions across the board reflected in the fact that this may be the most scattered set of group predictions that I've seen all week long.
Oh yeah, the predictions have been pretty much everybody saying the exact same thing the whole way through. There's been a couple changes between people, but really not too many. the fact that there are 3 different teams being predicted as the top of the group right here, and 3 different teams being predicted coming out at the bottom of the group is crazy right now. And the difference with it, right? Producer Bread right here has RNG coming out on top. Me and Greg's got RNG coming out on the bottom. Nobody knows what's going to happen with this group.
One of you two is going to be happy by the end of this one. That is the important thing. And as intriguing as Bread's predictions are, I respect him sticking to his guns, because I was a man who stuck to my guns for one of these squads in the group, and yeah, it burned me. It burned me. So the extra context coming in this one is I had the pleasure. Bloxer was on one of those games series with me, but yeah, Thunder Talk, when they 3-0'd out of groups, I was a part of the cast on every single one of those, and then when they played in playoffs, I was not a part of those casts, so I held the 100% series win rate. We ran this graphic the last time I was covering Group B, and then Thunder Talk proceeded to lose every game that I watched them play. So I hope we get another X out and we can bump that win rate up. I certainly predicting that to happen out of the group, but it definitely burns. It definitely stings a little bit, but you always got to be able to make fun of yourself, Bloxer. That's an important thing to do.
Look, if I had a 60% win rate in solo queue, I'd be happy, alright? I think 60% is pretty good right now. It's not bad, and it gives them a little bit more than a 50% chance right here to beat RNG. I think that is the key thing right here. As much as we would love to see Thunder Talk win just for the memes of it, they really need to pick up this win versus RNG for the standings. The head-to-head is the most important thing for determining seeding if you end up with the same amount of wins overall. And having both of the wins versus RNG would pretty much lock Thunder Talk away from being that bottom place team in the group.
Yeah, that's a very important point to make. We're going to keep preaching it all broadcast long, that while every game obviously has impact on standings, usually when we talked about Groups A and D, it was oh, okay, well, BLG and Weibo, they're going to be playing each other for first and second. That's the important matchup, right? It was teams playing for first and second, teams playing for third and fourth. But especially depending if Thunder Talk come out on top here against RNG, you will be looking at a standings where we have a 2-1, 2-2-2s, and then a 2-1, 2-2, 2-1, and then 1-3. Like, there's just so much range for this, and it makes it even more special, Bloxer, that this group in particular, outside of AL, has so many people, rookies, newer players to the league that we talked about, we wanted to hype up, and specifically for RNG, it's been guys like Milky Way and Jachi that have really impressed in these recent games.
Yeah, absolutely. The way that RNG have been playing, it's been very much about what you can do through the jungle to facilitate your ADC. And this kind of playstyle, I think, is very strong in the meta at the moment. You've got incredibly high priority ganking junglers all over the meta at the moment. The Vi is the top one, but things like the Sejuani have just been taking over, and they allow you to very much look towards one of your lanes and see just how much you can do for them. Like you said, in the meta at the moment, a lot of teams are just looking towards playing the top side. Grubs not really bothering too much about what the ADC is doing for themselves. Not this squad. They have been actually putting a lot of focus down into this bottom lane, seeing what they can do for Jachi to get him ahead. They've been picking him aggressive lane matchups. Like I said, the Kai'Sa, a really good look for him right here. So it's going to be very interesting in the draft, seeing if Thunder Talk decide to actually allow that one over, or if they think that's going to be ban-worthy.
It's going to be an interesting development to see, because, part of the Thunder Talk problems we've had on the flip side once more, some of it has been the drafting, right? In particular, the game against AL comes to mind for me when we look at the solo lanes, right? Like, you have Hoya, who's playing Mbessa games. Seitab was nearly undefeated on this Akali, and they end up role swapping out of it. You know what? We'll get into that when we get into draft here. The important thing here is to watch the very coveted walkouts for the LPL. We are still at the LNG home arena for now. Did not help them out too much, unfortunately, for that squad, but at least some other people will find some life onto this stage.
Yeah. Look, they made it close in their final game. It wasn't the worst game I'd seen from them. Yeah, LNG's been having a pretty bad time, but that's again what makes this group so exciting, right? In a lot of the other groups, we've been looking at a few teams. WE, we're like, right, they're bottom team. Actually, they end up picking up wins up against EDG, but we still weren't thinking that EDG looked like a particularly good squad. LNG were very clearly the worst team in that group going in, and our expectations were not shattered. We were very much expecting what ended up happening in that group. In this one, all of the predictions last week, when it was, hey, what do you think's going to happen completely fresh, were very different to what we're predicting now halfway in, and we're still all predicting different things. This group is crazy, and I think these two teams are a big part of why it's crazy, because they maybe haven't had quite the same highs as AL have. And Ultra Prime, I feel like they've come out of left field. Where have they come from right here?
I'm glad you made that point, because the sentiment coming into this group was that it was AL tune-up time, where they would really just run this group and prepare themselves for Group Ascend after that Grand Finals run. Now we are sitting here waiting for some of these young future stars to maybe pave the path when you talk about RNG and Ultra Prime, which we will see later on here. But we're getting set to get into this game number one, Bloxer. And I think this is a more important time more than ever to talk about how the meta has evolved a lot within this very group stage since day one.
The things that are getting picked right here are just crazy. Why is there a Neferi on my screen all the time? Why is there consistently a Neferi on my screen? The fact that they've changed her around to the point where she's jungling pretty effectively, the way that you're able to just be so much tankier, so much more survivability on this champion than it had previously, I think is really interesting. It's actually insane. The fact that you've got that one again, watching the Neferi versus Gwen matchup is just like watching toddlers swinging at each other. Nobody can land anything. There's nothing you can actually see hitting at this point. It's really funny to watch, but also it's been a great pick to really shake up what's in the meta, because these aggressive ganking junglers have been very high priority. The Skarner is still, I think, 100% win rate, and very high on the ban rate. I think if any of these teams decide to let the Skarner through, it's a bad decision. It's still very, very strong in the meta at the moment. Same thing with the Vi. The Nocturne, though, has also been on the edges and being played quite regularly. The way that the jungle pool is at the moment, it's incredibly diverse in what playstyles these teams actually want to go for.
Yeah, you've got the resurgence of the Volibear. Like, Volibear in the jungle is very potent now again. But I'm glad you brought up that Gwen, because I find it, as much as I have a bone to pick with Riot about Neferi's their champion kit and how face rolly it really is, with now an untargetable, that makes it, there's the outplay potential, right? Yone cleanse discussions begin. But Gwen being a B1 blindable that means that champion is very, very overpowered. And hey, Thunder Talk recognized it. We're into the game one draft. They are going to commit the red side Gwen ban, and the Fury. The dog ain't coming out of the cage, Rafa. If you're listening to me, I'm sorry, man. No howling at the camera this time for game one. RNG, don't want to deal with it.
No, indeed. And it is going to be very interesting right here. Do you ban the Skarner, right? You've got one final ban as Thunder Talk. Red side pretty much had to ban it the entirety of Split 1. No, they're going to leave this one open. Now, what do you get for yourself right here? Interesting that RNG don't go towards it. High priority picks like the Skarner do still remain. Surely Betron decides to take this one. I know that Betron has been enjoying playing a little bit more aggressive, but at the same time, his Poppy's already been taken off of the board, which is one of his best looking picks at the moment. I feel like I would love to see a Skarner here.
Yeah, and I don't think Betron has a Skarner in the LPL yet, because like you talked about, the ban rate's been crazy. And there's been very little opportunities, but Patron is actually going to go for the Sejuani. So are we expecting a Yone right next to this? It's the normal pairing we've been seeing in the LPL.
Yeah, I mean, if it is, I hope that Setab takes it, not Hoya. We don't see that moved around once again. I think Setab was one of the
No more moving.
No more moving. Standard lanes right here, please. But no, I think Setab was one of the most interesting players on these AD mid laners. I thought he had some really impressive Yone performance, some great Yasuo's. If you could get him something very aggressive early on, I would not be too surprised about that. But we've also seen a real diversity in drafts recently, where some teams are taking their ADCs as literally red 5. They are taking it as a counter pick. Other teams picking it up for themselves very early on. And actually, this looks like we're finally going to get to see a Skarner go straight through a pick and ban phase as the Vi going to be locked in.
It's true.
And Aurora being grabbed as well.
Bloxer, you know what I see? I don't know if you noticed my groan. It's a 1xN Ash game.
It is.
Listen,
it is.
I understand the champion's very pivotal, very good draft pick, but it's just, I don't know. I'm not the fan of handicapping 1xn. We'll see if it works this time for Thunder Talk because RNG's draft is very clear. I love whenever you pair Vi with Ambessa. You're always looking to set up those public executions. What better ultimate than Cease and Desist to do that?
Yeah, and this is a composition from RNG right now that wants to go in, go forwards, go dive themselves into the backline. Interesting to see what they pair up with it. Things like the Kai'Sa in this situation are very good. We've seen a couple of teams also pair it with a Jhin, where the Jhin sits very far back, and then the rest of the team goes flying in. I prefer it with the more aggressive ADCs that can join along with you. Thunder Talk, you're going to recognize that one, take it off of the board. Thunder Talk, though, their composition, a little bit more about the pick potential that you can get between the Sejuani and the Ashe.
True. And, the Renekton comes across, you check the melee checkbox right now, so you get that for Hoya. We haven't seen a lot of the Croc from Hoya, though, and this is a very important thing to talk about with Thunder Talk, is a lot of the resounding sentiment for their struggles right now, Bloxer, has been, a lot of people I've been hearing the Hoya was a lane swap merchant discussion, so to see him pick more aggressive laners and maybe try and prove them wrong against RNG, I don't hate it.
No, last time out, he did play the Rumble, had great success for himself in that matchup up against the Ornn, I think it was, in that particular matchup, and was able to do really well for himself. In this one, into the Ambessa, you can go toe-to-toe. You can really get aggressive with this matchup. But these junglers both have great gank opportunities as well, so you need to be careful. Temper that aggression. Don't go too far forwards, because in the losses that we've seen out of Thunder Talk, he has been falling behind a little bit. He hasn't been able to quite get that same level of success, so that will definitely be something for us to track through as we do move on into this second round of picks. You highlighted it earlier that the Yone could work really well. I think the Yone into these kind of pick compositions that can turn into full dive front to backs work really well. I do not want the Ryze. The Ryze has looked horrible throughout these past weeks. Oh, man. Okay.
All right, so we get the Ryze. I'm with you. I think the Yone would have worked well because you also you don't have a true tank that's really going to come through this game to punish the fact that you are very AD reliant on the Thunder Talk side. They'll opt for the Ryze. They're opting to play these fights as long as possible with a Renekton and a Ryze, but RNG is going to pick up a very aggressive bottom lane, one of the better aggressive bottom lane pairings in Ezreal and Karma. Why not play the hot hand that is Jhachi right now?
And let's see what Feather decides to take here, because if you take yourself an Enchanter as he's currently hovering towards, you're kind of stuck in this lane. A lot of the times when you see an Ezreal Karma, you just decide, hey, it's not worth it, let's go elsewhere, let's get involved across the rest of the map and not just lock myself down into this one specific lane. Is instead going to be this Seraphine. I'd be very surprised if Feather decides to roam heavily with this pickup. It makes a lot more sense to just sit in the lane, but that means you're going to be taking a ton of pressure just constantly from Jackie and Nick.
Yeah, so maybe it's wanting to play double range into the Ezreal Karma. It does kind of alleviate some of the pressure that lane can bring. But I think the key thing that screams out here for Thunder Talk, how much pressure are they putting on 1xn Ashe Arrows, Bloxer, and more importantly, just Beichuan in general as like this nearly sole engaged threat? Because Seraphine Encore is really only ever going to be used to prevent that dive comp you're talking about from RNG.
It makes sense to pick it into this one. The Seraphine or the Renata would have done the same sort of thing, where you can at least stop the dive from coming through. But you're right, it doesn't have that level of engage that you're really looking for. Right now, you're very reliant on either champions whose whole CC is themselves, or you're really going to need an Enchanted Crystal Arrow to land to make things work. At the same time, with the Realm Warp, I'm going to be very interested to see what they can actually do with this, because I said it, I don't like the Ryze. I think a lot of teams will be picking the Ryze and then just not doing anything with it. You've got to get aggressive with it. I think Realm Warp, in the same way that the Paranoia, if you don't make use of it in the first couple, what's the point of the champion right now? It's such a big part of it. There are other champions with ultis that could do more for you if you're not using this one proactively. Setup did play it in the previous matchup up against RNG. He's got some experience with this one, but very much, what can he do? You need to use it aggressively.
And you need to be that big scaling threat if you're going to pick the Ryze in a combo with an Ashe, with a Renekton, a Sejuani. We'll have to see here. Thunder Talk have been marred by some questionable draft decisions in these recent games, but it is now more integral than any time prior that they come out on top here as we enter our first game for the second round robin of Group B, where anything is possible. All teams control their destiny. Who between Thunder Talk and RNG are going to take that first foot forward or 2 steps back?
And this is such an important matchup. Like you said, 1 and 2 between them. need to be able to pick themselves up this victory. Otherwise, the group is going to be incredibly tricky to actually play out.
So we'll see. Pretty normal start so far across the board. Does look like RNG are potentially expecting some sort of later invade, the way their bottom lane's playing a bit further back off the tri-brush. But both our junglers looking to start on that mirrored clear. And I do like this for the Thunder Talk side here, Blockster, because Beichuan could be in position to kind of alleviate some of that Ezreal Karma pressure we're expecting.
Exactly, and you really do want to just get yourself into that lane if possible and just stop all that pressure from going through. If you can disrupt this Ezreal Karma, they really can struggle later on in the game. At the same time, if you let them get ahead, that's so much poke that's going to make stepping up to these objectives incredibly tricky. Early on in the game, though, it should very much just be the poke coming through, getting pushed forwards. At Thunder Talk, you're not too worried about just having to sit back and farm your way through this early game. But it doesn't unlock Feather to go and get involved elsewhere on the map, as a lot of teams have been finding good success with. As you can't roam your entire bottom lane up to the top side of the map to go fight for grubs anymore, it's been a lot more of these safer ADCs and engaged supports that just leave their bot laners behind. I don't think we're going to be seeing that so much here.
We do have two marksmen who are perfect for it, though, I will say, which is this Ezreal versus Ashe matchup, but I'm glad you pointed out. Enchanters do make it a bit more intriguing to see some of those roams, as your positioning in general has to be a lot more on point when you're moving around the map, or you're a lot more susceptible to those pick plays. Milky Way just finishing up his bot side at around the same time as Beichuan, and we don't have any really clear lane advantages just yet. It does seem like Hoya's getting a pretty good crash into Xiaoshu, so could see the first gank come across from Milky Way, a guy, Blockster, we talked about from the jump. We like to see his proactivity since Split 2 turned for RNG.
Oh yeah, after getting involved here in Split 2, the teams look so much better with the way that Milky Way is just so aggressive with it. Loves to play these aggressive junglers and has been using them to great effect. Getting involved in these lanes early on is incredibly important in this Vi versus Sejuani matchup. Both of these champions can gank so well, but Sejuani has such an extra level of tankiness that's just innate to her, meaning she's going to be very useful later on in the game regardless. Vi's, if they fall behind, it's very tricky to play out because you're using your ulti in the midst of a team fight. You might die before you even get there if you don't have the needed items.
Oh, speaking of dying soon, Hoya taking some rough trades. Gotta give a spotlight over to Xiaoshu on this Ambessa with the electrocute. I gotta think, Blockster, this is just to try and maximize winning these trades in lane with how volatile you talked about Renekton and Ambessa.
Absolutely. Although it is a little bit of a benefit towards the Renekton in a lot of situations, with the Electrocute, you can make it work for you right here. And if you can get a couple of solo kills, again, great way to be able to change the balance of this game. That being said, both of these teams haven't particularly gotten aggressive early on in games at this point. They're a lot more about roaming around to these skirmishes around the early objectives. Obviously, first rate going to be a minute away, two also for the grubs, and grubs is usually that first thing that we see a lot of teams really go to fight towards.
Not what Milky Way's looking for. Great hawk shot though from 1xN. Does spot Milky Way potentially trying to set up a lane gank. Feather's going to burn the heal there just to create a bit of space. So do get that summoner down, but 1xN and Feather holding a decent HP advantage. So they haven't fallen too far behind in one of the most potent lanes in the Ezreal Karma.
Yeah, a lot of these bot lanes that we've been seeing really cannot step up whatsoever to this bottom lane. It's not really the case for the Thunder Talk bot lane right here, because you've got that Seraphine, you've got an extra level of poke that you're able to provide as well. I like the observers right now highlighting very much that both of these junglers are well and truly on vision at the moment. Nobody should be surprised about where they are. They pretty much entirely split the map at the moment, taking top and bottom sides respectively, but at the moment, actually, interesting to see Beichuan moving back towards his own jungle. Milky Way could potentially try for a gank early here, but all of these lanes kind of just not quite sat where these junglers need them to be able to get aggressive.
You talked about how integral grubs have been just in the LPL in general. Curious to see when these bottom lanes might look to try and take their reset. Both are kind of jockeying to get a wave crashing in their favor, but if you're going to play for these grubs, coming up about 30 seconds, you're going to want to take your resets now. Neither support looks to move, so with mid laners returning to lanes, we might have a rare scenario where grub fights may only be a straight-up 3v3. I do see at that time, though, Niket is taking the recall here, and Feather and 1xN will, so I may have spoken too soon, but we'll see how quickly they can get up to the grub pit.
If they can get involved right here, the skirmishing potential early on from this RNG composition is pretty strong if you can get the Imbes involved. Thundertalk not going to be any slouches either, though. It is going to be initial engage into the pit right here from Milky Way. The bot lane actually going to roam up as well out of Thundertalk. They are very much looking to fight around this one.
Full bottom lane, but Milky Way's already gotten one grub. Really good job to hold the Varbreaker until you know you can get over that wall. So you do surrender 2-1, but you'll take that trade with how much map pressure you've given up. You can already see tons of pings from Jachi onto that bot wave. He knows that he's going to be able to deny at least a wave off of 1xN here to find a small advantage for now.
1xN, a long run it is going towards those grubs and then all the way back down into the bottom lane. Won't lose out onto 2 more.
Oh, hold on though. We have Setab landing the first snare with the Glacial Prison up. That is as clean of a kill as you're going to find, but TT are not done just yet. Realm Warp being used early like you called out, Blockster. The kid has to flash into the Dragon Pit, but he goes right into the waiting arms of 1xN. Beitwan follows with his own flash. This is the proactivity we saw from Thunder Talk in Split 1 that got them out of their group 3-0.
This is what we needed to see out of Thunder Talk, a revitalized roster in Split 1 who all of a sudden weren't able to get as aggressive. This is the proactivity I wanted to see out of the Rise pickup. Setab using that one incredibly aggressively, and anything we were just talking about 1xN having lost has been regained from the fact he gets to pick up that kill. Really, really well played right there out of Thunder Talk, and the fact that they also grabbed themselves the Drake on the backside of that fight is just another boon.
A lot of people, when Thunder Talk had the success they did in Split 1, gave a ton of praise to a couple of different spots. Hoya was a weak side king. Setab had some really influential mid lane picks with his melee specialty, but I always felt like Feather and Beitwan were the engine of this team. I think this sequence we're about to go through the replay with Bloxer with doesn't show it any better.
Yeah, just manages to get that initial bit of the stun, and Beitwan immediately follows up. Like you said, the aggression that Thunder Talk have is not just one person goes flying in. It's the second somebody decides they're going in, everybody joins immediately. I love Beitwan as well, flashing over the wall here, making sure that 1xN could grab this one, and it's just teed up beautifully for 1xN to be able to pick that one up. Can see right now hasn't actually been able to go back to base in order to spend any of that advantage, but still going to be in a perfectly fine spot at this point. And that initial aggression around these objectives has come out in Thunder Talk's favor. We've now got another 2 or so minutes until anything more that they can fight around. That doesn't stop RNG from roaming there.
Oh,
couple players top side.
Yeah, they're trying to bait Hoya in.
Hoya, don't
But we got to remember, Hoya knows how to play the one versus many matchups, all right? You can take the lane swap out of the game, but you can't take the lane swap mentality out of Hoya. So he avoids that death brush.
And that's now Nickhead moved up towards this top side of the map on a really inopportune timing. You know, there's nothing particularly for him to do right here. Walking across vision at the moment as well, so you're going to be well aware of what is happening as Thunder Talk's bot lane. And there's not an objective to go fight for. You know, you're helping your mid laner clear out a couple of minions. Yeah, just really unfortunate right here for RNG. And it is just going to buy way more time for the bottom lane of 1xN and Feather to be able to push this one through, open up Feather for a bit of a roam timing, and you can see 1xN going to head back to base, actually spend that gold that he was able to pick up from that kill, and is now going to be in a very strong spot.
A couple of days off so far seem to reinvigorate the inspiration for Thunder Talk that we saw from Split 1. So I know it's early, Bloxer, but I feel like we've already checked off some of the fixes we want to see from Thunder Talk in this game already.
Absolutely. I wanted to see them actually following up on engages. I wanted to see some playing around the bottom lane, seeing what Setup could do as well on this Rise. And I'm more than willing to be wrong about the Rise pickup. It's so much fun when it works, when people are being aggressive with it. It feels so bad when you watch 1 or 2 realm warps in an entire game and one of them was just like getting back to lane quicker. That's not fun.
Or saving yourself from a gank, right? Like, come on. We want to see the lore accurate Rise who's just realm warping into the most dangerous spots ever. Let's stay as lore accurate as we can to the champion.
Exactly, and it's so much fun to watch from a viewer perspective when everybody appears behind could just make things so good. Setup was getting threatened a little bit. I was slightly worried he was going to get dove, but without the wave underneath the tower, more than enough time is going to be bought because Milky Way was down towards this bottom side of the map. Now that the grubs have spawned, Thundertalk going to be able to get straight on top of these.
Thundertalk doing a really good job shutting out RNG's ability to cross map for a lot of their plays, and they've kind of just been stuck in a rut moving towards the wrong side of the map constantly. That's going to be 5 grubs over to Beichuan for nothing. I mean,
For nothing.
No, I mean, unless Dongguan's
hang
going
on.
to shut me up in an instant with the Between Worlds, and they just delete 1xN's health bar. That is a 1-item Aurora decimating 1xN.
Yikes, that's really unfortunate right there for 1xN. He thought that he was safe, but the second the Between
barrier's up
Worlds
too.
pops, just so much damage.
Completely decimates. And we've seen Aurora be such a pivotal champion. I know in the Weibo BLG series, got to see both Knight and Xiaohu play it to perfection. And, well, right when we were talking about RNG being a bit too slow to the plays, is Tong going to just pull up and, yeah, this is why you need to pop barrier. Wow, that is, what, 60% to 0 right there?
Yeah. Just looked like he was in a perfectly good spot, and then all of a sudden, just unbelievable amounts of damage at 1 item, like you said. And this isn't going to get any easier for 1xN. 1xN is very unlikely to build anything in this game that's going to mean he's actually able to survive Tanguan if he gets to him. It's very much going to be about spacing out correctly, making sure that this Aurora isn't able to just walk up to these plays. And like we were saying, they're not going to get anything from this as RNG. Well, they get themselves a kill. Now they are in the area around Thundertalk. Thundertalk, though, taking this dragon down pretty quickly. Do you actually want to go for the steal as Milky Way? I don't think so.
Oh, yeah, I mean, Tongguan doesn't have the Between Worlds yet to catch a bottom wave. RNG want the prio in mid. And maybe we'll just see TT look for the fight. There's the flash encore on a 2 for Feather. Lockdown Department Feather. And it's going to be Niket falling first. Hoya pops the dominances. All of RNG jump right on top of him. And there's another forward-thinking Realm Warp. It's not going to find any more kills, but Thundertalk playing with a new confidence. And it's got themselves a pretty big lead in this game against RNG.
You don't recognize right there as RNG that they know somebody is in this bush. Although I don't think Thundertalk actually had vision into the bush. There are a couple of control wards in the area. They at least knew that there were gonna be multiple members of RNG in there. Why not fire off a blind Ash Arrow? And again, the great thing about Thundertalk happens here once again. Yeah, they know that there's members in there.
They see.
Mild vision. For a second, there's vision, and then everybody flashes on forwards. This is what we want to see from Thundertalk. This is what Thundertalk is as a composition. When one person goes in, everybody goes in. And I love that, again, like you said, the run warp happens immediately. Yeah, it doesn't get anybody. Not ideal in terms of just the actual efficacy of the ability, but using it aggressively is what I need to see from these Rise players.
Leave it to Thundertalk to pick 2 champions that we were scratching our heads at in draft with this Rise Seraphine for how slow they potentially would have to play. And Setab and Feather have been the 2 most aggressive people with their champions. You're not going to see a Seraphine flashing forward to Encore very often, but that is hashtag just Feather things that now has Thundertalk in control of so much of this game. 5 grubs. They got themselves a sizable gold lead. They've allowed Setab to relatively scale up on his own. Already has that row of stacking. Question now becomes, Bloxer, what do RNG do to try and pivot this game back in their favor?
They've got themselves the sort of composition that really should enjoy these straight-up front-to-backs. I think that's what the Seraphine is best at. It stops that from being possible. And so RNG, I think, will pick, right? You saw earlier on what Tanguan was able to do to 1xN on this pickup. If you can just turn this ADC into... Nah, he's fine.
For Thundertalk.
He's fine.
Okay.
Okay,
Just
maybe he's less fine at this point.
Yeah, it's like they say like sharks like to go for exploratory bites first. Well, the dive was the exploratory bite. Xiaoshu, we're not going to talk about the public execution, all right? That's why you got to wait for your Vi. The CC desist makes it so easy.
Yep.
And without that ultimate RNG, they can't go for this wrap.
This is what we were talking about a lot yesterday, right? And compositions where there's a lot of CC, the Ambessa looks so much better because the public execution is really hard to hit. That isn't, though.
It's the same combo again. Ash Arrow, Encore on multiple members. Sure, Milky Way flies in, but he's got no friends left around this pit. Second kill found. Thundertalk looked like a different animal. Second time round in Group B.
Yeah, but this is what they were able to do to RNG last time too. This team just doesn't seem to know how to play against the immense pressure that ThunderTalk bring. They don't fully commit to that dive. Correct decision, because there were many members of ThunderTalk on the way, but they still end up hanging around way too long. And again, 1xN proactive on this Ashe. As much as it's not one of our favorite pickups for him, we love watching him on these more aggressive picks. As we've been saying quite a lot in this game, ThunderTalk can take these more passive champions and make them seem like engage-heavy monsters.
It's important to remember as this game goes on with ThunderTalk in such a dominating position by this point that all the momentum was with RNG, the first team to really make anyone's legend bleed outside of our contending squads in the LPL. ThunderTalk coming off of back-to-back losses. It's good to see that TT, an organization that just had their highest peak ever in the LPL, have already understood that they have things to work on after a shaky start to Split 2, and bearing fruit for now.
Exactly, and the league is way more fun when ThunderTalk are looking good, as they are in this game. We'll have to see how they look versus other opponents, but obviously still lots of League of Legends left to play in this one. Super important for the head-to-head as well. ThunderTalk being able to pick this one up would almost guarantee they're not going to be bottom of the rankings. And right now, a little bit of a play potentially around this Herald. Milky Way has been able to start this up earlier on.
Oh, here we go.
Tanguan's looking.
It was the same start. It was the same way that 1xN got popped last time, but can't cut down the space. He's learned.
He's scared. You can see the second that Tanguan pops up on his screen, he is booking it. He doesn't want to be anywhere nearby.
Speaking of booking it, RNG just booked it off the Herald. Milky Way was teasing the start, but they were a bit too afraid of Hoya stretching this map thin, going for the tier 2 turret, so they come off of it with no mid lane prio. And this is just the reality of the game state right now, is that RNG are going to have to drop a lot of things because there's just no way to really fight for a Herald with the current state of the game.
Exactly, but also I think RNG are just displaying that they are pretty scared to engage a lot of these fights. They haven't been anywhere near as proactive as ThunderTalk. Of course, their composition does come online a little bit later on. They're going to have 2-3 items being their point to really be wanting to fight. But still, at this point in the game, with one item on Tanguan and Jackie, I still think that's a pretty good spot to be fighting for. Now they go.
Tongguan's angry. He wants to make the same play on a 1xN, but this time it doesn't go so well. Good flash just before the pixel of the Encore lands. Tons of ultimates thrown down, traded blow for blows. Hoya TP's in, cease and desist, brings it towards his team with the flash, pops the dominance, and now is looking to turn it on its head. Milky Way once again burned on the front line, and the Realm Warp in for Satab. Just a bit late, but he gets the turret. Everything going the way of TT, it feels like right now in this game.
And one of the few proactive plays we have seen out of RNG so far. Now they might pay for it even more dearly. Miniway being pushed under. The flank is here.
All gas, no brakes, but Feather gets eviscerated. Xiaoshu hits the public execution. 1xN, good flash to create some space here. Tongguan and Jachi on the front line, trying to burn through these big, tanky health bars, but Beidron gets himself out. Jachi has to respect Satab's damage. So ThunderTalk maybe learning some of their limits, but luckily doesn't cost them more than a trade of kills for now.
No, but still, the fact that they've got all of this pressure going on, ThunderTalk showing up in a big way. When we look back at this replay, I'm going to have to do a couple question mark pings towards Milky Way. I'm not sure that was the cease and desist that was really needed. Go flying into the backline, and yeah, not sure about that one. Once again, though, it was a great arrow and a great encore that would have landed if it was just a second before. Unfortunately, Feather wasn't quite involved. It's this cease and desist. You get pulled all the way back into your opponent's squad, and there is so much CC on this composition. This is a great Sejuani game right here, where you've got Hoya to also be putting down the stacks to be getting as much down as possible in terms of the stuns, but then also, anytime you see a Sejuani and an Ashe paired up, such a nice combo, almost impossible to try to get away from it. You see it there, 1xN able to just kite that one out. And ThunderTalk coming out on top once again. They're up by about 5,000 gold already in this game.
And they maybe have arguably the more snowball-oriented Otacon to play for as well. Voracious Otacon and Karitsa's on the rift here towards this bot side. But for RNG, I think that replay also demonstrated we're just not syncing our engages together. Tongguan goes forward first. Milky Way goes with Xiaoshu there, but doesn't commit the public execution. You draft these 3 champions, 1, 2, 3, to have them all ult together. And that has not come together for World Never Give Up yet.
And it's the complete opposite of Thunder Talk, where when somebody goes, everybody goes immediately.
Right.
You cannot go one by one as RNG. That's something they're going to have to fix very quickly, or they're going to be in big threat of losing this game. Like I said, Atakan, a very tempting buff at the moment. Both teams sending a good couple of members around. I agree. I agree.
Don't start it. It's fake. You'll throw your game. Don't start it.
Oh, yeah. Way too many teams starting up Atakans and losing out onto them. Oh, Milky Way's caught.
Way. Okay, gets a big shield, but there's the lockdown. The Mikhail saves him for now through the Encore, but Milky Way drops first. Another Realm War forward. Satap's flashing after RNG. He's got vengeance on the mind. He's just going to knock down Niket, and that's how you can set up for a Voracious Atakan take. Another pair of kills for Thunder Talk as they continue to keep the snowball a-rolling.
This is what you need to do. Win the fight first, then start the Atakan up. And you know what? Setap is allowed to play Rise. I'm not sure anybody else is at the moment, but Setap, the Rise play is clean at the moment.
No Doinby Rise anymore? Does he lost the Rise card already?
It's still not as proactive. I don't think anybody's as proactive on the Rise as Setap is. Setap is barely using it as a Rise.
I'll agree with you on that. Yeah,
He's just
that's true.
so aggressive on every single pickup. At least RNG are going to be able to pick themselves up this top lane tier 1 bounties on things already in this game. RNG really are quite far behind in this one. And you can see in terms of the items at the moment, scraps and components for a lot of the RNG players, where if you've got 2 items completed and good movement towards that 3rd item right here for Thunder Talk, these team fights are going to be incredibly tricky at the moment for them.
Mm-hmm. Gotta rely on the LPL English Rookie of the Split Jacci. Only does have the 2 items complete with the Moramana. This is a huge spike for Ezreal. So you gotta try and play through him. But no playing to interact with TT for at least the next 2 minutes. This revive buff with the comp that we've seen flying to try and chase kills just makes them even more deadly. And I don't even know if Jacci just simply catching mid-waves is really that safe with Voracious Atakan to play.
Because everybody can go diving in. I'd like to see Thunder Talk not do that. Far too many teams just jump into fights that they have no hope of winning, end up giving over quite a lot of gold, because despite the fact that you don't technically die, there is still a lot of gold from losing that respawn. Yeah. Not necessarily the best decision to make. I like the plays right here, though. Hoya getting a good push off in the top lane. Good movement towards this bot lane tier 2 tower as well. And with the 5 grubs picked up earlier on, this one is going to be melted through pretty dang quickly. Now, potential pullback towards this Drake. Hextech Drake, very, very nice to pick up.
Yeah, this is such a good window for that Atakan to go down, because you called it. These tier 2 turrets going to fall. Hoya, really good job spacing the map. Going to grab one up. He's a little bit wary. I like respecting too many opponents off vision. Gets it low enough.
Your team are going to go get the Drake right now. There's no point in your death. Your death, even with the respawn, doesn't give you anything. This tower's going to fall eventually. It's not like you are scrapping for any little bits of gold at the moment. You're ahead. Don't give your opponents a way back into this one.
And while both of our teams are 1 and 2, and we have a bit of a lull with Voracious Atakan coming off soon. Bloxer, we talked about it before we got into this game, but it's important to mention that 1 and 2 is a little bit misleading, knowing that Thunder Talk have a win over RNG already. So if this goes TT's way, unless they collapse an RNG super surge, it's hard. They don't end up in Nirvana group straight out.
Yeah, it would need RNG beating AL again, which it already felt like a miracle the first time. They'd also need to pick themselves up a win versus UP, who have been looking like a real dark horse contender, not just in this group, but going forward. And Thunder Talk losing everything. Now, Thunder Talk did lose to the other 2. It wouldn't be completely impossible. This group has been crazy already, but you do not want to be 0-2. The head-to-head is the first determining factor in these tiebreakers. It's only if the teams are 1-1 and at the bottom of the group that we'll end up playing a 7th game today in order to determine who's going to go straight down and who's going to get that last chance moving on forwards. Such an important matchup for both of these teams. For Thunder Talk, though, it's more than just beating RNG again. It's about the momentum coming into today. It's about showing that they know how to play the map in a way that they just haven't displayed for us throughout the rest of this split 2.
It's Thunder Talk trying to show that their first ever 5th, 6th finish in the LPL was not a fluke. And now in the game state, they're looking to push the tempo even more here. Tungguan gonna just cleanse out with the Mikhails away from that Glacial Prison, so maybe that TT aggressive forward push is a little bit neutered for the time being with that ultimate down.
He's just going to slow things up a little bit, but for Thunder Talk, this is absolutely fine. You're looking for another fight and to draw RNG in around this Baron. The threat of the Baron going down is immense right now. Thunder Talks don't have the single fastest take onto it, but it still is going to be melted through, as you can see. RNG, they're going to spot this one out, but can they step up? Setab is just playing God.
That is one combo from Setab with the EQ coming across, just keeping really all of RNG at bay. There's the arrow down. It finds its mark onto Nickcat, who gets burned through first. Sure, the Vi and the Aurora fly into the back line, but who else is coming to save them? Come across, maybe it's Xiaoshu dashing into the back line, but it's too late by this point. TT are just rolling as a 5-stack. That is an ace and a Baron as we return to the TT dominance, potentially from split number 1.
Oh, that was a gorgeous encore right there from Feather. Only 1xN gonna fall for Thunder Talk, and the Baron gonna be picked up as a prize on the backside of that fight. Really well executed out of Thunder Talk. The land of the arrow initially isn't onto a key target. You would rather that you get Jackie here, but Jackie does manage to jump away from that one. Nickcat just gets jumped, but watch Feather right here. Watch this encore. Flashback encore that lands onto both Tanguan and onto Milky Way, and that's what keeps 1xN alive for long enough to just deal the extra damage. Yes, 1xN falls in the backside of that fight, but is able to pick up 2 kills before that actually ends up happening. Really key from Feather. That was gorgeous.
Feather, my bad. I wasn't a fan of the Seraphine pick, but this man has quite literally, statistics-wise, not had an encore that hasn't hit 2 people.
Yeah. And that flashback to get the angle on the encore and to make sure it extends through more of your team.
So smart.
That's so nice. That is so nice to watch. Just fills me with joy, actually, to watch champions like the Seraphine, Ashe, Rise being played proactively like that, not just sitting back. This is the best of these champions. They can feel boring in a lot of games, not the case in the hands of Thunder Talk right now. And they are going to be pushing through, using these Baron-empowered cannon minions to chip away at the towers. A little bit tricky for this composition to actually step to towers, but with the grubs up and available, once they do get to hit them, they're going to fall pretty quickly, and obviously that's what the Baron buffs for. It makes it so much easier for Thunder Talk actually to be able to step up here.
And also gives them the capability of one more fight win with the Grubs and Baron. Will just end this game that has been dominating from Thunder Talk ever since we got about 4 minutes in. Not noting that Glacial Prison. Beichuan gonna whiff that one out. Milky Way once gonna go forward, but who's gonna follow him? The public execution does come through from Xiaoshu for the first time, and 1xN falls first, but Setab is just too damn big on this Rise, throwing out combo after combo, slamming his keyboard down, trying to push his damage to the max. It's the solo lanes this time for Thunder Talk that shine as they find themselves another fight win, and it might just be the one that crowns them a 2-2 record to start off the second round robin.
They're going to be pushing forwards right here. Jackie trying desperately to be able to keep this one alive. Going to get jumped, though, and taken down. Hoya picks up that kill. The Nexus towers will fall. And Thunder Talk, they're going to move up in this group. RNG 0-2 versus Thunder Talk. That is devastating for their chances.
Took sub 30 minutes, but Thunder Talk have once again accomplished a win over RNG, and maybe shaking up the groove back to the normalcy we expected. That was, though, the cleanest game from Thunder Talk we have seen in Split 2 for sure, Bloxer.
1xN gets jumped multiple times throughout that game, only dies a couple of times to it, and it doesn't matter in the end because you're blowing so much as RNG to try to kill onto this Ashe, that it means you're letting everybody else just run the rift. RNG, this is not the team that yesterday beat AL. Surely that is a different squad right here. And this is the joy of this group, right? You can beat the top team in your group and then lose to Thunder Talk in such convincing fashion.
That is the beauty of best of ones, all right? And that's why I'm a fan of them. The prevailing thought is it opens up teams that really we saw struggle with best of fives to show their stuff. And we'll talk more about that when we get to Ultra Prime, but for now, it's also serving an ability for teams to really just battle back from a bad day. And maybe that's what we're going to see from Thunder Talk as we continue talking about the momentum basis in these groups.
Exactly. The way that this win was grabbed for Thunder Talk is almost just as important as the fact that they win it. If they win it, but it's a 45-minute slog that nobody really feels like they're coming out on top of, you then look at Ultra Prime and an AL and go, are you sure you're going to be able to pick up wins right here? Where Thunder Talk, they crush their opponents right here. You also get another gap right here as these first two teams to play. You can watch the other matchups. You can take a breather, grab a little bit of food, get yourself back centered, and then go again. It's a really nice spot to be in as the first teams of the day. There's no chance that you're going to be playing back-to-back ones, and that momentum really is going to be big right here for Thunder Talk. It feels very much that this is a team that when things are going good, when they are feeling good, oh, it's so fun to watch, but when things get a little bit rough, they don't necessarily have the mentals to be able to overcome that and bounce back.
Yeah, they are a confidence-based team. I think that's a great way to put it, and we saw that with Thunder Talk. It's important to remind the stakes, as we know this group was the only group to not have a 3-0 and 0-3 team coming into the second round robin. We talked a little bit about during the broadcast here, but Bloxer, now the stakes for RNG to not end up below Thunder Talk require perfection from them and complete collapse from Thunder Talk up against their next two opponents.
Yeah, it's not a good position to be in where you are reliant on your opponents. It being out of your hands right here as RNG is no fun. And because the other teams above you have already picked up more wins than you have, 1-3, bad spot to be in for today. Momentum also not going to be on your side. And the threat of going into Group Nirvana is no fun. We've been talking about it so much, and we will continue to, because it is truly one of the craziest things imaginable. You don't get to play your split 3 if you are one of the worst teams in Group Nirvana. Now, do I think RNG would be one of the worst teams in Group Nirvana? I don't think so. But still, it's not a fun place to be in, that's for certain.
No, it is not whatsoever. And for an organization like RNG to only play one and a change worth of splits in the LPL would be something that I think would give a heart attack to RNG fans from 5 years ago. But we're not going to get too doomer on those talks just yet. Let's talk about the standouts from this game here. Bloxer, do you want this to be a Feather MVP, even though I really don't think we're going to get it?
I would like it to be a Feather MVP. I think that encore was gorgeous, and it was so nice. But honestly, I'd be very happy with Setab picking this one up as well. He was so aggressive. The realm warps were great, and I was so upset to see the rise on my screen again. I thought that meant we were just going to see another nothing game from a mid laner. We don't get to see anything interesting. Everybody from Thunder Talk played that one out really well, but Feather, Setab, they would be my top players from this one.
This is the beauty of being a caster, Bloxer. Our draft takeaways were Setab, you should have picked the Yone next to Sejuani. Why is it Rise?
Yeah.
Feather, why are you not picking an engaged champion? Yeah. You're picking the Seraphine. Sometimes we look silly, guys, all right? But
if
you
they
just got to
decide
smile
to play
through
it as an engaged champion, that's not on us.
Yeah, we didn't know that before, all right? Let's give ourselves some credit. We were not expecting these encores from Feather.
These were just so nice. Every single encore that Feather pulled out was brilliant, but there's follow-up from the entire team there, and they were often started with a 1xN arrow. As much as he was also able to do a lot of work just kiting through these fights, something 1xN I think is one of the best we've got in terms of just pure kiting potential midway through team fights. He was also starting these fights every single time, and we never saw from RNG the combo that they had available to them and actually going in. The only real good plays that they had were just off of an aggressive Aurora play where you one-tap your opponent, which is good, but if you can't replicate that time and time again, not a reliable way to play this one out.
Yeah, this clip here was the first time we saw the cease and desist set up the public execution, and even though it did give themselves a pick in this fight, they were down 10k gold by this point.
Yeah,
so
they lose.
They do, in fact, end up losing. So we'll have to see who our player of the game will be coming soon here.
I have a question, Slayer. I have a question.
Oh, okay.
Just quickly.
Hey. Yeah.
We saw an Ezreal in this game do a lot of damage. We saw an Ezreal in this game lose. Are you still on Ezreal needs buffing train?
Okay, all right. I know I got memed for this, okay? I was being sarcastic, guys, okay? I'm an Ezreal player. My favorite time ever playing League of Legends was when Kleptomancy existed. I could play Ezreal. I could hit 6 Qs in a team fight and have every potion on me that you knew in the game. Do I recognize that was a terrible time for anybody else to be playing League of Legends? Yes, but I'm a self-AD carry player. What do you expect me to say right now?
You heard it here first. Ezreal deserves massive buffs. Buff all of his items.
Doubling down.
Make him the strongest champion ever. No, I mean, we have been seeing it a lot recently, right? Where Ezreals do so much work, but they just aren't actually able to carry the team at the moment. I think as much as it is a good safe pick, the best bit about the Ezreal is more whatever support you can play with it, because they're unlocked to go and get involved with the jungler, play elsewhere. The Ezreal doesn't feel like he's the big part of that.
Yeah, we'll have more Ezreal discussions because I believe we won't. Will be the last we see of the Ezreal. Beitron gets an MVP here. Was the member of Thunder Talk during Split 1 regular season that had the most MVPs, and he's got himself 2 for each of the Thunder Talk wins so far. And it's important to give him credit here too, Bloxer, because he was just as proactive, like you talked about, as the rest of the team was.
Yeah, he was able to just get so much done for his team. Every single time that an Ash Arrow lands, there's a Glacial Prison coming flying in as well. He also started a couple of fights with his own Glacial Prisons, was buying so much space, so much time. As much as we're talking about Feather buying 1xn some space, exactly the same thing was happening right there from Beitron. And he was one of the most impressive players for them in Split 1. It's really nice to see how much he's been getting his feet under him again in this Split number 2. And I'm excited to see what he can do up against the other 2 opponents in this group.
For now, we will bid adieu to Thunder Talk for a bit, but we're going to roll into our next matchup soon. Before we get there, though, one of the most important messages I want to bring to all of you watching at home here on the unofficial LPL English broadcast. We're extremely grateful to our Coffee and YouTube subscribers who help level up the show you're watching right now. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it pays on-air talent like myself and Bloxer and content creators behind the scenes that help us push out so many awesome pieces of content. Subscribe to our Coffee, linked in chat, to unlock perks like early access to content like I talked about, and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. So make sure to check those out. I'm going to give you some time to do it because we're going to take a step away from the broadcast just for a bit. But on the other side, we will introduce the other 2 teams looking to compete in Group B, the Group of Life, as we try to figure out who's going to Group Ascend, who's going to Group Nirvana, and who has to duke it out for even more League of Legends action. All of that coming your way after a short intermission. Hope you didn't miss us too much here on the unofficial LPL English broadcast as we are looking to turn ourselves right into game number 2 on the final day of Group B, which means we have to introduce 2 new teams here. And, well, we definitely have 2 squads that one was expected to be where they are in the group, and the other one, a nice surprise. Let's start with the obvious one, the former Grand Finals appearance, Anyone's Legend squad. Let's introduce a team that everyone is very, very familiar with. Flandra, the heart of this squad in the top lane, the spirit behind it in the jungle with Tarzan, Shanks the mid laner, and Hope and Kyle round out this bottom lane. A team that may have taken a shocking loss, Bloxer, but how much do you really want to attribute that to an Anyone's Legend fall-off?
Oh, I'm so not sure about this one, right? You said that this is a team where people expect them to be. Well, they are at the top of the standings right here, technically, but a lot of people would have been looking at this squad and expecting that they were going to be at the top, like BLG were, 3-0 coming out of the first day. Not worried about actually looking down beneath them, like IG are now, 6-0. All of a sudden, they end up losing that game up against RNG, a team we just watched get dismantled by Thunder Talk, and it's left me with a lot of questions about them. In that game that they lost versus RNG, it looked like they were lost. It looked like they just sort of slipped early on and then never got it back. It was really, really odd. And
I know, Bloxer, you spent some time in the good old-fashioned think tank to maybe try and figure out what's different about Anyone's Legend, and I got word from a couple of birdies I have spying across the pond that you have an intriguing pick on the drafts from AL since we've gotten out of the lane swap meta.
I'm not the biggest fan of a lot of these AL drafts. I feel like they're missing out on just that spark that's going to get them going. The Vladimir draft, I was not a fan of at all. RNG in this pickup, the bottom one on your screen right here, draft themselves very aggressive as a composition, and the sort of composition wants to go flying into the backline. AL draft themselves a composition that wants to do something, maybe go flying in, maybe, but into the composition you're up against, I'm not sure. Maybe they want to try for picks, but who's really going to go for the pick? It just didn't have an identity, and it was not the sort of composition that could play from behind. They then don't play the early game out well, and it just falls apart for them right there. AL, their drafting is a little bit suspect at the moment. At the same time, sometimes they can just outhands you, and sometimes it does feel like the way that they play is exactly as we had previously.
So what I'm hearing here is we're not looking for a Flandra Vladimir reappearance. That's what you're saying?
I would like for that not to happen. That would be good.
Well, all right, we'll keep that in the back of the mind because they're definitely playing a team that has been the surprising, pleasant surprise, I would say, of Group B. It's Ultra Prime. I know Kelsey Moser herself is happy to see this squad where it's at. The roster in front of you, as you see, Wanzhong in the top lane, Junhao jungle, Saber in the mid lane spot. You got Wako and Rosie Love coming in at the support. Intriguing to see if that they are once again going back to Rosie Love after the success they saw with him out of the lineup.
Yeah, it was interesting to see this move around, but hey, it seems to be working for them right now. If we end up seeing Ultra Prime's victories here and they're able to get into the top 2, get themselves into Group Ascend, they're guaranteeing for themselves an incredibly good finish. I think the best finish the team would have ever seen for itself, and it's just been such a wild ride for them, right? Yeah, look at this. 14th, 17th, 15th, 13th to 16th, and then what? You're all of a sudden into that top 10? That would be a crazy turnaround for a team that really has had such an inconsistent run.
You put it really well there, Bloxer. It's Ultra Prime. We're being talked about in circles coming to Split 2, especially knowing what the end of Group Nirvana looks like on the bottom half as a team that could very much not be in the LPL sooner rather than later. That's a lot of pressure to put on these players, but they are sort of reinvigorated in these last couple of games, even against opponents like AL. I mean, just look at the proactivity in this early game. That's what is really shining through most for me.
Absolutely. Ultra Prime were in the advantaged position in this game for a really long time. It looked like they might have actually been able to pick this one up for themselves. This is an AL dive that goes very wrong, but unfortunately for them, they go for a couple of bad team fights later on and just don't actually end up picking themselves up the win here after they'd worked so hard for it, put themselves in such a good spot to be able to win this one. I feel like Ultra Prime, they're going to feel like they had something to prove in this one because they really did have that game in their grasp and they let it go.
So can't kick themselves too much about it, though. They have the opportunity to bounce back here against AL. We keep preaching about how momentum is such a big factor in this one. And while we did see Thunder Talk, the team with arguably the least amount of momentum from the first set of games from Group B. Anyone's Legend would definitely be second place in that conversation to Ultra Prime. So we'll see exactly how that plays out. I am hearing word that we might have mistaken the Ultra Prime lineup. It sounds like the official LPL pages do have Xiaoxia playing instead of Rosie Love, and that's what I like to hear, because the worst thing in League of Legends is punishing a player after they perform well on stage.
Yeah, exactly. You jump in, do amazing. Thanks, but we'll see you next week. You know, get rid of them. Nah, not.
Get ready for scrims, man. Get ready for scrims.
Yeah. I don't think anything could actually be worse as a just like feeling for a player right here. So yeah, definitely going to be nice to actually get to see him. And this matchup, I really don't know how it's going to go, because AL
no idea.
Didn't look great in the early game versus Ultra Prime. They didn't look great in the early game versus RNG and then lose that one. And then they completely dismantle Thunder Talk, who we just watched completely dismantle RNG. Both of these teams have won versus opponents I think that they look a lot better than, and lost to opponents that I also think they look a lot better than. It's really interesting right here, and it means so much once again. As much as we have been talking about the bottom of the standings and going down into that Group Nirvana, you still want to get yourself into that top 2, guarantee being into Group Ascent, and the seeding does also matter.
It does matter a lot. Getting a look at Group B here, you can see how tightly bunched these squads are. It is important to remember, though, no matter which one of our two teams, Anyone's Legend or Ultra Prime, do end up being the loser, going 2-2, they will not drop into third place, because both of them do hold the head-to-head over Thunder Talk at this current point. So not a ton of standing shakeup just yet, but really going to set up for how dramatic the 3 through 6 games of this block are going to be.
Exactly. It's the second half of this block that are really going to show us where these teams actually stand. Right now, we're doing a lot of the setup work. If Thunder Talk had a lost, well then Thunder Talk's rest of their day, it would have been a lot closer. The fact that RNG lose this one, have the 0-2 to Thunder Talk, kind of shakes this group out quite a lot, in that you can see the RNG more likely to be one of those bottom teams, but they've also been taking games all off of each other, and everything is going to come down to these last couple of games to actually see who is sat where. We know that you don't play match for seeding at the top of the group, and you do as the 3-4. I'm not sure what happens as the 2-3 if you're matched there. I would imagine that one is going to get played, because it does have massive implications for where you're going. Yeah, the top isn't played. So they don't play all of them.
I guess the logic I could see here, right, is if the game decides but two teams going to different parts of the format, they have to play it out. But if it's two teams that are going to still end up going to Group Ascend, there's no reason to play it out. I get the logic nonetheless. But let's talk, before walkouts come here, about pressure, because we came in discussing Thunder Talk, the pressure they had on them to perform. If you thought TT was under a lot of scrutiny and pressure after the first round robin, knowing the peak of AL right now is a grand finals appearance, how integral is it that they come out here against Ultra Prime and just not only just win, but win in a dominating fashion?
Exactly. I think that AL, because they've already lost themselves this one game, it's already going to be a little bit of a disappointment. It's the same sort of thing for BLG, where you're looking at them and go, hey, you didn't go 6-0. You lost a game. Are you feeling good? What's going on? There's different expectations for different teams. For AL, for BLG, it was 6-0, get out of your group, and we're now going to have all of our questions answered. Great, you're as good as you were previously. Wonderful. IG, they go 6-0, and we still have questions, despite the fact that they've gone 6-0. So it's really interesting, the different expectations and the different meanings of these things. Because AO lose this game, it really does leave us with a lot of questions, and if they don't just dominate their way through the second half of the round robin, it's going to bring even more. If they do, though, if they are actually able to pick themselves up 3 dominating wins today, they were a little bit rusty, coming off of the break. First round robin, they just needed to shake off that little bit of rust. It was a mistake versus RNG, and they're fine again. But if things are getting close, even if they end up winning these games, but it's as close as it was previously versus Ultra Prime, not sure that it's going to be answering the questions we have.
It's a fun little way to give yourself a laugh, thinking that coming into Split 2, everyone, you called it well. It's like, oh, BLG are going to 6-0 with this group. Oh, Ultra Prime. Anyone's Legend got one of the easiest groups, 6-0 again. And we are at minimum, going to have IG be the only 6-0 team.
Yeah.
And then the only other person that can threaten for it is Top Esports, who are our champions, but maybe came in the most scrutinized team after first stand. So the fact that those two could be 6-0 out of the first groups is definitely, I mean, it's put a smile on your face now, Blocks are thinking about
It's fun. I love it. I love the way that it really is just all to play for right here. There feels like there's great storylines for even the worst teams. As much as Group Nirvana is a horrible threat for these teams, it's fun as a viewer to watch and see these bottom tier teams still scrapping like their life depends on it. And because it does. It really does. Like you said, though, Walkout's going to be coming through right here.
Yep.
See Ultra Prime and AL and how they're feeling. Like you said, pressure going to be very intense.
Yeah.
I think Ultra Prime, they've got a lot less pressure on them. They've already exceeded a lot of people's expectations.
The classic gambling metaphor of playing with house money. That's what I feel like it is for Ultra Prime. And boy, are they going to come out playing with house money, dripped head to toe. Oh, where is my full purple body, my full purple fit? Oh, am I crazy? When they played Split 1, didn't they wear like full purple? It wasn't just top half purple?
It was
Maybe I'm
full purple.
I'm coping.
Or we're both hallucinating, because it would be way cooler if it was full purple. See, the full white looks great. I love the all one color. The all one color is really clean.
I do like it. I just feel like there are too many teams in the LPL that wear full white accented with red, right? There's Anyone's Legend.
Yeah.
And like BLG's full white with accents of blue. And then you have as well Weibo, who walk around with basically the same fit as Anyone's Legend. So I will always give the drip factor to that royal purple. But is it enough to carry on to the Rift? We will have to see. Bloxer, which one of these Prio champions we've been talking about since the meta has evolved are you looking to stand out? When you talk about Gwen's, Nefiri's, Jace, and Bessa we just saw Rumble, where's your head at?
The Gwen is going to be a really big one for me right here. I think that the Gwen has been such a good look. Flandre had a great performance on it in their previous matchup as well. As much as there were a lot of odd plays going on towards the bottom side of the map, he was holding down the fort in the top end, was having a really good time of it. The Yone also going to be something I'm looking towards as a potential pick back and forth for these teams. See where it actually ends up. And then, just as an aside, not necessarily because these teams have played it that much, but does the Skarner get completely unpicked, unbanned once again? Because that was a real surprise in the previous game.
First time it's happened in the LPL all year long. And we are nearly 4 months into 2025, so glad you called that one out as it came. And we do know that Tarzan has an MVP player of the game performance under the Skarner in the playoffs. So we'll see if Tarzan can get that coveted Skarner. Plays perfectly into his play style. The spirit of this team, for Anyone's Legend, needs to help them bring home a confident 3-1 to claim the top of the group once more. And for all the talk about the Skarner, Ultra Prime are like, nope. Does open up some of those other power picks to slip through at this point now. One of Ambessa, Jace, and Gwen will be a B1 if AL want it.
The Varus also, if you don't take this one off of the board, has been something I've seen a lot of teams be picking up for themselves as that B1. It's pretty safe in a lot of situations.
There's the Gwen.
We have been seeing the Gwen does go off of the board. There are a ton of priority picks available to be grabbed, but yeah, the Varus,
good call,
when
Boxer.
you don't ban it out on red side, I think it's such an easy B1 to be able to pick up for yourselves.
So Hope's going to grab that one. Pretty safe bottom lane like you mentioned. The usual responses here would be the Ashe, so has been the most often paired duo. We do know that Sejuani and Yone are both up. So we're going to get that coming through for Ultra Prime. Junhao and Saber going to play the most critical role, arguably, for Ultra Prime, as their comp identity has already formed around these two picks.
Here we go. We're going to go in. There's no other
Forward.
options. We are going in. And it is a great combo for a reason. So much fun to watch as well. Ooh, the Poppy could actually be really good here to just be able to disrupt a lot of what you want to do right here. Tarzan and Flandre could both play it as well, so it gives you a little bit of extra flexibility potentially. It will be the Aurora to round things out right now. Now, this AL composition doesn't particularly have a unique identity right now, and this is what we've been talking about with them, right? They haven't necessarily been picking all for one thing. The Aurora kind of wants to go in, but in very specific situations. The Varus will see if it's going to be the lethality or the actual just step up and auto attack version of it. Yesterday we saw a couple of on-hit Viruses that just didn't get to hit anybody at any point. It's
Yeah.
definitely a lot safer to play the lethality version. At the same time, not particularly squishy champions on Ultra Prime at the moment, so that is going to be an interesting thing to look at later on. Ultra Prime, very strong composition identity.
Yeah, I will say picking Ambessa knowing there's a Poppy is a slippery slope.
Rough.
We'll have to see how that looks. You've now given wherever this Poppy goes a couple of key options for canceling dashes with that steadfast presence. I'm glad that J-Span comes across for Ultra Prime because with how flexible AL's comp is, you do need to take away some of those pretty powerful antidotes, especially knowing that this Varus could be lethality. Jace Varus is a very poignant poke composition. For AL, though, it's getting rid of Wako's champ pool, so the Kaisa band's really good, and the Ziggs, because they both actually fit pretty well into that forward composition we're talking about for Ultra Prime.
Absolutely, those are the sort of dive-in comps that you love to grab. I am a little bit surprised that we haven't been seeing any support bans right now. There's a lot of very strong
They're all
support
up.
still available. Mel is going to be the pickup for Ultra Prime.
Where?
Interesting.
So that's support Mel. It has to be support Mel. It can't go anywhere else.
Yeah,
It can't go into
that
either
should
solo
be
lane.
support Mel. Unless we're seeing something completely crazy, I would very much think that it will be. AL, they're hovering on towards top lane right now. I wonder if they might want something like the Renata. It's a really good pairing alongside the Varus and is great into these heavy dive-based compositions. Can really stop them from being able to work. The Seraphine that we saw in the previous game would also do a similar thing. Flandra is going to pick up this Scion, so it will be Tarzan on the Poppy in the jungle. This is what we were expecting, and I think that's why Jiang is happy to pick up the Ambessa in this matchup, because you don't think that the Poppy's actually going to be there. It's still going to be annoying for Jiang once we get into these later on into the game, but it's not going to be the end of the world. And as much as having something anti-dive could be good, all of the strongest engaged supports are available, and they do go towards it. This composition really doesn't have any recourse for itself. Once again, they need it to start working.
So, okay, this is what I was curious about. Is Wako really about to play the first AP
Mel
carry
DC.
Mel in the LPL if this Rakan Hover goes across? I'm glad you pointed out the Alistair, though. Beefy frontline for AL. Back to the Varus discussion. This is as clear-cut of a game for me to be playing that on-hit Varus, because you called it out. If you buy enough space for on-hit Varus to get a couple of those autos through, get the Rage Blade going, it is a very powerful late-game champion to play for. And there's enough protection around it. This is a clear, defined strategy for both these teams. AL, survive and thrive. Ultra Prime, we're all going forward, baby. Let's hope something works.
Oh yeah, we're just going to be flying on in with this comp, and I think that's a very Ultra Prime way of playing it out, right? It's
I respect
very
it.
much the way that they like to make the game happen. Or AL's comp went ahead. The tankiness, like you've said, is crazy, but they don't have any real tools to be able to fully just stop everything that Ultra Prime are looking to do. The Poppy helps, most certainly, and the Scion is pretty good for that. But if you're beginning to fall behind, these tools aren't going to care. They're just going to be able to leap straight through you. It's going to be very tricky to play out. The thing is, we're going to have to watch what these individual lane matchups are actually about. Oftentimes, it's very much about the skirmishes. It will still be about the skirmishes, but these individual lane matchups are also going to be very interesting. Mid up to this bot lane combo of the Varus Alistair.
That is going to be the question. I mean, we're all just going to be soaking this in together, right? Is what does Mel look like in the AP carry role? I've seen a couple places in solo queue, but this is a very different Mel that's had a lot of her damage ratios nerfed, I would say, nearly into the ground. So Wako is about to teach us something. He goes with the Comet, wants to play at poke from range, and we actually see both of our AD carries going teleport, including a lethality Hope Varus. Were you expecting on hit as much as I was here, Bloxer, or?
Once the Mel was pulled out, I wasn't quite as certain. I think with the majority
Fair
of
enough.
standard ADCs, I would have very much been like, yeah, you're just going to be looking to sit back, poke people out, hit people because you've got so much front line. With the Mel, I think that the poke is all of a sudden a little bit better to be able to play. I don't necessarily know that I would have gone for it, though. Ultra Prime, they're a bit surrounded here. They don't know that.
Oh, Flandra. This is Scion Gaming as we know it. Lane swap,
There it
maybe
is.
taken away, but decimating smashes or not, that stun lasts forever.
Oh, no.
Waka wants to get to the wall to flash over, but Kaio says, no, no, no. The only way you're getting back to base is a gray screen. AL, first blood, kill on to Hope. What a perfect start.
Well, if you were hoping for a good Mel ADC experience, that's not the start that you would. You know, it's an advantage technically, but it isn't going to bear fruit until a little bit later.
Do still have flash off of Kael as well. The Hex Flash is available. Is Saber. This is a risky trade. Shanks is waiting on those cooldowns. Doesn't have enough to blow through the health bar, so we will relax. One of the things I'm interested to see the bottom lane interaction as we continue to talk about this Mel. The Reflect does actually work really well into lethality, Varus, knowing that it's making so much on one arrow. If you hold it, I don't think you die. You really die a lot to Hope on this Mel.
Yeah, it's gonna be very worrisome, right? Being like, I don't want to fire this back into myself, so you're gonna have to think about it. Tarzan just gonna take a big chunk out of Junhao.
Come on, you know the crazy man Tarzan on Poppy is 100% invading you constantly. So that's actually really big for Junhao, who is on a Sejuani that wants to be proactive on the map as early and often as possible.
Yeah.
No more red buff and no more Krugs. Going to be really far behind when it comes to XP in this early stage. Is Kael. This stun should land on a Xiaoxia. Ignite comes across. That last arrow comes through the blitz of arrows as well. 2-0 start for Hope on this Varus. Exactly what we need to see from AL off that lost RNG.
Yeah, they needed to show us that they are still here to play. They're still the AL that we knew from split number 1. And this is the power, right, of the combo right here. Hope, Kael just doing so much work because it is likely to be that poke Varus. Getting these early kills critical for getting yourself towards this build as quickly as possible. You don't want to be behind the curve on poke Varus because you just won't deal any damage with the lethality. If you're ahead, though, you can chunk out even the tanks because they won't be able to get to their items when they need to. Tarzan, once again, just going to step to Junhao, and he's more than happy to do this. Junhao, you do not win this one.
No, you don't. Steadfast Presence going to help to cancel. Shanks had first roam from it, but he won't swing over. It's actually Wenzhong who has the push into Flandra's Scion.
Doesn't matter.
Scuttle is an AL fan and pass back towards the mid lane and gives Tarzan another camp to steal away from Junhao as he continues to just play completely on the defense. And yeah, you called it. If Junhao was a bit later going to that brush, I think Tarzan straight up finds that solo kill. But instead, he might look to help out his top lane. This guy just wants to cover the entirety of the top side of the map right now.
Yeah, very lucky right there for Jiang that that ward was just about still alive. If it had been a little bit more delayed, if Tarzan had have stuck around in his opponent's jungle for a couple of extra seconds, the ward would have fallen, and that was a very gankable Ambessa at that point. Doesn't end up happening, and it's just going to be those 2 kills down towards the bottom side of the map. We've got an initial Hextech Drake, very impactful if you can pick it up for yourself, stats that everybody loves to use, and a minute until the Grubs. The Grub fight is where I'm going to be looking. Who decides to roam over? Because right now, Tarzan is running the jungle.
See a lot of teams also maybe look for a full lane swap. That's what Thunder Talk went with last time up against RNG. It's going to be a pretty open back timer for Hope and Kyle to maybe play for that. We've talked about it endlessly. LPL has been a big fan of the Grubs. So topside orientation in the early phase is always a priority, especially when you're up 2-0 on your snowball 80 carry in this Varus. You can already see Kyle moving towards that Grub pit.
Yeah, immediately going to be moving his way on over to these Grubs. Exactly as you want to be doing with this Alistar. You and the Poppy are so good at stopping what it is that Ultra Prime want to be able to do for themselves. You can see them moving up into their opponent's jungle so boldly right now.
Oh, and Xiaoxia? That's not your territory, my friend. Kael just gonna ward him away. Junhao is homeless, man.
He is a bully.
He has not gotten to fully take his Grubs without interruption this entire game. I mean, he does win most of them on the second turn, but this is just AL letting Ultra Prime know that the river is off access to them.
Yeah, river is a no-go, and the jungle is already a little bit risky. And because you know exactly where Junhao is going to be right here, very easy to go and pick up these Grubs. Will the response onto the Drake be fast enough right here? Because Junhao had to take a recall right there. Now back out onto the map. He's got a Giant's Belt and a Ruby, so he is in an okay spot in terms of Sejuani power at this point. But still not necessarily sure that this means he's going to be able to easily pick this one up if Tarzan moves down. No, instead they are just going to do this as a 1-for-1 trade.
Yep. They've done the lane swap as
Oh,
well.
hang
They're
on.
buying even more wave space. Further AD carry is Shanks in a bit of a predicament, but Saber does have to return to that spirit form, so he will be safe. I like AL macro approach to this game right now. They are just moving and humming across the map. Lane swaps, sectioning off jungle camps from Junhao, and making it just so hard to even take a dragon.
Do not allow Ultra Prime to get comfortable in this game. This team, very much, once they start to get ahead, seems to be pretty good at being able to run through a game. AL were obviously able to stop that in the previous one, but since you've already got yourself the advantage in this one, just keep the pressure up, constantly make it uncomfortable for Junhao to be able to play this one out. The Sejuani, such a strong pickup in this meta at the moment, picked alongside this Yone is a great combo for a reason.
Ooh.
Misses that one though. That's unfortunate. Shanks, despite the fact he had Kyle in the area, may well have gone down there. A lot of damage would have been done.
These Sejuani players, man, and their drift tech on this Glacial Prison. It's fun to watch when it lands, but it's a little awkward when it doesn't. Shanks a bit quicker with his reaction time, so that ult does go down. And as we continue to talk about it, Ultra Prime really need to find angles to fight back into this game early with how proactive and damage-oriented this comp is. So every time you see Glacial Prison go down, those next 2 minutes, it's looking harder and harder for Ultra Prime to try and claw back in this gold lead and also just resource lead, because 6 grubs is not something you ever want to give up in the LPL.
No, really is. Not into a Scion as well, somebody who can side lane so effectively, especially when you've got the sort of composition that Ultra Prime do have for themselves. And Bessa, Yone, those are both champions who are very comfortable to sit themselves on a side lane. And with the grubs, the 1-3-1 becomes so powerful. Without them, although it's still something decent that you could try to play around, it's just not got that same level of oomph to it.
You have the safety of a lethality Varus that, once he's playing on mid waves with a couple of items, can just delete mid waves and never really be under threat. And it's just continuously Tarzan being a thorn in the side of Ultra Prime's plans. That's another ult down for virtually nothing. Saber using that Fate Sealed just at the mere sight of Tarzan.
And Tarzan just walking up and getting people's ulto pressure. He
he's-
actually flashes forward.
He is playing for kills in the bottom lane. Wako doesn't even actually have to end up burning that flash. It's always a bit precarious when Poppy and Alistair want to brawl early. There's not a ton of damage packed into those kits.
No, would take a while to actually be able to burn through the health bar right here of Waco, but they're getting everything they really wanted. They get the flash, and they get time right here for Hope to be able to pick up turret plates.
Junhao.
All of this CS, all of this experience as well that you ended up missing out on from that previous wave. Waco only just about now going to be able to rejoin. At least is able to stop the base out of Kyle. That is something technically, but really not a lot.
No, it's AL's map to play on, for sure. And Ultra Prime need to find a way to really open up space, because I'm with you, Bloxer. I think their ability to spread the map, if they have threatening Mbessa Yone items, could really put AL into a funk. But right now they are playing like the team that is expected to 6-0 this group and contend for another LPL title. And that's good to see after the RNG game.
Really is. We wanted to see a bounce back from AL. They want to be that top seed coming out of this group. They don't want to be down in the mire of all of these teams who are fighting, clawing their way to try to get up into the top 2. There doesn't feel like there's any real risk for AL of ending up down in the bottom, ending up in Group Nirvana. But still, you don't even want to be in that conversation. You don't want to be in the conversation of, well, maybe they'd end up there. It's Tarzan going to step up right here towards Junhao. Junhao looking at least to steal one away. Does manage to grab one at least, but still is going to be able to concede the other 2. 5 grubs over to AL.
Well, I mean, we're using Glacial Prison to secure a grub. That is not the mark of a game state that you really ever want to be in.
No.
This top jungle, Tarzan is just marked off as his. He's controlling almost 3 quadrants of the map right now, and that's exactly what you want to see from your near MVP from split number 1. And now Wonjong may be the next target. Public Execution does actually hit Tarzan to get AL back under turret range. Good use of that ult, but they get a double teleport out of Ultra Prime. That's Wako and Saber. So who really does end up winning this exchange?
Very much AL, because look, you've got a big minion wave being pushed underneath the mid lane tower. You're going to have to blow your final teleport of the game onto Jiang to go bot lane right now and respond to this play. Oh, that just That sucks for Ultra Prime. It was well played out of Jiang. He actually didn't need the help of his friends. He was able to use that public execution to great effect to be able to dodge away from the headbutt pulverize, to stop himself from being caught out by anybody else, and just double TPs kind of ruined that one, forced Jiang to lose his teleport after a good outplay from him. At least he's managed to pick himself that first item, so this is going to be a pretty strong Ambessa, and we do have another Drake spawning in just a couple of seconds time. For the minute, there's a little bit more pressure around the area for AL. They're getting to establish themselves a little bit of mid lane priority too, but it could still be something contested right here, as Junhao's just headed back to base. We'll be back down here in time if there is to be a fight.
Bot lane swing towards the mid lane is we start playing for opening up more and more of the map. The best way to do that is knocking down that mid-tier 1. And now, Ultra Prime are in a spot where they can try and start leaning on some of this side laning. Their solo lanes are not particularly behind in any aspect versus who they'll be facing in Shanks and Flandra. But the time is definitely ticking. Flandra is going to get to a point with that Soul Furnace, where he's going to have so much more health, so maybe they'll finally look for a pick here. That's a great flash from Xiaoxia to get a double charm down, but between worlds from Shanks buys him more than enough space. Kyle's Unbreakable Will is really hard to get down, and the Keeper's Verdict is going to save him. Tarzan to the rescue!
Oh, that feels so bad for Ultra Prime. They blow everything to try to pick themselves up those kills right there. Plenty of damage done. Resets are going to come through. Maybe they get the Drake off the backside, but Tarzan still wants to fight right here.
He is not done. He wants all of the smoke. But now it's Xiaoxia's turn this time to limp away from a fight with 1 HP. The Cloud Drake cannot secure a kill. He is not an AL fan.
Oh, nearly though, nearly. Xiaoxia had to turn tail and run right there. Hope dealing mass damage right now. Yomu's already completed this lethality Varus, getting great things done. And on the backside of this one, Flandra taking plates on the Scion. A Drake still gonna be started up right here by AL first. Ultra Prime, they're getting turned around, run about at the moment.
They are in full reactionary tempo on this map state right now. And those plates soon are going to become turrets and allow for AL to really shut down the threat of this Yone and Ambessa. And without a lot of those key ultimates up and not a lot of cover, it's really hard to match the wave clear that Shanks has, Hope on this Varus has by this point, and the innate takiness of Flandra. Time is just ticking. I cannot stress enough how proactive we need to see Ultra Prime be, despite how narrowly close they came away to getting some kills.
Exactly, and it's interesting as a situation for Ultra Prime right here, because yes, they need to play proactive. Falling behind in this matchup is doom, but at the same time their champions would really like to wait a little bit. Mel starts dealing massive amounts of damage at 3 items. Saber would love 3 items as well before his Yone really begins to pop off. But you don't have that time. You can't just sit around and wait for this to happen. The fact they've gotten themselves no kills so far, despite trying so hard, despite using so much, it's not that they haven't tried to be proactive, it's just not working.
They're definitely trying, though. I mean, these rush stacks. Junhao has just been read like a book by Tarzan. It's like Tarzan was the author of the scripture this guy's reading while playing Sejuani. Everywhere Junhao has been, Tarzan has been, and this game really encapsulates the difference a guy like Tarzan can make for his team. The spirit of AL, as their coach pointed out in that awesome interview prior to us getting the split 2. And he's been just that, the general for this team almost.
Been such a key member, and let's see what he can do in this one, because they need to just clean house with this one, right? They really need to just take down Ultra Prime here, see what they can do. As we've got quite a few members hanging around towards this top side. Now, with the Herald spawning, hang on, Shank.
Shanks,
this
is not the position to be in. Finally, the stun chain lines up, and a big kill over Ultra Primer on the board. Flandra teleports up here just a bit late. Shanks without flash, playing a bit too big for his britches.
Yeah, just stepping up a little bit too far and giving over the first kill of the game right here to Ultra Prime. Not going to be ideal. Still, was a good couple of ultis used, so this fight around the Herald going to be a little bit harder for Ultra Prime to play out. And Shanks does have the teleport to be able to rejoin his team if needed. Jiang going to be able to take down this tower in the bottom lane, so they're not losing out right now. This is better out of Ultra Prime. They're at least getting themselves a foothold back into this game. Still, the actual objectives are falling in AL's favor again and again. It really doesn't feel like Ultra Prime feel comfortable stepping up in a 5v5 at the moment.
They are starting to spread the map a lot better. Cross-mapping is polishing itself more and more. The Rift Herald traded for that first turret. And we are in a rare territory block. So I don't know if you noticed why. We're going to have feats of warfare decide the feats of strength. You don't see that happen too often, folks.
Yeah, it's quite surprising to see it happen like this, right? Usually you end up seeing it fall quite a lot. They like to fight. This has been a very calm game. Well, it's ended up being a very calm game, as much as Ultra Prime would have liked it to have been a lot more aggressive early on. We'll see who's going to be able to step to, who's going to be able to actually pick themselves up. AL only needing one more kill is going to make this a little bit easier for them, but we could well see another big team fight happen. Really is going to be anybody's games for these feats. And AL, they are still in advantage in this game, up by almost 2,000 gold. It's not a massive lead, 17 minutes in, but it is still something that they can play around, and it's where the advantage is at the moment. 1.5 of that is on Hope at the moment. 2 items completed. Now the Edge of Night going to be that much safer once we get into these fights.
I'm glad you pointed out the Edge of Night, because the first 2 items come across for Hope, and it plays right into how safe AL want to be on the map, knowing that Sejuani, Yone, and Bessa engages are the real bread and butter of Ultra Prime. Now, you got to respect the Edge of Night. You can't just throw Glacial Prison Hope's way. You can't look for a snare off of this Mel if that is up. You can't look for a Char for Xiaoxia if that's up. Can't understate how much one item is really going to limit Ultra Prime's ability to shut down, as you mentioned, one of the strongest members on the map right now for AL, that is Hope. But our attention has to drift back towards the bottom side of the map, because we have a pretty integral Chemtech Dragon coming up, and Voracious Otacon not far behind, with us only having 3 kills in about 20 minutes time.
Yeah, it was always going to be a Voracious in this one. This is one of the slowest early games that I've seen from the LPL. So far, the team's sort of just feeling each other out. Everybody going to be arriving for this play. Flandre is in the side. He's got himself the ulti as well. This could be a huge one if he's actually able to land it. Although, looks like Drake going to be started up right here by Ultra Prime. This is the first time they've actually started up an objective for themselves.
Yeah. All right, I want to see them commit. Let's fully commit to this dragon or try and swing and cover mid. They're just going to burn through the dragon. All right, so they're comfortable trading mid-tier 1 for a Chemtech Drake. They are going to allow Tarzan to get a second crash here. You don't want to chase the Poppy. So good recognition from one of the veterans of the LPL. Ultra Prime, Glacial Prison down on the Flandra just to respect the might of this Scion. Chase's Corruption going to find its mark onto Junhao, but it's just a bit of poking and prodding on both sides. But the power of those grubs really shining through. Shanks is able to actually sneak and burn down the mid-tier 2. That is 2 turrets for a lowly Chemtech Drake in the favor of anyone's legend.
Very much going to be better for AL in that situation. They're able to get a ton of gold off of the back of that one. Open up the mid lane as well so much. It's just going to allow them more access to their opponent's jungle, quicker rotations to everything key. Flandra's getting jumped here, but he doesn't care. Why would
I don't even think you had to burn ult. I don't even think you had ult there. I mean, there's
No.
no Glacial Prison, and you are, like, already 4,000 HP.
And Tarzan and Kael are stood
They're right there. Yeah.
I'm baffled by that one. That is genuinely wild out of Flandra. There was no need to ulti right there. You're Scion, you're tanky. Even if your mates weren't there, you'd still have been fine in that situation. We'll see if that actually comes to play, if this is going to be a big thing, him not having that ulti available. Because like I said, Atakan is up and available. Is going to be that Voracious. Nowhere near as strong as it was when the Atakan was first introduced to the Rift. Still though, a nice prize to be able to get. Allows you a little bit of extra confidence when stepping up the towers to other objectives if you can use it with good timing. Nobody particularly wanting to start it up for themselves without already won a team fight. If you do, that's a pretty easy way to lose a game.
I think a main reason why this game has been as slow as it has been is due to just 3 teleport threat on both sides, right? It's incredibly hard to catch your opponent in a position where they are forced to either drop critical waves or cover these side lanes, because even 80 carries can teleport back down to that Otacon. So
Yeah.
I would be really shocked if either team just starts this thing up knowing that TP threat. It's got to be a fight that opens up the Otacon. And if you're Ultra Prime, you want to be the one starting fights, and 2, how nice would starting fights be with that revive available to you?
Oh, it would feel so good to be able to just pick yourselves up that one, not be worried about trying to engage onto these fights.
Caution to the wind, right?
Yeah, just send it. Which is what it feels like Ultra Prime have already been trying to do for themselves a lot in this game, is just send it. AL being able to do the same thing with the Voracious Atakan would be great for them as well. Still, things are going to continue being a little bit slower. 3 kills in 20 minutes. Are we sure that we're watching the LPL right now?
No, I don't know what I'm watching, but I am intrigued by the approach for Ultra Prime knowing this draft. I'm still waiting to see what the secret sauce of this Mel pick is. I will say, can really scale heavily, but that does feel like a long ways away. So the rest of Ultra Prime are still really committed to trying to find these fight angles. You've got a Rakan, you've got a Sejuani that sets up the Ambessa and the Yone so well. Gotta give a lot of credit over to anyone's Legend with how resolved they've been. They're not willing to ever overextend outside of Shanks getting picked topside to give Ultra Prime any openings.
Yeah, exactly. It's been a very well played AL game so far. You see resets
patience
coming through. Waco
don't
is
make me eat my
not
words,
here.
guys. Please. Patience is a virtue, young Padawans. We don't need to play
Don't
all out
jump
for
into
the
that
Otacon.
No. So many teams have thrown around Atacon. Voracious specifically, for some reason.
Definitely
People
Voracious.
love to just go throw themselves at it. But think about quite how much damage it can end up doing. There's the engage.
Okay, Kyle going in. They get
dead.
the lockdown, and Xiaosha's
Wow.
just burned through. Nice CC layering to pick off the Rakan. But AL,
feats.
once again, they don't want to give an opening for Ultra Prime to start a fight. They know Rakan is in a big credence for Ultra Prime to be able to play through their composition. So who do they lean on? The Scion that eats damage like cereal for breakfast. That Keeper's Verdict was so interesting because you knew that Saber had to come back to his spirit form, and now we're just breaking out all the locks from this game. Ults galore flying on each side, but it's Tarzan and Kyle that do end up getting out. One Shang teleported in just a bit too late, and look how much space Flandra buys. This guy ignores damage like flies on the human body.
Yeah, he doesn't care about that one. Just going to be able to step up. Another tower picked up here for AL2. And this game, despite the fact it's not been particularly explosive, has still just been AL slowly choking out Ultra Prime. And Ultra Prime, again, they go for a little bit of a potential play, trying to engage, trying to step up. But Jajoya he just steps up in the wrong spot. You can't step up here. And I love how quick Hope is to follow up with the Chains of Corruption here. Immediately, in they
Bam.
come. And
Yep.
once the Chains of Corruption lands, then you get the E-off from Kyle, and there's just nothing you can do.
The value that Poppy showing. Tarzan canceled the dash back for Xiaosha, even through the Chains of Corruption. This Poppy getting all of its value from the draft. Like we talked about, though, AL was still a bit wary of starting the Otacon, so we go back to that same dance, battling for vision. And AL just hoping that Ultra Prime fall for
That's
the
a
bait that
tanky
is
Scion.
this Otacon, or maybe Flandra's Scion. Feels like we're right back where we were before that last fight happened. Kyle, he's Hex Flashing to get rid of Blast Counts right now. That's how slow the pace of this game is.
Oh man, I do love to watch that, although this could potentially be the engage right here. Chains of Corruption are back up and available. So you do have the follow-up to that initial bit of engage. And the dragon is just sort of being taken on the backside.
Good dodge by Shanks. There's the Glacial Prison through, but the Cabal Execution goes on top. One Shang wants Shanks, who is going to have to flash out to safety, but they have Hope off to the side, trying to throw these arrows down. Kyle's going to fall
Hope.
first, but Flandra's still in there. The furnace is all his. The heat is where he thrives, and Hope is firing arrows galore at everybody. Reflects down. Hope's going to step up, wants himself a third, has himself a third. This Forest pick is shining for anyone's Legend, and the Legend today is Hope with the Quadra kill to break open the game.
Oh, when he got those first 2 kills, I was so hopeful Junhao was going to decide for some ungodly reason to stick around. The Quadra kill, still incredible right there. And Hope just playing this lethality virus to perfection in that team fight. Keeps himself just out of harm's way the entire time and then knows when to go in. Knows when to step up and take space for himself. Atakan gonna fall to AL as well. And this bot lane has been popping off. It's the initial engage right here onto Shanks, but Hope is just stood by himself. Still by himself. Still, nobody's touching him. Now he starts actually opening up and dealing damage, but he is still completely untouched. He doesn't even lose the Edge of Night until this point in the team fight. And at this point, he's done the damage. Even if you die as Hope here, this is still going to be cleaned up on the backside for AL, but he doesn't. He doesn't die. He does what he needs to for his team.
And now we're really going to start revving the engine of this game. Voracious Octagon's available. Remember how much of a tyrant Tarzan was in the early game? Well, let's see what he can do now here. Kael's taking a big lick of damage, though. Doesn't have the unbreakable will, but here comes Flandra with the unstoppable onslaught. Who can he cut off from an escape route? There's the flying from Tarzan. Xiao's just marked as the first one to fall to the gray screen. Anyone's legends feel empowered by the Voracious Octagon buff, and they're looking to knock down anything in their sights.
Yeah, they're just going to be able to keep stepping up right here. So long as Hope is here throwing through those piercing arrows, there's nothing that Ultra Prime can do. And this is what we need to see out of AL. After they lose that game to RNG, a game that nobody thought that they should lose, we needed a bounce-back game from them, and this sure is that.
Sights turned towards the Baron now. With Voracious Octagon, if you want the fights to come to you, just start this Baron. There is no vision in this river. Look at Junhao. This guy's worried about walking up past his red buff. There's a Baron being dropped off to the side, and maybe the Baron isn't the focus of the observers, as we might have a fight breaking out. Ultra Prime trying to force their way through towards the river. Baron is dropped by Tarzan, knowing a fight may be coming. They have Shanks caught off first. One Shot uses the Golden Prison. They do have the Eclipse coming across from Waka, but it's not enough damage just yet. The revives are still on here, and Hope is still legendary. Fate sealed down after Hope, but Saber doesn't win the 1v1 into this Giga Chad of a Varus, and Flandra eats damage for breakfast. There's the first withdrawal, but it's not a shutdown, and it's going to cost Saber his life. Hope has himself double-digit kills in this big game up against Ultra Prime.
This is exactly what we wanted to see from Hope, exactly what we wanted to see from AL, and they're just going to keep running the Rift at the moment. The kills, they're just not falling here for Ultra Prime. Only 2 across the course of the game. And it's going to be onto the support as well for one of them. Just not working out. And Slayer, it feels wrong that we haven't spoken about this Mel ADC all game. But it's
I want to
not
give it time.
done anything.
I'm with you. We're always looking for innovation, right? The LPL has molded so much of the meta year after year. So I was like, oh, Wako, we're cooking, right? No, we're not. This Mel is invisible.
I feel like Mel ADC is the sort of pickup that kind of works in solo queue, because people are going to throw their worst ability straight at you for you to reflect backwards. It doesn't matter how much damage you actually do innately if the people in solo queue are making bad decisions, which they will. I don't know that it's going to be a competitive pick right here, because you can see Wako's not actually getting big reflects off at all. Hope is never actually throwing these piercing arrows at him in opportune situations. Nobody's throwing anything at Wako, and like you said, with so much of the damage of the Mel taken out,
Baron's just gone, by the way. I mean, that's the might of AL's front line is fully imagined. Their tanks are all like 2 or 3 items. You can't walk past them. It is impossible. Look at Flandra. I mean, this guy's going to stand in front of 5 people. He doesn't care. Glacial Prison from Junhao. Ooh, that one's going to sting. So no engage onto Hope, and Wako just took half his HP from just the E from Varus.
And while this is happening, up in the top lane, Shanks is just pushing this one through. Going to be able to pick himself up a tier 2 tower in the top lane. Love the picture-in-picture here.
Flandra?
Who's going to be able to go back to base? Nobody's actually gone to sort of deal with this.
This is the weirdest map state ever. Okay. Saber is recalling a Dragon Pit. Now he's back. They've lost an inhibitor turret. Tarzan's flying in. Oh my god! Hope just deleted this Mel. Wako's down again. Inhibitor next to fall. I mean, how do you even touch Hope right now? Maybe you go after Shanks, but One Zhang once again falls flat trying to find the Aurora. And I see AL maybe looking for the killer blow here. They've got the 5 grubs. They've got a Baron wave. They've got their sights set on the Nexus turrets. The former grand finalist of Split 1 looking to get right back into tempo, right back into rhythm after everyone expected them to 6-0 the group. They may not accomplish that, but they're going to have themselves a dominating win over Ultra Prime to reclaim the top spot in Group B as they keep their eyes set on Group Ascend. And it's 2 more kills on the Junhao and One Zhang that are keeping them from that very goal.
Yeah, they're just going to look for it. Oh, one more piercing arrow would have done it. Oh well, they're just going to have to settle for the Nexus, I guess. AL, a dominant win right there. Ultra Prime never got a foot in the door, were never able to do anything for themselves in that game. And AL, I wasn't certain about this draft. I wasn't sure quite how much they were going to be able to get done. but the Poppy was massive from Tarzan throughout the early game, and then once you get a few items, once you get yourself into a slightly better spot, this Varus was immense.
Yep, and Ultra Prime had a draft that, in the new dawn of League of Legends that is fearless, I would have been like, oh, this was a Game 5 draft, right?
Yeah.
Like we just
We
had
have
a lot
run
of
out of
Martian ban.
ADCs.
Yeah. No, this was a best of one pick. I hate to call draft gap when I do, but this one really stung.
Let's look at it, right? Let's
Well,
look
yeah.
at what the Mel did this game. It got caught, level 1,
Yep.
and then it did nothing else at any point in the game.
It cleared waves pretty well.
Yeah. There are lots of ADCs that clear waves, I would like to say. I feel like in terms of champions that can clear waves, ADCs are actually pretty good at that in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, pretty very high up on that ladder. I would agree with you. And it's even more head scratching because you started so strong. Like Sejuani Yone has been one of the premier red side 1-2s we've seen, and this Mel, it just comes out of nowhere. I mean, I'm looking back at this draft, like the only AD carries that were off the board when this pick came through was Ziggs and Kai'Sa.
Yeah. And like the Kai'Sa, I think would have worked really well with this, so it does suck for Ultra Prime that you have the Kai'Sa taken away from you. But there are other ADCs that you can make work in this situation. We've seen it quite a lot, where teams are going for lots of aggressive pickups in the top side of the map, and then they grab themselves a Jhin to sit back in the team fights, just open up with the ulti and deal your damage. Do some work for the team that way. It doesn't have to go flying in. There are other ADCs that can be
Ashe?
more aggressive. Ashe, also a great pickup at the moment. As much as it wouldn't be, oh, this works perfectly with the composition, well, Ashe, Sejuani, love that as a combo. We saw how good that combo could be in game number 1.
Yeah.
This Ultra Prime composition, if it had have gotten 6 kills right at the very beginning, gotten popped off, the Mel's the one who gets the first blood and is able to do things. You know, you're actually able to get that 2 items quickly onto the Yone, so you're doing work here. There's a chance. It's not the sort of composition that just, it literally will never work, but it only works in very specific situations into a team who's making a lot of mistakes, which isn't AL.
Yeah. Very weird draft from Ultra Prime given the stakes of best of ones, the matchup they had in front of them. Maybe they were just trying to catch anyone's legend lacking with a pick that they were not expecting. It falls flat. On the flip side, though, for AL, knowing how much pressure they have the most of this group coming into today, I feel like, I'm curious what you think, Bloxer. I think as slow and as much of a snoozer as that game was, I actually find it more impressive that AL played so patient than them just kind of coming out and getting 5 billion kills and running over them. I think this was a very key win, the way they won this one.
It's showing a way of playing that we really need to see out of AL, because they can play the fast, crazy games. We've seen that from them time and time again. Being able to actually just sit back and kind of allow the game to happen to you a little bit more. I mean, look at this. Barely a gold lead for the first 20 minutes of the game. Nothing that you can't overcome, but they get themselves enough of a gold lead, and it's that constant movement upwards. It's getting better and better for them until the point at which the big objectives start spawning, the Baron, the Atacant, all of those, and you can really draw 5 members in, and once they were able to do that, immediately they were able to just accelerate that gold lead. It never looked like the win was in question for AL from that very first blood.
And that is what you want out of teams that we consider title contenders. So, AL back up on top of Group B for now at 3-1. This group is still pretty tightly packed. We'll get a bit more into that before we jump into our third match. But we have to have the discussion, as always, Bloxer. You know, just like they awarded my boy Jalen Hurts an MVP after his play of the game, the Super Bowl, is hope that Jalen Hurts pick in this one? I feel like it's the obvious. He was dominating.
If I'm sad about you not finishing the pentakill and only getting the quadra, yeah, I think that is your MVP of a game.
Good logic.
And that's not to say that everybody else on the team didn't do well. You cannot play this kind of Varus without having people ahead of you, buying you that space, buying you that time. In another composition, in a differently played game, You don't get to, as Hope, sit back for the first 6 full seconds of a team fight, not hitting a single ability or skill shot, waiting for the team fight to unfold and then unleashing. But because he's got such tanky members buying him space, buying him time, then he's able to pick the correct moments to go in. I think Tarzan and Flandre also deserve a lot of credit for the way that this game played out.
Great
Tarzan
point.
especially for what he was able to do in the jungle early on. Just make sure Junhao wasn't able to get an advantage for his team. That was critical to this game too. But Hope, he stole the show. He was just able to do so much.
You're seeing the replays. I mean, if we're slow-moing piercing arrows, do we even need to, like, waste any time with this MVP pick? I really don't think so. And the overarching theme here for AL, I know we're really early into Split 2 with, you know, building them out from this group. They've had their struggles. But going back to the conversations we were having as they made their playoff run, right? If we're going to see AL be an LPL champion team, you're not really worried about Flandre, Tarzan, even Shanks to a degree. It's, can this bottom lane play to the level as the rest of the squad? And it's good to see this game showed that they can do that.
Yes, especially because they'd had a couple of games in the first round robin where it wasn't necessarily Hope being able to pop off in quite the same way. This Varus looked like a great pick. It's the reason we were highlighting it during the draft phase, right, as a potential B1. So strong at the moment, but it's not just the champion. I've seen plenty of people take the B1 Varus and then do nothing on it. You can find success with it. You can also find just horrible game states for yourselves. Hope played this one so well, a very well-deserved player of the game.
6,000 gold difference at the end. That really says it all with 100% kill participation. Yep, 11-0-4. The bar for a superstar level Varus game, lethality, is that one. So thank you very much, Hope. Congratulations on your player of the game. Good to see Anyone's Legend, a team we hyped up as a potential title contender for the LPL, looking polished as ever against Ultra Prime. They go to the top of Group B. They are at 3-1, but now we get into the real meat and potatoes of Group B. We've got 2 teams tied at 2nd and 3rd, and our 4th place squad not too far behind as well. And we've got a banger coming up, folks. Anyone's Legend will be taking on Thunder Talk after we return from the group. We'll see if our Titans are back to their godly glory or if Thunder Talk got some more magic from Split 1 in them. We'll find out after another short intermission. Welcome back, everybody, to the unofficial LPL English broadcast as we look to reach the midway point of our second round robin showcasing Group B. It's time to bring in two teams that, just a split ago, were both in the upper bracket of the LPL playoffs. But you wouldn't believe that knowing how this matchup went last time, Bloxer.
Yeah, I mean, you'd certainly believe that AL were there, but Thunder Talk, they got rolled. They got rolled in kind of the same way we just watched Ultra Prime get rolled. It was a complete and utter domination. Yeah, 23 55-minute game where Flancher just... I think he turned Hoya inside out. Like, there was nothing Hoya could do at all in that matchup. It was a Carly into Gwen, and the Gwen most definitely came out on top.
I think that game really started the conversations about if Hoya was saved a lot by the lane swap meta, because we talked about how key of a role he played weak side for Thunder Talk, and if the laning was pretty questionable. So I am curious if Thunder Talk are maybe going to try and lean into giving Hoya a pretty nice matchup in this one. They are going to be on the blue side this time. Oh, no, they're going to be on red side, if I remember correctly. I believe it was AL on the blue side. So we'll see if they can counterpick him into a nicer matchup. We're still waiting for the Thunder Talk-esque composition to come through here. I feel like we haven't had a single game of it yet.
No, it feels like even in that massive victory they just had up against RNG, it was not a very Thunder Talk composition. They made it work like a Thunder Talk composition. They were using things like the Ryze and the Seraphine as aggressive, full, all-in engaged champions, flashing forward, great repositions on a couple of plays out of Feather. Really impressive game from all of them, but it isn't their kind of composition. We expect their kind of composition is just all-in potential, baked into the very fabric of it. I'd like to see it. I feel like if you're going to pull it out up against anybody, AL's a pretty good team to try do it against. Ultra Prime tried really hard to get aggressive, but they had a Mel as the ADC. I feel like as long as Thunder Talk don't do that, maybe an aggressive composition will work better.
Pretty low bar to clear at the start. Yeah, but it is important to remember that anyone's legend, I've preached this a couple of times, you know, they're coming off a Grand Finals appearance. They are looking a lot more polished in this group than Thunder Talk are now. They've had Thunder Talk's number in the last matchup. So the big question becomes, Bloxer, how do you want Thunder Talk to approach this to put together a performance that was RNG-esque, one would say?
I want to see them drafting aggressive, as we've been saying, and then I want to see them not be scared of the fact that AL, they're going to punch back. I don't think there's any situation in which Thunder Talk just completely take out AL, don't lose any kills, you know, don't get pushed back. That's not who finding these team fights. Don't get pulled into what Ultra Prime ended up doing by the end of that game, where they were just kind of watching objectives go down. We watched the Baron go down, and I was making a different point because, well, there's nothing to say. The Baron's going, but there's nobody else on your screen, despite the fact that Ultra Prime were well aware it was happening. They just couldn't step up. I don't want to see Thunder Talk get pulled into that kind of play. I want to see them be aggressive in the draft and use that the whole way through the game.
And stakes-wise for the group, right? So AL are at the top currently at 3-1. A win here would relatively lock up. I think it would all but lock up the number 1 seed, right? Because we currently have Thunder Talk and Ultra Prime. They're both sitting at 2-2. Yep. The only thing that would really keep them away from it is if Ultra Prime somehow went on a run beating AL and also had the better game time. So this is big for AL to lock up number 1. And also, Thunder Talk, they win here. They at the very least don't go straight to Group Nirvana. So a win, this may be the biggest win for either one of these teams so far in Group B. That is the nature of being just 3 games away from Group B coming to a conclusion.
The stakes just keep getting higher and higher and higher, and because you are now playing your second game of the day, after this one, there's only one more. There's only so much you can do off of one more game to really change your fortunes. Thunder Talk, I think they've done the hard bit for themselves today, which was beating RNG, making it so it's incredibly unlikely that they end up as that 4th seed out and out, at least getting a matchup between them to be able to see who's going to be down as that 4th seed. But I think Thunder Talk, especially after what they had last split, would be disappointed with only being the 3rd seed coming out of today. I think they will look at themselves as being better than Ultra Prime. That does mean that losing here up against AL is not the end of the world. It would be a lot more impactful for them to beat Ultra Prime, getting themselves that 2nd seed, getting themselves straight into Group Ascent. I think that's more what they're looking for here.
You know what would be funny, though, Bloxer, as we're waiting for this draft? Knowing... Here, think about this, right? The two teams that are in Group Nirvana right now are EDG and LNG. If Thunder Talk somehow end up in Group Nirvana, Group Nirvana would have three of the four would have nearly the same group identity as the very group that Thunder Talk topped from Split 1. That would be something.
And hey, I most definitely think that Thunder Talk look like a better team than LNG or EDG. The bar is in hell, but still, they do definitely look better than those two. The other would be BLG, the only team we'd be missing, who have already locked themselves up Group Ascent as everybody expected. But I don't think anybody expected us to really be talking about Thunder Talk as a potential Group Nirvana team. They shouldn't be. Even if they do end up as the third place team, they still look pretty good in terms of the other third place teams that we've got so far. Still, you want to get it done here. You want it all to be on your own shoulders. You don't want to be watching the scores of the other teams thinking, oh, we really need this person to get an upset here or we're going down.
Yeah, Thunder Talk is what. Let's bump my win rate up on your casts again after the fall on the first day, and a win here keeps you out of Group Nirvana conversations almost in its entirety here. Really sets up a fun game for them against Ultra Prime. But let's stop looking too far ahead. We've got a draft in front of our very eyes now with Thunder Talk on that blue side. I guess I got completely switched around. So don't have to worry about a Flandra Gwen this time because AL want to give the respect band over towards that champion. Are we going to land in the same spot as the last Thunder Talk draft where Skarner is open for Beichuan? Let's see if AL want to dare them to be one it. And they will, once again. Does Beichuan take the bait this time round?
I think the answer is going to be no again. Although with the Sejuani gone, that was the pick that he decided he preferred it for.
Do you want to give it to Tarzan, though? I mean, come on.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't want to give it to Tarzan. I wouldn't want to give it to anyone.
Here we go.
This is why I wouldn't be surprised if he still just lets it go. They hovered it last time. I think locking it in here is the right decision. I just don't know that they will.
Here we go.
I like this. Good job, Thunder Talk. You've passed the first test that has been presented to you. And actually, because the Varus, the Sejuani have been taken off of the board, it's taken a lot of the best junglers away already. The Vi is still up and available, though, and that has been the highest priority of the junglers so far. It doesn't get banned out that often, has still been very strong.
Oh, I'm going to have to... Don't make me do it.
No.
I will. I don't want it to be first. I don't want to say anything. I don't want to. Oh! Okay, I did it for you, Mark. I hope Mark's. I actually know Mark is not watching, but we got the dog. The dog's out the cage. We're gonna get Tarzan Neferi performance.
Wrong dog. It's the wrong dog. This is not the dog that I want to be casting right now. Fine. It is gonna be another Neferi game right here, and it's so very different to what you're trying to do on the Skarner. The Skarner is so much about these big team fights, trying to get these ganks going on early. As Tarzan right here, you need to get early kills, and then you are just weaving your way through the early stages of the fights, trying to get yourself a pick before the rest of the play comes to fruition. Shanks also going to grab himself the Rise. Setup had a pretty good performance on it previously, but I'm still going to maintain that I haven't been particularly impressed with the majority of Rises we've been seeing. They haven't been particularly aggressive with it, kind of just get on pushed around in these lanes. It's going to be the Talia into that lane, so we're not going to see a particularly explosive mid lane, and this is much more about who can use their utility ultis better.
Yeah, who can play the map a lot better. Here's a pick that I'm shocked we even ended up getting through back to blue side. Jace has been a really high prio ban champion alongside like the Skarners, the Gwens, the Ambessas, the Rumbles, the Varuses you're seeing. So I really feel like you just want to slam Jace if you get it, but instead, Thunder Talk are going to pick up the Misfortune, which makes 1xN pretty one-dimensional in this one. And you're looking at, whenever you lock in MF, Blockster, it's one thing, right? How can we get the most value out of bullet time? Because if you don't get any value out of it, why are you picking Misfortune?
It's a wombo combo composition from Thunder Talk. Now, this is their bread and butter. This is what we've been talking about in terms of the kind of comps that they love. I do prefer 1xN with a little bit more mobility, something he can actually move around in teamfights on, but we keep seeing him on the Ashe at the moment, and that's no different to the Misfortune. So I don't mind it, and it works very well alongside the Talia and the Skarner. I think these two champions work very well in combination, but it's going to be interesting to see what the support is that gets paired alongside it. The Rel also works very well as a combo, so can the Alistar. See if AL decide to take those away. Also, picking MF into a composition that you can already see a Neferi in is a risk, just straight up, because the Neferi will love that as a potential option to go for.
Nefiri is salivating at the idea of just being able to dash onto a misfortune. You don't. So, yeah, I'm just. The alarm bells, we're going to talk about multiple times, that this could just be a Tarzan masterclass, the way he can run with this Nefiri, one of the most overpowered champions. But let's see how the rest of these compositions do end up coming together, because AL did not take the approach maybe you were looking for here, Bloxer. Instead of targeting Feathers Champ Pool, they're going to try and punish Hoya, which has been shown to be the way to beat Thunder Talk down early, take away Hoya's comfort champions, and keep him out of the lane. But that is an intriguing prospect to do into Scion, knowing that Flandra also is not really going to be playing for lane.
No, Flandra had a great performance on the Scion in the previous game, so I can understand why you would want to return him to it. At the same time, though, it's not going to have that same level of lane priority, or at least it shouldn't. I guess if Flandra does manage to make Scion look like a Gwen, crown him as the best top laner I've ever seen, but very unlikely to actually see that one come through. AL, currently, they're hovering on towards their bot lane. They still need both their ADC and their support. And plenty of the strongest ones are still available, and they're going to grab the Kai'Sa, so this composition is going to be looking to dive in. Hope going to be joining up right here with Tarzan into the backline, and this makes it even harder to play this one out as 1xN. He had a great game previously, but does he live? Does he get to hit a single bullet time in this game?
No, he doesn't. 1xN, man.
Good luck, buddy.
Yo. Let's start prepping for the Ultra Prime game, man, because you can go on autopilot. I don't know what you can do to even. I don't know what you can do to really impact this game state. They're gonna give him the Alistar to buy some peel. I mean, Talia does play pretty well into champions trying to dash through those slippering stones, but it is a rough angle for this misfortune. Hoya hovering some of his duelist champions. Yeah. The Camille was really famous in Split 1 for solo killing Bin himself on it. So Hoya, knowing the Scion matchup, is going to play to win lane. This is something that Thunder Talk rarely, if ever, do.
Yeah, they're very much about trying to play for the all-in team fights, and so prefer to have tankier champions up in the top lane, or at least more bruiser styles that can get involved in these fights, buy a little bit of extra space for 1xN and Setab to be able to do their thing. Instead, you're looking to really play through this top side because this Misfortune cannot be relied upon to be that big AD damage. You needed something else to be able to try to play around. And I don't think the Camille's a particularly bad option in this game. It's just such a wild draft. To be honest, out of both of these teams, this is not the standard League of Legends that we've been seeing, but to be fair, both AL and Thunder Talk are top tier when it comes to picking weird stuff.
Yeah, I mean, we already showed an intriguing graphic about AL. That very graphic also showed the weirdest Thunder Talk draft with the Akali top and the Ambessa mid. So we'll have to take all this with a grain of salt, knowing that these teams are cooking up something that we're still trying to understand. But looking at these two drafts, Bloxer, what are the objectives for either side to really find a win here, in your opinion?
So it's very one-dimensional right here out of Thunder Talk. The only wrinkle to this just being a straight-up find that Misfortune ulti composition is how hard can you win lane right here in the top side on this Camille.
Yes.
If you can completely take over the game against this Scion and then become a side lane threat to end all side lane threats, and it's going to have to be a mega performance right here out of Hoya to be able to do that, then all of a sudden your composition doesn't seem quite so one-dimensional. Otherwise, Misfortune, hit the ulti. 1xN, you're the man. Show it to us. Prove why everybody has so much faith in you. It's a lot more of a diverse composition right here out of AL. You can reposition yourself a lot through this ulti with the Rise. You can try to just front to back a little bit because you've got a Scion and a Nautilus. But I think what AL are actually going to want to do is Flandre and Hope are going to go flying into the backline with their ultis, with everything that they've got in their kits, and just try to make pain for 1xN.
I think Tarzan has the MVP-like performance in his sights. We saw last game for AL on stage, he was shutting Junhao out of his own jungle on Poppy. And now he's playing arguably the most overtuned champion in the game, especially for the jungle, on this Nefiri. Tarzan, the spirit of anyone's legend, as they look to get back to winning ways atop Group B. No better spot than this game.
No, AL are already going to be disappointed in their group stage performance, dropping that single game here to RNG. They're not going to be looking for a repeat performance of that one. Instead, they're going to look to crush Thunder Talk. Both of these teams, though, coming off of incredibly dominant wins in game number 1 of today. But this is going to be the biggest task for them yet. And Thunder Talk, they have drafted themselves a very them composition, all about the team fight, all about getting themselves into a good enough spot in team fights so that they can just use their extra aggression and prowess over their opponents. Now, in the first Thunder Talk game, we saw the Skarner not picked, not banned. That's not happened before at all this year in the LPL. This game, Bechuan does get it, and the Skarner is so strong, there's a reason that it's been on the ban table as much as it has.
And it feeds right into how Bechuan is the tip of the spearhead flying through for Thunder Talk. It is his first stage game on this Skarner. So we'll have to see what he brings to the table with that very pivotal champion, like you pointed out. Both junglers are going to be starting for top-down clears, looking to move towards this bottom lane, but I'm expecting anything but standard clear here from Tarzan. If he's going to approach this game the same way he did against Ultra Prime, might just try and race and cut off access to Bechuan's camps, knowing that this Neferi is just unmatched in a jungle 1v1.
Oh yeah, and I mean, Skarner usually wouldn't be any slouch, but the Neferi just does ridiculous amounts, especially with the Conqueror right now, going to make it that much easier to be able to chunk through Bechuan's health in one of those extended fights that the Skarner would usually love so much. For the minute, they are just going to be moving towards opposite sides, and the Skarner does have an incredibly quick clear. You can see already well on his way to having cleared out these chickens, as Tarzan already trying to keep himself up. At the same time, it's not going to be too much of a worry to fall behind in terms of just pure clear speed versus this Skarner, because you're not so much focused on these ganks. Tarzan more going to be looking to sit in his jungle, farm himself up to a first item, and that's when you're looking to go in on this Neferi.
Yeah, the solo lanes for anyone's legend this time around are really about playing a patient game with the Rise. Oh, Bechuan, that's
Hello?
That's going to disappoint some of the clear speed, 80% speed run junglers that we know in League of Legends.
He's messed that up, and he's still way
He's still ahead. Yeah.
It's insane just
things.
how fast this Skarner can clear. It's such a strong pickup, even with the nerfs that we've seen for it. It's come down from the highs of getting banned, what was it, 82 times in a row?
Yep.
Not getting seen a single time up until playoffs, to at least, occasionally people let it through. But still, they are now going to scrap a little bit around the bottom lane Scuttle Crab. Bechuan getting jumped.
Yeah, Tarzan wants this fight here. Bechuan just doesn't have the damage to really answer. Who is going to find the call first? It's Feather flying with a headbutt. Kyle does land the dredge line on a Bechuan. What extends here? Here comes Hope as well, but Bechuan's going to fall. It's the Dow getting the first blood for Tarzan. Mid laner's trying to join the fray, but it's just Tarzan finding so much value. Good seismic shove from Satab to find a trade, but Hope has the lethal tempo stack. The plasma stacks. One extend has nowhere to turn. No flash out, so he's just going to go for blow. Makes it another trade. Trades galore. It's like we're on the stage. We're at the NASDAQ right now, trading kills like stocks. 3-3 at the end of the day.
My lord. Skarner no flash. Talia no flash. Misfortune no flash. Alistair no flash. Same thing over on the other side. Only the top laners have flash in their pockets at this point. Everybody using every available tool in that bot lane matchup. And we're going to watch it back through. As you said, this is exactly what Tarzan wants to do. He wins this 1v1, even when getting stunned into the wall. And neither of these junglers have the smite. So the fight over the Scuttle Crab is fake. It's not actually a fight over the Scuttle Crab. It's an excuse to brawl each other. But it's the way that 1xN and Feather get here first. The Feather flashing in at the beginning of this fight. Obviously it doesn't land because the Neferi just has the invulnerability, the untargetable. So it's a bit of an interesting decision. Still, 1xN makes the most of this one, gets that final auto off to be able to pick up that kill, and then these two also gonna just use the last flashes. Setab just about managing to avoid out from that W, otherwise that would have been one dead Talia. But looking at the winners and losers out of this one, you get 2 kills onto 1xN, 1 kill onto Setab. Both ADs getting 2 kills, but also Tarzan picks up a kill. So it is going to be a little bit of an advantage, I'd say, to AL. You want to have that Neferi getting ahead.
The small win for Thunder Talk is they did get the third kill first by a matter of mere autos. So they do have feats of warfare. I know not, and everybody's kind of cooled off on those boot upgrades, but So small margins that you need to win if you are Thunder Talk, the underdog of this matchup against anyone's Legend, especially knowing how quickly their last matchup went down. And part of that was this very part of the map. Flandra running Hoya, and his Scion doesn't look like a weak side Scion right about now. He's going to spoon feed Tarzan a kill. Perfect prediction on the hook shot. And oh boy, the pack is getting hungry.
Yeah, second kill going over to Tarzan right here. This is also going to be a massive minion wave pushed in right here underneath the tower. And Hoya had only just teleported back into this bottom lane, so this is a devastating play right now. And we talked about how Hoya deciding to go for his more aggressive pickup was a big risk. If you get yourself a big advantage, then wonderful. Camille from behind sucks. There's no two ways about it. Camille from behind is not going to give you anything. And even if you put a Scion behind in this matchup, I don't know how much that actually gives to you. With this sort of wombo combo composition that was already being picked up for Thunder Talk, it just leaves me with so many questions as to whether or not a more standard top laner would have been good. Even something like the Ornn.
Look at AL right now. They're just
no.
moving around the map so much better than Thunder Talk. Once again, it's a complete jungle section cut away from TT, just like Ultra Prime a game before. Satab barely survives the first skirmish. Hoya's so underdeveloped at this point that he's having a hookshot back towards the turret and sacrifice his support. Feather falls, and Hoya just now being able to pick up a couple of these minions, but here's a realm warp forward. Shanks taking a page out of Satab himself, trying to force this dive onto Hoya. Does have the Hextech ultimatum though, and that makes any dive a bit more scary, but it's AL still scaling up for dominance with their map play.
Yeah, they are running the map at the moment. 1k the gold lead for themselves. They're also able to pick themselves up an early Drake. The grubs did go over to Thunder Talk, so that is something, and they would love to have all of these grubs. If you can get a ton of grubs onto a side lane Camille, that would help. That would be something for them to potentially try to play around. But you can see it in all of the graphics being pulled up at the moment. They're just behind in pretty much every lane, every situation right now are Thunder Talk.
And this is what we expected out of anyone's Legend. Remember, both of these teams ended the first round robin with a sour taste in their mouth. The RNG upset, Thunder Talk dropping 1-2, dropping a game to Ultra Prime. We flashed the graphic up. Ultra Prime, they finished in the teens in so many LPL splits. But there's just a difference right now, even if TT were the Giant Slayers of BLG in the regular season, between AL and Thunder Talk, and it's showing, at least in this early phase.
Yeah, so far, AL most definitely running this matchup. And we'll see what Thunder Talk are going to be able to do to get themselves back into this. Because the thing is, with this kind of composition, with these wombo combo misfortune comps, you just have to get that perfect fight once, where all the setup actually hits, lands, and you're able to get that full bullet time off onto your opponents. It's a great way to be able to get your team back into this game, but the setup can be incredibly tricky, and beginning to fall behind at this point means that you're not going to be ahead in terms of damage. You're not going to be able to just cut through people with the ulti straight up. Hoya, he's under his tower. I don't know that that saves him, potentially. Okay, Tarzan not going to go for it. Doesn't want to potentially give over a kill. I want to die, but still, Hoya, he's just taking so much damage in this matchup right now. You pick the Camille to try to do something into the Scion. It's tricky anyway. It's just not happening. It
just sucks. This is the matchup that has been the most one-sided between these two teams. And yeah, sure, you could have like kind of waved off the last time Flandra dominated Hoya, be saying like, oh, he got the Gwen, right? Gwen is so overtuned. Yeah. This is Scion into Camille. This isn't even the same ballpark as their last matchup, but it's still Flandra finding success here. Beichuan, though, looking to find angles on other sides of the map, going after Shanks. Does have the Impale, was waiting for the flash. Shanks is going to flash away from the turret. I love this wall from Satab, though. Shanks has no way to escape. That's the proactivity TT showed in their win over Ultra Prime as they find a critical kill.
I like that play so much between Satab and Beichuan. That's what you need to do between these two. Get yourselves a couple of kills early. And Beichuan especially using the Impale straight towards the tower, pretty much only giving Shanks one potential out, and just gets cut off with that Weaver's Wall from Satab. It's something. It's another kill, and it does go over to the key member. Satab is going to be a big part of the damage profile of Thunder Talk. If he falls behind, these tanky champions, Flandre specifically, is going to become almost unkillable. He needs that threat of magic damage coming through, otherwise there's nothing you can do about him.
First item breakpoints. Good time as any to talk about them. Hope with those 3 kills after his MVP Deathless Varus performance, 3-0. Already has the Kraken Slayer done, signaling he's going to be playing that sort of AD-centric basis Kaisa build, looking to burn through this Skarner's health bar, this Alistar's health bar. We might have a fight before we talk more about these items. Kyle lands a dredge line on a feather, uses the dredge line on to 1xn, so the depth charge is down. 1xn wants an ankle to use that bullet time, but he's got the pack on top of him. Tarzan going to disengage for the time being as Beitron does get the ignite thrown over him. Satab flashing with the seismic shove. In goes Hoya, the underfed Camille trying to set up the rest of his team, but down goes Feather first. Shakes is able to survive. Kyle, all these low health bars making no difference, but it's Hope flying in with the killer instinct on his mind to once again run a fight for anyone's legend. Satab has to fly out. It's a multi-kill play for Hope, and maybe even more as Tarzan gobbles down one final kill. Satab, that turret will not save you. It's a full moon. The pack is hunting. Here comes Tarzan, and the Nefiri once again claiming more blood on Summoner's Rift in the LPL.
It's a disaster of a fight right there for Thunder Talk. They think they can re-engage onto this one, but like you said, underfed Camille doesn't manage to even land the hook shot and just has to jump in with the ulti. It doesn't work out right here, and Thunder Talk, they lose so much off the back of that. At least because we're early on into the game, the respawn timers are quick. Beartrons are able to get here and actually is going to be able to pick up all 6 of the grubs. It's something. It's not a lot, but it is something, as... Why is my question on the re-engage.
When can 1xn ult in this fight? That's my question for you, Bloxer.
At no point. He's getting chased around constantly. I wasn't even sure that Tarzan was going to survive through this one. I knew that he still had himself the invulnerability, but still, he dove in very far. This, though, is a mistake, right? When you ulti on the Camille, you push everybody else out, which usually would be a good thing, but it just buys the space that AL desperately needed in that team fight.
Oh boy. Oh, Kyle?
Wait,
nope, can't knock Satab off the wall.
I
think he was trying to get the...
with that.
I think Kyle was hoping like you get the auto attack through still, so he roots him off of the wall, but Satab will end up surviving. But it's anyone's legend with a ton more tempo in their hands right now. They've got the gold behind them. They've got Flandra, who is once again looking to be unkillable, and a Kaisa that will do all of the killing here. I am worried about this dive, and it's 1 versus 3. 1 versus 4. 5. Everybody wants Flandra right now. All right, let's see how long he can survive. Flashes out the first one. All right, but the Sunlock lands. I mean, they brought the entire squad. Everyone's here to pack out Flandra. So you got the kill, but at what cost, Bloxer? Oh, that was so
if he gets
treacherous.
that kill there, if you get a 1v5 return kill, that would have been insane in that situation.
Look at the rest of the map right now. I mean,
yeah, they're losing out massively for this one. They're going to lose a bot lane tier 1. They're going to lose a ton of damage off of this mid lane. I don't know quite that Hope's going to be able to fully pick this one up, and all you're returning it for is 1 tower. And yeah, you do take it a lot quicker, but still, even despite having all 6 grubs, Thunder Talk are going to miss out on having that first tower blood. Really unfortunate for them in the way that this game has panned out.
I do think 6 grubs, though, is going to limit a lot of the snowball potential for anyone's legends, right? Because they just don't even have the Void Touch passive on these turrets. Yeah. It's going to limit a lot of their ability to knock down mid-tier 1 and top-tier 1. Misfortune is one of those champions that is relatively safe trying to catch waves, especially into a Kaisa.
Yeah.
And with Flash coming up soon, it's going to be hard for them to break up. So my question becomes, for you, Bloxer, how do anyone's legends break open the map? And maybe I don't even have to ask you, because we're once again seeing an aggressive Realm Warp. This is the new Rise.
There we go.
I think Bloxer's liking it.
I am indeed. That's exactly what I want to be seeing right here from Shanks. Not too surprised to be seeing him playing out a very competent Rise game at the minute. And yeah, you're asking how we crack open the game? Well, let's use the Realm Warp to go get ourselves picks at the moment. The re-engage on teamfights is awesome. The movement around to start out teamfights on the flanks, also great. But at this point in the game, you're not really looking for that with the Realm Warp. Right now, it's all about trying to get yourself as many picks as possible. And right now, Thunder Talk, they're going to go back to what worked previously.
Again?
Although it only just worked in the previous
Hold on,
try.
guys. This is 4, not 5.
Yeah.
Can Flandra, is that the difference maker? Man, oh man, a lot of time to burn through this turret. You're lucky you've got a full tank Skarner. Flandra dies again, and They're farming Scion Gold as often as they can,
no,
but
Zedab.
on the other end of the map, it's Hope flying in. All he needed was one depth charge, and he's got himself his 6th kill in a row. That is a 17-0 scoreline for Hope right now across his 2 games today.
Hey, he's just popping off on one, and they're going to pick themselves up the mid lane tower as well. Another play out of Thunder Talk that works technically, but doesn't really get them anywhere. They're still bleeding out gold. They're still going to be down by 4,000 at this point in the game. And it just doesn't feel like they can actually get their way back into the game. Yeah, you can keep farming kills onto the Scion, but what you're losing across the rest of the map is not making it worth it.
And what a staple performance from Tarzan. I know we're highlighting Hope. He's got the flashy scoreline. He is very fed on another AD carry, but Tarzan on this Nefiri pick. Everyone was hoping to see this guy play this overpowered champion. And what has he done with it in this game? 10 of 11 kill participation, all over the map, constantly making the right moves. It is so hard to not see why this AL coaching staff labeled him the spirit, the engine that runs anyone's legend. And when it is revving on all cylinders, they look like a team that deserved to be in that grand finals, that can compete in the LPL and potentially on an international stage.
Absolutely, I think it would be a dang shame to not get to see these guys at MSI, but of course there's a lot of LPL left to play. There's a lot left to play in just these placements to go, but still going to be looking to get a little bit more pressure onto these towers. Hoya has been having a very bad game so far, and once again, he's not allowed to farm. He's on 100 CS.
This is once again shades of that Ultra Prime game where AL, they're daring the enemy team to try and fight them, or they'll just take all the resources off the map. Feather gets the memo. They're going all in for Kyle. Good seismic shove, tons of damage. The Nautilus is down first. Flandra off to the side, trying to maybe find a pick onto 1xN as that very tanky Scion. But for the first time, we do see AL on a bit of a back foot here. Flandra, you making me eat my words, trying to set up the wolf pack to fly on in, and just like that, with a snap of the fingers, Tarzan has his first kill. Hoya with the Hexing ultimatum gets absolutely no value, because here comes the dog, flying in once more. Bullet time being dropped through, Tarzan gonna have to flash over it. Beightwan's chasing him down, doesn't need the install in back, but it's Hope to bail out his jungler. The dogs live, and it's Hope to bail out a narrow fight in the favor of anyone's legend.
Oh my lord. I cannot believe that Tarzan lives on that one. Thunder Talk, they saw it. They saw their moment. They saw what they needed to do. Pick up the kill. Finally, 1xN actually gets to ulti during one of these team fights.
First time this game, by the way.
Doesn't happen. Yes, literally the first time this game. And it doesn't work. And we'll have a look at why this doesn't work. This initial play right here out of Thunder Talk, I'm very happy with. You pick up this kill. At this point, in my head, I'm like, back away. Run. Please stop going in. You can walk up to your tier 2 tower in the mid lane right now and end this play up. That's a good play for you. Just getting a kill onto a support when you're this far behind is fine. Instead, they just keep on going in. Beightwan tries to make the most of it, and after Hoya jumps over the wall and brings everybody with him, this is the moment where I thought, maybe there's a chance, but it just doesn't last anywhere near long enough, and Beightwan doesn't do any damage. Hoya doesn't do any damage.
Oh, and there's no damage for Hoya to do. He is a victim of the pack. Tarzan has his 4th kill. He also got his team onto Hextech Soul Point as Bloxer was eloquently taking us through that very narrow team fight. But the reality of the situation is the gold, the dragons, everything but the grubs is in control of anyone's legend. And Thunder Talk really need to find that perfect team fight angle to get back into this game. But the way AL is playing right now, I don't think there will ever be a window of...
No, it just doesn't seem like they're going to be able to get themselves back into this game. That's the thing with these kind of compositions, right? When it's ahead, so very strong looking, but it doesn't give you that much to try to play around later on. You don't have yourself a hyperscaling ADC to maybe try to play around. You don't have yourself a top laner who's going to get tankier and tankier and be able to buy more and more time and space for your key carries to be able to play out the game. The Camille's behind. I don't see a situation in which the Camille's going to get back ahead. 1xN has been allowed to ult once in this game, and that's what we were expecting, right? We joked about it, Grey Screen Simulator. 1xN hasn't died that much in this game, but just hasn't been allowed to play the game, and that's as good as dead for an ADC. Yeah. If you're not being able to sit and hit and do what you need to carry your team, well, unfortunately, it doesn't leave you with much recourse at all as Thunder Talk.
Passenger ADC is useless ADC, so that is the unfortunate reality for 1xN, and yeah, I'm glad you hit the point here because The real sore spot for Thunder Talk, unfortunately, really just feels like Hoya. They are struggling to find any champion combination to get the most out of him. And it's such a stark difference compared to Split 1. But back to action here. It's Tarzan waiting to hunt in these brushes once more. Dashing in and out of all these fights. Goes untargetable over the seismic shove. Love that from Tarzan. He's going to give the kill from Feather onto Hope. Hope goes legendary once more. And here comes the pack again. Satab knocked off of his tidal wave of a wall to run through. And he's just run into the brick wall that is Flandra. Seismic smash down to find the kill onto Satab. And all Hoya can do for Thunder Talk is maybe try and cut some waves down and do his best impression of the Great Escape. But AL don't care.
No, I mean, they can go chase through their jungle for him. I think they actually are going to. I think this is a mistake. There is no point here. Yeah, don't bother chasing this Camille. The Camille's not worth anything. The prize here is indeed Atakan, going to be picked up right here for AL. There's no response. You can see Betron is getting a Gromp as a consolation prize. What a sad consolation prize that is. 4-1-11 right now for Tarzan. Is just running these team fights. Hope yet to die today. And AL, they really are looking like one of the top teams in the LPL at the moment.
Back to form. A breath of fresh air for all the AL fans out there. Get the roses, the real prize with Ruinous Otacon. I mean, look at the level differences across the board. Hey! Pays to be this good sometimes. Even the observers throwing us the difference in XP, and I can spell it pretty easily. Everybody on AL is in front of everybody on Thunder Talk.
Yeah, I mean, hey, Feather's not falling that far behind. That's a good
I can do
look.
some analysis sometimes, you know, Bloxer.
Yeah.
I can
You want my
go
job?
for your job.
I'll try shout about the game. I'm sure that will go well. To be fair, in these team fights, Nefiri goes in is the main call for me. Every single time, Tarzan goes flying into the backline. And I'm just... The more and more I see this new look Nefiri, the more I end up questioning why. Why we've given the Eviscerate an untargetable.
It's the craziest. It's so funny knowing that, like, Riot's really, like, pushing down, oh, guys, we got to take away the cleanse from Yone, right? Like, come on. There's too much skill expression. And then on the flip side, like, but Nefiri, though.
Nefiri.
But Nefiri, though. It's like, come on, man.
Yeah, it's so strong. It's
Oh
actually
my God,
They're
Hoya.
going to go in.
Okay, this is the power of the Camille and
Good
Talia.
ulti, there
and
it
there's
is.
a huge bullet time. Finally, it all clicks for Thunder Talk. The first death for AL Hope maybe gives hope over to Thunder Talk. There's no Kaisa to compete with, so how much damage does anyone's Legend really have in this fight? They're leaning so much on Tarzan, but you can't dive into 5 members. I don't care how strong the Wolf Pack is. Thunder Talk with the lifeline. The Wombo hits to the tune of 3 kills.
There we go. This is the Thunder Talk that we were hoping to see in this matchup. The one that follows up on the slightest hint of a potential engage. And they're going to see what they can get off the back of this one. Going to pick themselves up this nice first tower into the mid lane. They've been unable to crack this one for so long. And they're going to pull back to get themselves a Drake right here. This is going to stop this from being Hextech Soul for AL. This game felt like it was all said and done. It's still an uphill battle for Thunder Talk. But what a way to try getting it back into it.
They bought time for Hoya's Camille. They've bought time for more items on this Talia. Tarzan doing what he can to find pressure points with that mid lane shove. But you pointed out, Bloxer, it's a lifeline. Satab, though, does nearly not get that teleport off.
Oof,
so TT,
risky.
what value do they gain out of this time? That becomes the question, because
Yeah.
they are going to get forced out of this kind of turtle shell they've built, because Baron is up in 20 seconds. Let's watch the Wombo, though. Let's soak it in first, Bloxer. We get
Because
the
this
cinematic
is
frame.
gorgeous. The engage, this is Hoya looking great, but it's that impale
There we go,
right there.
H1.
This is why you ban the Skarner, because the impale is such a strong ability that just completely changes the landscape of that team fight. And then the fact that Fladra comes flying in to just donate over another kill, a little bit crazy. The only thing is Thunder Talk, they didn't manage to actually catch onto Tarzan, as we were talking about, that he really just gives so much extra survivability over to the champion. There's a big shutdown right now sat on Tarzan. If Thunder Talk actually want to come back into this game, they're going to need to grab it.
How far can they really push, though? Great untargetable from Tarzan. Drifts in. Beichuan can't really find his mark. Here comes Flandra drifting into the backside. Saytab having to flash over the big Bramble Smash.
No.
The 1xN bullet time gets 0 value this time round. You can see all the difference it makes in this fight. Here comes the
that's
dog.
nice.
Great catch from Beichuan in the middle of the dash.
There's no way.
Untargetable. Not enough to save him this time. 1xN trying to turn as much damage as he can on this Misfortune. Using the turret to protect him, but the Rune Prism gets the root down. It shakes to find the angle, but everything's just falling apart in this fight. Turret getting all the value for Thunder Talk, an MVP-like performance. And somehow we walk away from that even in kills with only 2 standing on either side.
You know what? When you are as far ahead as AL are, even fights are losses. That's not what you should be having happen. You're up by so much gold at this point, or at least you were. Like you said, unfortunately for 1xN, this ulti just goes completely wide, but luckily after that previous team fight, Beichuan and Feather had both been able to get themselves just a couple more components, getting themselves a little bit tankier, and they're actually able to stand up for a lot longer. Feather does fall eventually, but he's bought enough time for 1xN and Saytab to be able to back off, and this is another wonderful Impale. Again, we are really getting a good showing of why you should be banning the Skarner in your games.
It's even matching up into that Nefiri. Hope, I love the aggressiveness. It's why we love watching Kai'Sa's in the LPL, but ramping turret damage is a hell of a drug. We don't have too much time to break down exactly what that last fight was because we're going back to the same exact dance around this Baron pit. Can Thunder Talk get enough space in these wave states to even try and get vision down? Because boy, is it dark in that river.
Really is. They at least know that the Baron isn't currently being hit, but there's always the threat of it from AL, and without anybody feeling comfortable to step up, where do you go? Beichuan gets chunked.
Oh boy, there's the bullet time, gets canceled. Flandra's right in front. Kael doesn't fall just yet. Beichuan trying to hold the front line, but it's breaking at the seams. The floodgates are coming through, and it's Hope that's looking to do it alongside the trusty pal, the man's best friend, the dog known as Tarzan. Hunted down Hoya. Down falls the TT top laner, and TT have to crawl back to their tortoise shell, hurting and bruised.
Yeah, you need to be getting these ultis off as 1xN in combination with the Impale, or at least a Seismic Shove. It's just not happening at this point, and this is going to be the Baron started up right now. There are still 3 members available. The damage dealers are still here for Thunder Talk.
It's burning. It's Feather that's going to try and fly in, but Saytab, and when I say they can't get close enough, Feather's trying to be a nuisance, but it's Tarzan, the spirit, the engine of AL, to sink it home behind a Shanks double kill. What a performance from anyone's legend. It may have gotten murky, but that Baron might have just put the dagger in the hearts of TT.
Yeah, double TP is going to be coming through into the bottom lane right now. AL, they are using this Baron to end. That's what they want to do. Beichuan is just going to be able to get over the wall right here. Jumped over with Tarzan, actually. Tarzan not going to be able to pick up the kill onto the Skarner right now, but it's still just going to be chasing him back underneath his Nexus towers. As these... Yeah, they're just falling. I mean, look, they're going to lose out onto this inhibitor. Flandra could just tank the tower. He doesn't care.
Here we go. Another dive forward for Tarzan. Reset City. The pack is hunting for blood. And Hoya nearly falls, but that should put the polishing, finishing touches on it. AL looking to lock up the top spot, a spot in Group Ascend, and they're going to knock Thunder Talk again once more to do it. The health bars are getting close, but Flandra is just going to hit this Nexus. Right. It doesn't even matter if the Scion dies.
Can they kill him?
If they kill him, it's still going to fall. I don't believe. I believe in Flandra. Tanks are balanced, everybody. Come on, Flandra. Oh my god, they're really not letting him get to this Nexus turret. How often does Seismic Shove come up? They're throwing the wall up. Flandra doesn't care. He wants the Nexus. Oh my god. He's inches away from the win, but TT won't budge. Somebody let the Scion pass through, please. Oh my god, he's got another shield up. How many more autos? Oh no, Beichuan's back! Dude, this isn't the end! Flandra, can he do it? All right, passive. No, it's not down again! No, it's not over! Oh my god! Oh man. That was like 15 seconds of Flandra getting hit by 3 people, and it still nearly didn't matter.
Oh, my stomach actually hurts from laughing. Oh my lord. I mean, the game's not over, technically.
It's over though. It
The
really is
most over a game with a Nexus still standing has ever been. You know how funny that was, right? Thundertalk are losing and they're laughing. Like, they're also all sat there giggling about this one. Oh.
There are people on LPL English right now that I didn't know were awake and watching that got in our communication chat to show their their laughter for that last play. I mean, that is one for the all time. Right
I think that might be the single funniest thing I've ever watched, because it just keeps going, and you're like, wait, surely he gets it, right? Surely he gets it. I've never seen a headbutt happen so often.
Or a seismic shove, like the Weaver's wall up. All right. Here we go.
Flunder, he's going again.
Here's how you do it.
Go.
You just realm warp behind Thundertalk. Of course, that's how it ends. It's with a realm warp. Oh, dude, it's one auto again. All right, it's over. Anyone's legend. Top of Group B, on to Group Ascend they go. And they did it in the most hilarious fashion possible.
Oh, man. I respect Thundertalk for trying so hard to stop that game from ending, because with the Realm Warp and with the Side ulti, it was done. Like we said, it was done. They went and got themselves Soul. It's now going to show that they got themselves Hextech Soul on the sheet, and they'll be like, oh, that was nice, look at that. Single funniest thing I've ever witnessed. Congratulations, though, to AL. We shouldn't allow how funny that was to take away from how dominant of a win it was overall.
Yeah, I mean, if the Wombo doesn't come through for Beichuan in that one Dragon fight, it is about as flawless as a win as it comes. So Thundertalk still going to have to try and compete to avoid the qualifiers or any sort of crazy tiebreaker for Group Nirvana. But yeah, the prevailing thought here, Bloxer, how convinced are you that AL have shaken off the rust you dawned on them from the first time round in Group B?
Unless RNG are the AL Slayers, unless they are their actual kryptonite and we see them win again, which would be very surprised to see, I think AL feel like they're kind of back, right? They needed to shake off the rust a little bit. I think they needed to be humbled up against RNG in that matchup that they had in the first round. My only worry for them is that they have still been drafting pretty weird, and I don't know how much that works versus the top tier teams. It works versus Thundertalk, you know, it works versus Ultra Prime. Does it work versus a BLG or a top esports? I'm not so sure about that one specifically, but at least for this group stage, it's good enough, and getting yourself into Group Ascent is the beginning, right? That's the point for these top tier teams. Some teams are going to be clawing for Group Ascent, and once they get it, wonderful. Now, for AL and those other top teams, this is just the beginning of what is their actual split, and so I don't mind them trying things out, feeling out the meta a little bit at this point.
I just love that Flandre got his one Vladimir game after the first time round, and then they lost, and AL coaches are like, put the shoulder on his hand on his shoulder. He's like, hey man, what do you think about Sion? He's played 2 Sion games. It's just the most like turn brain off gameplay ever. So
other than when you're fighting to hit a Nexus, apparently.
Yeah. Do you think that's the... All right, here's a question for everybody out there. Is that the hardest a Sion player has ever had to focus in their life?
Yes. I think that's also the most fun anybody's ever had playing Sion. Even though you don't get the Nexus there, you're still just cackling the whole time. Like, please, it's so close. Please.
Can we give MVP to not the Alistair or the Talia, just the abilities? Can I give Headbutt Pulverize the MVP in this game?
Yeah. Headbutt is just apparently the best ability you could possibly have asked for. I mean, it's so funny what just happened that it's broken my brain for what was a genuinely brilliant AL performance. They had one team fight where it actually goes wrong for them, where they were getting a little bit over aggressive, but by that point they'd got themselves such a big lead that it really didn't end up mattering in the end. And as much as I want to keep talking about, hey, AL were awesome, I've got some more questions for Thundertalk, right?
Yeah, let's focus the shift.
First game was awesome, right? But RNG don't look like they're a particularly strong squad at the moment, other than their random win up against AL. This group really is crazy. In this one, they showed that willingness to go in like they needed to, but it felt like the composition just didn't work. Specifically, Hoya on the Camille.
Yeah. I mean, you do not win games of League of Legends when you counterpick top Camille into Scion and you lose. You will not win. You won't win solo queue games at home. You won't win whatever draft league you like to play with your friends. You're not winning on the LPL stage either. So I think Hoya, I understand why people were talking about, you know, how much side lane really helped Hoya. And TT really have to go back to the drawing board to find some of those fixes because, I mean, we'll talk about it a bit before we get out of here, Bloxer, and I'm sure our next two awesome casters will break it down. But every place outside of first place now is an absolute dogfight. But right now, let's once again soak in the Anyone's Legends dominance here. 4-1. Oh, where do you go with MVP? Is it Tarzan, I think, this time?
I feel like Tarzan picking it up would make a lot of sense.
Okay.
Hope was having another baller of a game, but he did die, and apparently that's the standard to which we hold Hope, is deathless games with quadra kills in.
On a melee range AD carry as if you die?
On a melee range
Okay,
AD carry,
yeah, right.
exactly. Now, I just think that as much as we have been seeing this Neferi a lot, as much as it does have a lot of really good things about it, it is also quite tricky to play out. You have to make it work in the early stages of the game, and we got to see exactly that. The early kills were going over to Tarzan. He was constantly jumping forwards. He was making this champion look like it was Rift walking around, just not able to be caught at any one point, using that E to great effect to just not get caught and not die. This one specifically that we're watching right now, he should have died by all rights. Look how close he is to dying in this one after getting caught with the Impale. But the Neferi just so annoying to try to kill. So much healing. That's one auto attack, genuinely one auto attack away from death. So I would personally give it to Tarzan right here. At the same time, AL, it was a very complete team game.
Outside of this one fight, right, where
that one.
the Impale came together with the bullet time. But everything outside of that was polished. Flandra on a full tank is very, very impressive to me, showing his champion flexibility. We've talked a lot on the unofficial LPL English broadcast about his champion pool diversity. Good to see him get on the Scion game, perform well. A lot of things are clicking for AL right now. The only name that kind of fell silent, not for a bad reason, was Shanks, but this Rise was valuable. The Realm Orbs were there. He scaled up to infinity. All right. Blox, before you make the next point, I want to see if I can play a fun game. Right. Let's time once we see Flandra start hitting Nexus and how long it takes for him to die. Okay, let's play a fun game. I'm gonna watch.
I like this. I really hope they play the whole
Okay, he's
thing.
hitting it. Oh, I missed it.
Yeah.
All right, he's hitting it.
Right.
Let's see how long, everybody.
Here a while. We are gonna be here a while.
He's still hitting it right there. By the way, he's down there. He's hitting the Nexus while his
He's
entire
not doing
team is
anything
dying.
but hitting
Oh,
it. Boo.
man.
I am
Doesn't
going
mean
to
a fun
time this
game.
out as soon as we're off. I'm going to time this one out. You can see right here, though, he needed revenge on the Nexus Tower. Comes flying in. I think he does get... No, he doesn't quite get the last auto off. It would have been very poetic if he'd have gotten the last auto off onto that Nexus.
Yeah.
It just survived for so long.
I can't blame the LPL for not highlighting that because
It would have been a full
it would have
minute.
taken like 40. It would have been like a full minute, 45 seconds was my bet. So you know what? I'm sure the clip will be on Twitter. I'm sure the clip will be on Twitter. Bloxer, you can add him on socials to see if he can get the official time for you.
I'm
here.
going to time it. The second this is done,
I'm holding to
this
it.
will be timed. Because it's such a funny way to play out a fight. And it kind of, in my mind, and I think... Oh, hang on.
MVP?
the MVP.
Player of the game. Ah!
Flandra.
All right. I mean, the
Deserved.
Scion was like an immovable rock, right? And you start to ask how much space does the Neferi get, the Kaisa get, if you don't have a 7,000 HP tank Scion. So, Flandra, you got the highlight of the LPL split so far, and you also earned the player of the game. Can't hate it.
Oh no, I'm very happy with that one. There was only one questionable decision where he goes and ults in after his team had already all died, but it was, other than that, a very good Scion game, buying so much space. Like we've been saying, once you can buy your ADC, your mid laners, just enough time to do what they need to, something Thunder Talk were not able to do, it makes games so much easier. As much as it is sad to see a player of his caliber being sat with Scion duty, boy is he making the most of it.
Boy, is he indeed. The AL making the most of their slate to start here. Our first 3 games are done with AL grabbing their spot in Group Ascend, but 2 through 4 are still very much up for grabs with 3 teams, and I have seen that our casters are very prepared for every single tiebreaker this group could potentially throw your way. So make sure to give some love as myself and Bloxer do step down for the first 3 games. It was an absolute hilarious bout of fun with you, Bloxer, a bow to end with the Scion. But we're going to throw to a short break. Make sure to give some love to Grapes and Trouble as they step in here. Make sure to give Grapes a bit of a good morning as the American resident on this one. We'll see you guys again when we see you. Enjoy Ultra Prime taking on RNG in the next game here to close out Group B.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to LPL English. A big thank you to Slayer and Bloxer for holding down the fort for the first 3 games, but we are here to finish things off and maybe even get some tiebreakers towards the end of things. My name is Grapes, joined alongside Trouble. We're casting for the first time, very excited about that. And we've got our last 3 games of Group B here in the LPL split 2 placements. Ultra Prime versus RNG, and I'm hearing Trouble. We're going to get straight into the draft, so no time for any of the quick stuff here.
Listen.
We're going to get right into it.
We love that, getting straight into the thick of things, and particularly when we're looking at both the drafts, I think it's very important for RNG, since they do have Milky when he's looking for a redemption arc, if you will, after the end of last year. We're looking for a very strong mid-jungle duo for the side of RNG. I think this is how they managed to take AL down as well, for that pure pressure, and obviously seeing how Ultra Prime will respond to this. Is it going to be a Gwen B1? Shocker!
Yeah, seeing the champion not get banned at this point is more surprising than
Yeah, true.
seeing it being first picked. So it's a flexible option here for either Wonjong or Junhao. It's going to be responded to, though, by a Rumble Sejuani combo, 2 other very powerful picks in the meta, just to set the stakes for what this game actually means. Remember, Ultra Prime won this matchup earlier on in the group stage, and RNG at this point at 1-3 must win in order to keep themselves in the conversation for avoiding a spot in the Ascension group.
Also, that was a great card collection from Milky Way cards that this person had in the crowd. Now,
Yeah.
I'm looking at this Sejuani and I sipped my coffee because I don't want to speak too soon. I feel like when you lock in Rumble Sejuani, I called it a wording Sejuani without a purpose. However, if right now you lock in something like a Yone, potentially for
Yeah.
Tangyuan in the mid lane, then he has a buddy to play that mid-jungle duo that we really hyped up earlier on.
Yeah, we were hyping up that mid jungle, and then
Ooh.
immediately Milky Way locks in that Sejuani. So maybe not exciting unless we get that Yone that you were talking about. But the response for Ultra Prime being an Akali locked in for Saber. Now, this is a guy that plays a lot of different champions, whether it was here or in the LDL. So should be a very explosive top side for UP overall.
I am loving what I'm seeing. I am a certified Vi hater. I don't want to see this champion be won unless it's played by the bow stop lane, like full AD, glass cannon, infinity edge. However,
Yeah.
right here, this Vi is not alone. She's got Akali and she's got Gwen to dive in with her. So you actually have bodies that commit themselves in the all-in. I feel like RNG are going to have to take the task of maybe removing some AD carries that really like to go in, or some carries that are very defensive, such as the Kai'Sa that really likes following up with things like the Vi, or even things like the Ashe or the Jhin that likes setting up for far away.
The Renata ban here on the other side. I was kind of expecting maybe Niket even wanting to play something like that with all the hard engage that UP have already set up, but it looks like they are prioritizing some other things. As the bot lane, obviously the priority here, the matchup between Wako and Jachi should be very interesting, as well as seeing a little bit more of Xiaoxia, a new addition to this roster for split number 2.
Let's see what the last ban is going to be here. They're going to stick. I mean, honestly, I'm not going to lie to you. Kai'Sa makes a lot of sense for RNG as well, if they want to play sort of like a diving composition together with the Rumble and stuff like that. But they're going to ban the whole duo. Kalista, Renata, out of the way. Think still like the Nautilus, the Leona, still very prominent in terms of engaging. The Rel, all up for grabs for both teams.
Man, I'm very curious to see how RNG specifically approaches the way that they want to set up their bot lane, because, as you said originally, 3 heavy dive topside champions here for UP. Do they try to combat that, or do they try to just like add fire to the flame by picking up something like the Kai'Sa, which has currently been left unbanned? The Misfortune is taken away, and it's immediately a Rel lock-in for Niket. We are flying through this draft here in game number 4, Trouble.
I've never seen an R5 AD carry in a very, very long time, which is only you lock in a safe AD carry, hard shoving AD carry, and then you want to counterpick support. But right here, we have the Rel coming through first. Of course, you don't have the chance of playing the Ezreal with an enchanter to hard shove, but right here, it could potentially be something like a Kai'Sa plus, oh, that's actually very clever. Xayah would have been that one champion that I'd say, hey, Akali, Gwen, Vi, diving backline. Xayah is one of the best anti-dive AD carries. Ultra Prime is just going to straight up take that away.
So it's a takeaway, and also, you know, a pretty strong pick for Wako, especially if it's paired up with this Rakan in the 2v2. Can allow for, you know, Junhao to have another lane to play through if you are Ultra Prime. Remember, they lost their first game of the day. It's been a couple of hours for them to sit back, relax, and try to lock back in for the remainder of this. Still have an opportunity to end up in the top half of this group, but we'll see if this is the composition that will do it for them, as that's the Kai'Sa for Jacci that you were talking about being locked in on that R5. He has had a terrific go of things on this champion. You think back to that matchup that they had against anyone's Legends.
Oh yeah, that was a quadra kill on that Kai'Sa when he played that. However, it's not gonna be the easiest task for him, because once he gets locked down by Vi, it's not like you can ult to the other side of the fight because you're actually locked into that CC from the Vi. So it gets a little bit dicey in terms of how he wants to play the team fights. I was honestly expecting to see him potentially a Jhin for RNG down the bottom, sort of set up for your Yone and your Rumble going far in. You're also very safe from the dive. But right here, whenever you have dive champions and melee champions like Akali, they do technically really struggle through that laning phase, and this Akali will be no different. Level 3, Yone suddenly becomes a champion that can take really strong trades and push out the wave, so I can't wait to see how these priorities will break through that mid lane, because Milky Way has a lot to say on that Sejuani. You can very early impact lanes because you have a lot of setup everywhere for yourself.
Yeah, especially in that mid lane with the Yone, where you can, get that Ever Permafrost passive stacked up instantly. Yeah. That is definitely an angle for RNG to attack from. On the other side, though, Ultra Prime, they have that Zyrakan bot lane. I feel like they are going to have the advantage early in the push on that 2v2. And we're going to get explosive team fights, I think, from the start here in this game, Trouble. I know some of these LPL games have been a little bit more slower, especially early on in the group stage, but the way that these compositions have been set up, there's just no way, right? We're going to get some early action.
I feel like we're gonna have to wait for like at least an item. I feel like Akali really thrives on that first item spike, and if you listen to like a lot of OTPs on Akali, they're like, okay, make sure you get out of that laning phase as easy as possible. Do not die, farm as much as you can, and get that first item. Once that first item is locked in, then we're talking game.
And we are right into that game, as you said. Ultra Prime up against RNG here in the LPL Group B placement stage of Split 2 in 2025. Remember, this is a matchup that UP won earlier on in the group stage, and RNG need the win in order to even up that score and keep themselves alive here in Group B.
I'm just going to say that for RNG, they have a tough task when it comes to potentially even getting themselves into that group ascension, and it doesn't necessarily all rely on them to get potentially that tiebreaker, that chance to make it into the group ascension. However, it does start with them, and that's the most important thing. They've got the next 2 games. If they can pick up a victory versus Ultra Prime, and then a victory versus AL, which have been the only team to do that so far in this group, and the last team that will have the chance to do that as well, then we're talking game. But RNG, it starts with you, and it potentially ends with you as well.
So not necessarily controlling their whole destiny, but they have a good amount of it in their hands. As you say, it starts with the win here against UP. Take a look at the summoner spells overall before we get right into things. We have double combat summoners up in the top side. That's an exhaust for Wenjiang, and that's an ignite flash combo here for Xiaotu. So we're gonna get a little crazy up there maybe.
Actually, I'm very happy to see the grasp coming out of Tangyuan right here. You're playing into a melee matchup. You are going to get a lot of those procs from grasp. And also something very interesting is the lethal tempo over on Jacci, over in the bot lane of that Kai'Sa. You usually see a lot more DEP Kai'Sa, especially when you're playing versus very squishy targets, which Ultra Prime have drafted pretty much 5 of them on the other side. But it also gives you the gist that this Kai'Sa is going to be diving in. You want that Kraken Slayer. You want that Rage Blade to actually get into the backline and assassinate somebody on the 4th auto attack.
Level 2 kind of shared here between these 2 bot lanes to start things off. We see same side clears for the junglers as well. They're both pathing towards that top side. Makes sense given the potential explosiveness of that matchup up there between the Gwen and the Rumble. So far, Wenjiang winning out on that one. It's actually Milky Way getting the accelerated clear, at least to start things off after taking down those single camps in the jungle on the bot side.
And I do really like the Ignite that you mentioned earlier as well, as we're looking at the Rumble versus Gwen matchup, because you can actually create some pressure early on. However, the Exhaust, as also mentioned earlier, could actually dissuade situations where the Kai'Sa dives in the backline. Hold on. Junhao is going to get spotted right here, but Milky Way has to pull off because both his Yone and his Rumble are under tower. Going to get spotted right here. A little bit of pressure in the jungle, but without any buddies in the jungle, it's very hard to contest that.
Yeah, I don't think Junhao realized he got spotted until that ward was just placed by Milky Way, but instead, it's going to be Wonjong actually forcing Xiaoxu to flash away. However, now the Rumble is overheated. Flame Smitter comes out, the flash followed by Milky Way will force Junhao to use the Summoner spell of his own. All of a sudden, RNG's top side could be in a bit of trouble. However, Wonjong's going to dash forward. Who will get first blood? It's going to be Ultra Prime picking it up. Can Xiaoxu find a trade?
No way.
The Electro Harpoon comes out. The heat is stacked up nicely. Any more crowd control could mean Xiaoxu's demise. He finds one kill, but Wonjong will finish the job. 2-for-1 for Ultra Prime.
An absolute scrap over the red buff and a little bit of Krugs over on the top side quadrant of Milky Way's jungle. However, it's a 1-for-1 for both the top laners. They both managed to pick up a kill. And as you will see, Rumble will be able to catch up with the wave over on the top side of the map. However, I feel like Milky Way is going to have to help a little bit. As I can see, from what little I can see from the minimap, this wave is going to push, which means that Rumble's going to get overextended. That's why you see Milky Way actually staying over on the top side of the map. He needs to help his top laner push out that wave because he will be under stress of a gank.
And you can see immediately that means that Junhao is able to claim that topside scuttle and maybe even be around the area for a potential play as well. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Grand Entrance lands on the Jachi. He's forced to pop the barrier early as Niket went for a bit of a roam towards that mid lane. It allows for the Ultra Prime bot lane to get a plate, and they are off to a fantastic start to this early game.
Milky Way still playing warding Sejuani towards the top side of the map. Let's watch the scrap one more time. Very nice flash from Xiaoxu right here to get away from the Vi Q. And I actually felt like with Ignite and the exhaust being down, you actually win this iteration. But here's where you see the value coming through from the Vi, the shields that come through, the proc on the third auto attack, as well as getting the buffs off of that Sejuani, which means the red buff is no longer stacking. It has been transferred over to Ultra Prime. Overall, a great start from the Ultra Prime squad.
Oh, and I wonder if Xiaoxu had a little bit more heat and was able to get the extra attack speed, the damage on his passive a little bit earlier.
He's still
that
there,
would have meant
ladies
anything.
and gents.
As
He's
Milky
still
Way,
there.
yeah, he's still trying to bail his top laner out. You can see there's a 15 CS lead built up for the Gwen in this 1v1 matchup, and all 5 players currently on UP are up in gold over their respective opponents.
Yeah, this wave is absolutely screwed for Xiaoxu over on the top side of the map. Luckily for him, Junhao has kind of sniffed that Milky Way is going to be helping his top laner for quite a while to actually fix his wave towards the top side of the map. So he's going to take a pretty free Dragon over the bot side of the map. We usually see the handshake between the Void Grabs and the Dragon early on, but this is an even earlier Dragon. It's going to go down even before Void Grabs even spawn. You've got perma priority over on the bot side for Ultra Prime, and this is perfect because now you're going to get to reset with the Zyra Khan, head towards the top side of the map, and potentially get both neutral objectives for yourself.
And oh man, I mean, it looked like a 2-for-1. Oh, that's not too bad if you're RNG, right? But all of a sudden, you look at the scoreboard. It's a 1,500 gold lead. You know, Xiaoxu's not in a good place up here on the top side. Bot lane's gotten 2 plates. It's suddenly looking like a very dangerous situation for RNG trouble, and they have the composition that wants to scrap pretty heavily, right? Once you hit that one item with the Yone, with the Rumble, but they're not going to be able to do it if they're down so far.
Yeah, and also if you look at Tangyuan, he's gone for Hexdrinker. He's actually scared of the Gwen plus the Akali, the duo that's going to be jumping the backline. So he has to go towards a more defensive route to begin with, and then go towards Blade of the Ruin King. It's very funny because I call Yone a one-item wonder. Blade of the Ruin King is the only item he needs to actually become a champion, but that has also been delayed now from a really great start from Ultra Prime.
I mean, he has to go Hexdrinker, right? Just because of how worried he is about these solo laners right now. And that is certainly going to delay even more what RNG want to do. Is they've already given up the first 3 grubs as well. Junhao able to do a good job at controlling those neutral objectives so far in this game. And yeah, things looking very good for this Ultra Prime team trouble, a team that just is coming off of a loss earlier on, and we're going to maybe see RNG try to force the play on this top side.
I mean, for Ultra Prime, it's also do or die. They need to take that win off of RNG, because if RNG just go 2-0 in the next 2 games, they do have a chance of taking Ultra Prime's position right here. So it's all or nothing for them as well. They need to try and make their way as high up in the standings as possible, try to guarantee themselves a group ascension. And so far, it's been going great in that early game. Again, we really pinned our eyes on the mid-jungle duo. Saber has had Tangyuan's number in the entirety of laning phase. Tangyuan has been playing underneath the tower, which means that that Sejuani Yone combo that we really wanted to see hasn't necessarily come into fruition yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to make a play when you're getting pressured on all sides as well, right? For Milky
level
Way,
5.
this is the second time that Junhao's just been right up in his business in the enemy jungle, and this time I think he might have a little bit more success in taking this blue buff away. So not really any opportunities for Milky Way, who, again, is like the star player that we've been talking about for this RNG team, to do anything in this game and to help his team get ahead in any meaningful fashion.
I mean, to be fair, it is just so difficult to play Sejuani when you do not have prior lanes, and now you can see how a champion like Vi really does get unlocked when you have bot pushing, top pushing, mid pushing. You can pretty much be free to do whatever you want on the map, and I feel like Junhao has been taking this opportunity so well. Every single time he's got priority 3 bot lane, he's invading the bot quadrant, he knows that his Rakan will be there, does he need him to, and you also deprive Milky Way for so much experience. He has been ahead for the entirety of the game right now, and only now Milky Way does he get that level 6, which means that Ultra Prime were chilling in their lanes earlier on. There wasn't much setup. You're not really worried about setup from Rumble or setup from Yone, but Sejuani is really, really dangerous, and you need to play around that vision that you have around that boar and the lady that rides the boar. So right now, I think Ultra Prime will be a little bit more aware in terms of where the Sejuani whereabouts are.
And so now if you are RNG and you have this Glacier Prison for Milky Way, like what lane do you want to attack right now? Because it seems kind of tough from all angles, right? You're down 10 plus CS in all three. You know, specifically this top side is really getting ugly here for Xiaoshu. Like, which lane are you looking for the synergy? Is this still the Yone, despite the fact that he's been pushed in repeatedly?
I honestly think you're looking to scrap. Minute and a half until the next dragon, and you could try to play through that bot side of the map. You do have a couple of components on your Kai'Sa. Hexringer could be clutch to actually take a little bit more of an extended trade with the Akali and the Gwen popping down that bot side of the map. And just as a reminder, there is no mobility summoner spell for that Gwen. So potentially if you get her down bot lane for a skirmish, you can choose to play over there. However, the Gwen is going to find you before you find her, apparently.
Oh my gosh. I mean, that just shows how strong Wonjang is right now. Not afraid to go underneath the enemy in a 2v1 close to that tier 1 turret. I guess he knows that Jinhao is nearby, but really good start to this early game for Wonjang. I feel like we knew him coming into the split as somebody who is very dominant in lane, and now he's going to get some help as well with the rest of the squad pulling up.
Oh, there's some Milky Way back under tower. Xiaoshu, that's all you, buddy.
Yep, here comes that Vi ultimate. It's combined with just a boatload of crowd control. That's the feat of warfare picked up, and Ultra Prime off to a terrific start to this early game.
Oh, there's just no lanes pushing for RNG. It's just so depressing to watch. Milky Way had to reset right there to get ready for the Void Grubs and the Drake spawn. Tanyon was catching a wave. Jachi has been consistently pushed underneath his own tower down the bot lane. He cannot get away. Xiaoshu getting dived over the top side of the map. Does not have TP. Will lose a bunch of golden experience on the tower. Oh my, it just does. We said this is where RNG starts, and Jachi might have something to say.
Okay, actually uses the Killer Instinct to prevent that Blade Caller from doing too much just yet. There comes he. What a flash from Wako to make sure that those feathers fly right into the back of the Kai'Sa.
Jachi tried to outplay this, and I feel like he played this so well. But if you look at how Wako placed his feathers, he had some feathers toward the tower, behind the tower, so it was easy when he flashed over Jachi's flash that all these would be pulled into the Kai'Sa. What a well-played 1v1. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Man, AD carries get so freaking bored down the bot lane that they just choose one at some point. I mean, Jachi uses his ult right here and the barrier, but look at it. There's just feathers everywhere. All Wako has to do is flash to the right, and that's exactly what he did.
I don't even know if the Blade Caller hit him. Might have just been enough with the damage from the auto attacks. Okay, it did. So that, I mean, just another really clutch play from the bot laner. I mean, he's not really gotten any attention, right? It's been all topside so far for this game if you are Ultra Prime, and Wako and Xiaoshu still able to pick up a full turret as well as that solo kill in the 1v1 over Jachi. So I don't know, Trouble. It's looking a little cooked right now if you're an RNG fan. It's almost 4,000 gold that you are facing as a deficit just 12 minutes into this game.
I mean, I feel like if you're going to play a warding Sejuani, you kind of have to do what Weiwei did yesterday. You sacrifice yourself and you just perma-gank on the map. However, Milky Way is a little bit more of a self-sufficient jungler, if you will, even when he plays onto the Sejuani. But when you fall behind, you just really need to send it, and he might just send it here.
Okay, flash onto Wonjang. Gonna actually tick him down quick enough with that ignite. Now Junhao is stuck in a 1v2, maybe a 1v3 as the Yone comes in. However, the rest of the reinforcements have arrived for Ultra Prime. It's going to be a 4v4 on the top side of the map. Jachi on his way as well, and I think both parties know that. And so Ultra Prime going on the retreat after just losing that one kill.
I mean, we just needed this so much earlier coming in from RNG. They just needed to send it. Milky Way has to sacrifice himself. He is going to fall behind inevitably onto the Vi. You need to actually pull flashes off of the Akali in the mid lane early on. She was pressuring Tangyo and Undertale the whole time. Same for Wanjang. He doesn't have a displacement summoner spell, just the exhaust. That's actually perma-ganked that Gwen. I feel like this is the start of RNG fighting back, but is it a little bit too late? 2 dragons already secured, 3 void grubs already secured, feats of strength already secured for Ultra Prime, and you've got a lot of key component items completed as well. Particularly, I'm looking at the Akali one. This is where Akali becomes a champion.
Yeah, has that rocket bell. I mean, survived the part of the game where she might have been a little bit weaker and uses the ultimate on the defensive to try to escape Niket, who went in for a potential play. And picked up the cannon. Hey, that's a dub.
-1s in the chat for this one. Using that rocket bell to good use at least. If not to kill someone, use it on cooldown.
Yeah.
I still remember, what was the name of the item? Was it Everfrost? No.
Was it the Hextech GLP maybe, or?
Yes, that one. The little gun-looking thing that no one was building, and you could like pretty much just spam on demand. It was actually kind of nuts, but the actual item was useless.
Yeah, some of the Hextech items back in the day. I mean, yeah,
Hey,
they
you know
they
what?
had their uses.
I have an idea. Bring
Yeah.
Hextech Gunblade back.
Hey, Akali
Thoughts
would
and
like
feelings,
that.
feelings and thoughts.
Yeah.
Right?
If you're an Akali main, like absolutely, right?
I'm a
That item
Katarina
was-
main, so.
was so fun. I mean, yeah.
So there you go.
I feel like you might be a little biased here, as
No. It's just for the integrity of competition. You know, like more fun champions in the mid lane.
Hey, I'm all for it personally, and I'm sure it would benefit Katarina players, benefit Akali players. That item was really fun. I mean, you could there was a time where you could build an arena, and I remember just spamming it because it was very fun to play. I miss
Oh,
having
wow.
it in the game.
All right.
Regardless, 3,500 gold lead for Ultra Prime. They're pushing here mid.
And there's no one there to defend. Rumble caught bot lane. Yone is... Wow! That's the freest tier 1 I've seen in a very long time. 15 minutes in, no one there to defend. Wow. Now you see why it's so difficult, especially when you're on red side. When you're red side, you need to make sure that you are playing lanes that will be able to defend and wave clear. And so far, RNG have managed to counterpick themselves on all 3 of them.
Yeah, which I'm a little surprised by. I guess they were going for the overall composition. Maybe could find a play here onto Saber as Tong Yuan issues the Fate Seal. Nikek on the way as well. Forces the flash out of the Akali. But that is all that will be done. Dragon spawning in just under 30 seconds or so. And both teams on the top side of the map. Instead, maybe trying to fight for this Rift Herald. Xiaoxia going in for a little knockup on the Milky Way, but the Blast Cone will send him away.
Yeah, and you see the resets coming through. I feel like right here, RNG do have their eyes set very firmly onto that dragon on the bottom of the map. There are hex gates all over the map as well, which will help them get there faster. And they do know from the side of RNG that they have lost complete control over the top side of the map. However, as Syndicate actually taking the hex gate towards the top side of the map, RNG might be looking to fight, but this is completely the wrong play right here. You need to be playing to establish some vision over the both side of the map. That Rift Herald is completely gone, but I feel like majority of the reason why RNG is heading towards the top side is to make sure that Tang Yuan stays alive. Very clever play right here from Ultra Prime. They see everyone towards the top side. This is spectator mode from RNG.
I mean, it's like a lose-lose here. If you are RNG, you're not going to get the dragon, or you're just starting up the dragon, I guess Milky Way making it there. But now you give up all 3 of your top lane or of your outer turrets, and maybe even another charge onto the inner. There's 4 players here for UP. They are perfectly okay with giving this dragon up because they already have that 2-0 lead. They just want to continue to line their pockets, and with that tier 2 being taken, it's over 5,000 gold lead, and they're maybe even looking for more with Wanjang pushing in here. However, the response for Niket will be a Magnet Storm being issued, the Equalizer over the top as well. But I think this Gwen is just out with the Hollowed Mist, preventing any of that damage from being issued from afar. So Ultra Prime, they give up the dragon, but they get so much on the other side in terms of gold.
Absolutely. If you ever told me that a Gwen, an Akali, and a Vi were actually the best sieging team you have ever seen in the game, I would tell you you're freaking crazy. 3 melee champions that have taken 1, 2, 3, 4 towers 17 minutes into the game, not to mention the uncontested minute 14 mid lane tier 1, which was absolutely illegal to get for a team like this with no range. I feel like RNG are just throwing a white flag right here. Again, the fact that they didn't sacrifice their early game to actually try and get their lanes ahead is just bleeding into them trying to constantly, desperately wave clear whatever's pushed into them. And now Judge is going to be forced to play on that mid lane where you do not have a tier 1 mid lane tower, which means you cannot overextend. Shasha has said really nice deep vision on the sides, and RNG is going to start bleeding over all their lanes.
Hey, there's that hyper siege composition they were talking about again, trying to take
Oh
down
yeah,
that
3
tier 2.
melees? Hell yeah.
I mean, when you have this much of a gold lead, you can kind of do whatever you want, as we're seeing right here. Ultimate onto Milky Way. He's forced to flash out. 5 members of Ultra Prime around this bottom side, as they are aware of the blue buff coming up as well. Tangyuan dashing forward here, looking to try to do a little bit of damage with that Soul Unbound, but looks like RNG as a 5-man unit is enough to push Ultra Prime away. It looks like that'll be all for now.
That would have been a great chance for Shashi to get the equalizer of his life. Everyone piled up in the tightest choke point in RNG's jungle. However, wasn't up and available. That's why Ultra Prime made the play. The new equalizer was down, so they were free to play around Milky Way, trying to force his flash, which they did, alleviating a lot of that pressure. And now it starts becoming a little bit difficult, because if you look at the targets that Milky Way has to take down here, I think it's pretty much Vi. Gwen, CC immune if she gets into the bubble. Xayah has her ultimate. Akali can get into her shroud or also jump with her ultimate or her E to get away from any Sejuani ultimate. So what are your targets right here? Just Vi. Junhao is going to be going in anyway. So I feel like Milky Way is going to have a really tough task of actually hitting some of those very key ultimates to hit one of those very key targets to pin them down and try to kill them.
Yeah, and if you use all your kit on the Vi, well then the Gwen, the Akali, and the Xayah are just gonna rip apart your team anyway, right? So it's kind of a lose-lose for Milky Way, who has definitely lost out in terms of this jungle matchup early on to Junhao, which is a bit surprising given how the expectations were of this mid-jungle for RNG coming into this game. Just really has been unable to find any plays on the map. Seems like everywhere that Milky Way has gone, Ultra Prime have read him correctly, and now are going to just be starting up this Otacon 20 minutes in.
Yeah, you'll see RNG. They're trying to get through the top side of the map. This is the correct play. You cannot funnel through the choke point, but Tangyuan needs a TP ward to get in. Akali on the top side.
I don't even know if he's going to go for it. I mean, the Otacon's at 4,000 HP. Even if he does teleport, it will be far too late before the objective potentially goes down. The engage comes through from Niket. It locks down Wako. Wako gets one shot as Xiaoshu picked up the shutdown. Now, it's going to be the Otacon picked up by RNG. What just happened here, Trouble? They're going to win this fight as well. Wanjong under target as Tangyuan lands the knockup on the Q3. The Gwen is strong, but not strong enough here for RNG. What a fight turnaround for them.
The 50-50 coming through from Ultra Prime. What a devastating play. When you're ahead so much gold, you never want to be taking 50-50s, whether it's Baron, Dragon Soul, or Atakan, particularly when it's Ferocious Atakan, which will then allow you to take more free fights with the buff. And RNG are just suddenly, just like that, back into the game. 3 kills onto the Rumble. Tangyuan managed to pick up one up as well. And look at this. Chachi is untouched the whole time, and this Kai'Sa is a Kraken Slayer on hit. Kai'Sa will absolutely shred through the HP bars. Junhao and Milky Way take the 50-50. It's actually Chachi that takes smiteless Kai'Sa taking the Atakan down, and after that it's just as easy as picking up anyone who's left behind from Ultra Prime. What a turnaround right here from RNG.
You know, if I had a nickel every time Jachi's Kai'Sa stole an Otacon in this group stage, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice, right?
Yep, absolutely. On a Kai'Sa as well. So like it's a Kalista.
I mean, yeah, incredible play here from our rookie of the split, from split 1 of the LPL, and a shout out to Niket as well, finding that knockup with the the crash down onto Wako before he was able to pop the ultimate with the equalizer on top of him. That shut down the Xayah before the fight even started. A really big win for RNG as they're right back into this game. It's only a 1k deficit right now, specifically Xiaoshu. Very strong, and with these Otacon revives, they can take this dragon, and they can maybe even look for a fight mid.
So about to say, how do you walk back into your own... Smithy right there from Milky Way coming through, and bye-bye.
Finds potentially an engage, but a really nice follow-up here from Tangyuan and Niket. Back into the back line. Jachi goes. He'll be sent back via the revives. Remember, this is all gravy here if you're RNG. They're going to try to pick up as many kills as possible because they know they'll be headed right back to the base. Niket, the only one to officially fall. It's a big fight for Ultra Prime, but they don't get any quote-unquote kills off of it.
This was the most beautiful Vi combo I've ever seen. I could actually cry. This is a team that knows how to play around a Vi combo. Junhao with a fantastic flank behind the Wolves right there, the Wolves pit rather. And let's watch this one more time. Pin your eyes onto this Vi. Milky Way overextends, which leaves his backline extended and exposed. Jachi will flash over the wall, but Junhao has vision on him, so the second the R connects, both Gwen and Akali insta-dive past the wall to hit on that key target that's pinned down by Vi. And that's why we're saying it's so crucial when you are playing Vi that you do have Vi buddies to dive back with you to assassinate the target that's getting pinned down by the Vi R.
I mean, such great synergy here by this Ultra Prime combo. I mean, I feel like, you know, credit Xiaoxia a little bit as well. Coming in as this new addition to the team, was on that BLG Academy roster with Junhao just last year, and looks like they didn't miss a beat after returning here to the LPL. Immediately after that Vi ultimate, everybody back in on top of Jachi. And again, even if it was only the Otacon revives, it prevents any additional plays from happening, and it kind of stabilizes the game again for UP, who once again are back up about 2,000 gold. And I think more importantly here, Trouble, the gold is in the right places right now as well, right? Look at Wako, 2.5 items, 2.5 items for Saber as well. They're doing very good for themselves in this one.
Oh, absolutely. And if you're RNG and you've just taken the Atakan, what did you earn from the Atakan? Absolutely nothing. If anything, they just got that dragon, I guess. But getting one dragon for the Atakan is the least good scenario you can actually have. You need to use it to actually force fights under towers, dive, get more towers, get more vision, which would then allow you Sejuani to play through that fog of war and be a little bit more threatening. However, Milky Way needs to practice his patience right here. I feel like it's really hard to actually get the ultimate to connect on the side of Ultra Prime from that Sejuani, so you need to really, really practice your patience and find the key targets.
And we saw it in that Otacon fight, right? This is a wombo combo composition here for RNG. You want to throw all the ultimates onto as many people as possible, with whether it's the Rel, with the Rumble, the Yone as well. And right now, Ultra Prime is doing a good job at making sure that that is difficult. Targetable natures of their kit makes it difficult, in addition to just the way that they're playing this mid game out right now.
As you can see right here, RNG, they know that the next objective is most likely going to be played around that Baron. However, next Dragon, minute and 40 seconds, will be soul point for both of the teams. They managed to secure that one. However, for RNG, it's been a constant struggle because they've lost all these towers, because they don't have a lot of wave clear, they don't have a lot of push, they don't have a lot of vision to actually get inside their own jungle even. So once they know that the resets are coming through from Ultra Prime, very clever from RNG, they're actually going to move in and take a bunch of vision, and this is them sneaking a Baron. Not for too long though, because Ultra Prime do know what's happening.
Yeah, I mean, they were able to push up mid lane, so Jachi is late to the party. Milky Way throwing up the ultimate. He's 0 for 2 in terms of finding those engages right now, as they will back away from that one, as it's very hard to do anything when you're losing that mid push as well.
Remember the patience that needed to be exercised?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're working on it. It's a work in progress for Milky Way. I mean, of course, he's trying to create opportunities for his team, right? Once he lands that ultimate, then the Yone follow-up will be great with the Kai'Sa and the Rumble on top of that as well. As you mentioned before, the whole wombo combo makes someone instantly disappear. However, they're very slippery targets. That's why I mentioned the patience. Wait for them to make a misstep, but RNG just keep forcing. This is the way they took AL down as well. They kept permanently forcing and fist fighting them. However, right now, you're not in the best case scenario. I feel like even though you did manage to get that fight over at Atakan versus Ultra Prime still have the superior team fighting composition right here, with so much agency and slipping to the backline for their entire team.
And so right now, we're going to have to wait to actually, I think, fight for this one, at least for a little bit. That dragon is about to spawn, but it looks like neither team is really set up for it just yet. Looks like instead, actually, Ultra Prime trying to clear out vision around the Baron, potentially looking for a trade if RNG decide to start this dragon on spawn. Looks like that's not going to be the case. However, the vision game up on that top side is completely controlled by UP, and RNG are just completely frightened to walk into there.
Oh, actually very clever as well. Terminus as third item for Jachi. Gives him a little bit more of those defenses without necessarily having to build a so-called pure defense item. Tanya's gonna stick onto the dragon, And this is the most clever thing ever because you can actually TP, take that dragon, which is going down super fast, and then TP straight into that fight. RNG are looking to bite.
But the Baron is melting so far by UP. Xiaoxia, the ult engaged, does not connect. Flash in by Milky Way is not in time as Wako secures the Baron pickup here for UP. Engage back in. One Jung with the needlework doing so much damage and refusing to go down. It's a 1-for-0 plus the Baron here for Ultra Prime, but RNG at least get themselves soul point.
That was the perfect case scenario if Tanyuan TP'd into the play. RNG are sort of hanging in the balance of, do we want to contest? But then they took the Baron, but then we're sticking around to fight, but then our Yone is not TPing in. And I feel like they've played spectator mode for majority of this game. They've just been looking at Ultra Prime making the plays, and they just cannot seem to pull the trigger on any of those plays. And this has really come to bite them in this game. There was one fight that apparently ended up being a fluke that they won over on the top side of the map, and that was about it. Ultra Prime have been always one step ahead and playing around those TPs and those triggers that are just not being pulled from RNG.
Yeah, and immediately continuing the pace of this one here, as with that Baron pickup, gonna try to continue the siege. The lone remaining tier 2 tower is here in the bottom side. However, this is maybe the opportunity or the situation where you might want to have a little bit more siege potential, as with those 3 melees, could be a bit more difficult. With another wave crashing in, should be enough to take this one down.
Yeah, there you go. They're gonna take that one as well. You heard it here, ladies and gents. Melee champions, extremely good at sieging. Ultra Prime proving everyone wrong on this regard. However, all jokes aside, they will have 2 waves coming through at the same time. Baroned up, double cannon as well. One's going to die, and the other one is not quite close enough. It will be just about right now. Chachi is going to overextend just a little bit to take this one down. So the Baron so far has netted them 1 tower over on the bot side of the map. They actually... Now, this is where the melee composition kind of like becomes difficult to siege, because Xayah is really good at hitting tower. However, your other solo laners are all melees together with your jungler, so you cannot really get that push really easily on both sides.
RNG gonna have to dig deep here. Equalizer comes out looking for some sort of engage. Really nice patience there from Wako to save that Featherstorm until any possible crowd control lands. And the Xayah will be out scot-free, headed right back to base with the Baron buff available for just 1 more wave.
For RNG, if all you lose is that bot lane tier 2, you're very happy with how this Baron has gone. 2.5 minutes until next dragon. That Baron buff would have expired. You can get to push out your lanes. And I know it looks a little bit grim because if you look at the tower, 6 towers for Ultra Prime, only 2 for RNG. The death timers are actually pretty heavily high right now. So if RNG can manage to pull a victory around that Dragon Pit in 2 minutes time, you could very easily just push for the win right there in Ultra Prime. Even though they do have the items, RNG have already pulled 1 teamfight skirmish win before, and a lot of their key items completed, Infinity Edge being one of them for Yone right now. Tanyuan has been in the shadows for majority of this game, and if there's a time for him to shine, it's going to have to be the next team fight.
I mean, remember at the start of the game, we were saying, oh, this Yone could maybe get ahead in the early game with the help of Milky Way, but it didn't really happen. And Tangyuan has been a player that's been, I think, inconsistent, to say the least, even when he's had his good moments so far here in 2025. So coming up big in this would be very important. As RNG, remember, if they lose this game, headed right down to the Nirvana group automatically. They are guaranteed themselves 4th if they do not come up with a victory.
And Tangyuan has had some really great performances on the Aurora. However, now he is tasked to find those big wombo combo ultimates in the backline. I mean, he's playing one of the most broken champions on the 3rd item power spike that you can ask for. You do have Seekers on Rumble as well. You have 2nd item completed, Unending Despair, full Milky Way too. 3 items on your Kaisa, including Terminus. So this is where you should be looking to take fights. 50 seconds on the next dragon, and RNG have got that mid and bot push and are setting up for the fight.
And hey, they have soul point. Remember, that's the trade that they opted for, with that Baron being taken on the other side for Ultra Prime. Would pay off heavily for them if they're able to grab that Hextech Soul. All of a sudden, if you get that, all the damage that it provides, the extra utility it provides, could be big. However, it's still right now is Ultra Prime in the driver's seat, as they are really controlling this bottom side river, knowing how important this objective is.
Yeah, and if you look at all the levels, it's like level 16 Vive, level 17 Xayah, Akali, versus level 14 Milky Way. You usually want to see your tank sort of like enter the jungle, but even Milky Way, who's the biggest tank on the side of RNG cannot face check them because he will end up going down. Smite going down means you instantly lose the 50-50 and the chances still for the Dragon. But right here, I want RNG to give Tangyuan away to TP behind enemy lines. There is a ward on the left of Wako right here, right on that left side ramp, leading into that river, but he's gonna choose to play towards that blue buff on the right side.
And now joining his team on the bottom side flank. Soul Unbound comes out, so Tangyuan very far away from this fight right now, and that just allows for Ultra Prime to hit onto the objective a little bit earlier. Dragon's at 5,500 HP.
Another
it would be a
50-50?
50-50 if they try to go for it. Here comes the engage. Tangyuan initially trying to lock down Junhao. Doesn't land the ultimate, but the Dragon is still secured by Milky Way. That is Hex Tech Soul, but will it mean anything right now? Tangyuan is exhausted, and Wako has been untouched. He flashes forward for a double kill, potentially looking for more, but Jachi will use a Killer Instinct. He flashes forward. This could be the moment for the RNG AD carry. He picks up one Jung as well. It's a triple kill for the Kaisa. The Void Seeker goes wide, but RNG will take that any single day. They win the team fight off the back of their rookie ADC.
And honestly, the unsung hero, look at the damage bar, 6.3k damage from Shashu on that Rumble, absolutely shredding through those HP bars. 5, 2, and 5. We'll have that hourglass completed right now, and this is the Hextech Soul that you were talking about. Now the power is coming through from RNG, and honestly, big props to Tangyuan for starting up that fight. Finding Junhao, everyone commits, trying to take the fight down, eliminating the process of the 50-50. And right now, RNG, since they have more members alive on the map, they get first dibs onto the Baron. This could be that one fight that we were talking about now with the 3-item completion on everyone from RNG that will turn the game around.
Hey, maybe benefit for being 2 levels down. You respawn a little bit quicker. That means the Milky Way's there first, able to pick up that Baron Nashor. Let's take another look at this team fight here, Trouble. It was a 50-50 flip, but at the end of it, RNG really taking control.
Fantastic Q3 from Tangyuan, pinning down Junhao. I think he pulled him away from smite range as well with the ultimate, if I'm not wrong.
Wow.
And I just want you to look at Shashu this entire time. He's peeling for Chachi on that Kaisa, and them two just deal so much damage. Chachi, quadra kill in that AL best of 1, and right here, very close to his second one.
And you mentioned it. This is exactly how RNG found that upset against anyone's Legends, right?
Absolutely.
It was picking these team fights around neutral objectives and just being the better team in those respective skirmishes. And there's still a lot of standing gold on the map for RNG as they're potentially looking for their mid lane outer turret, which hasn't been taken yet. However, Ultra Prime still technically in the lead in terms of gold, but they have to be so careful. Look at the damage that Equalizer was able to do onto Wako.
He just walked the entire distance of that Equalizer, and what happened there? Wako just didn't fancy walking off the Equalizer, which will put him super low on HP. He has to reset right there. Great trade from Tangyuan right now onto Saber as well, and RNG have woken up. One team fight is all it took to put them back into the game. Gold dead even after these 2 towers go down, and RNG for the first time in this entire game on the driver's seat. Tangyuan? Oh, that's a replay.
Yeah, that's a little replay, but I mean, showing how strong Tangyuan is as well. Saber's all right. He's back to full HP as he headed back to base. But yeah, RNG Trouble, they were dead in the water. Like 10 minutes in, they were down 3,000 gold. It seemed like Ultra Prime were going to run away with it. But it's just the execution in these team fights that have proven to help them out in terms of keeping themselves in this game. And all of a sudden, they're even 36 minutes in. Milky Way throws out the ultimate, not able to find much. And Tangyuan wreaking havoc on this bot side as well.
Excuse me, but what is the cooldown on that Equalizer? Didn't he just pop in on the mid lane tier 1? And now he just has it again? Like 30 seconds later, we just have an Equalizer. I just want you to look at the Rumble ultimate circle on the top left of his portrait. It's almost halfway past the cooldown already. Absolutely disgusting, and Shashu doing so much damage. Already a needless large rod in his inventory, heading towards that death cap. Hourglass, very importantly completed for Jachi as well. And now RNG can truly and certainly throw their faces into Ultra Prime.
I mean, remember how far behind Xiaoshu was at the start of this game after that early skirmish? I mean,
that's crazy.
Now just like really succeeding in this one. Not the game just yet. However, they're getting pretty close to it. Let's look at the damage that was able to be issued onto Wako, being forced to pop that Feather Storm early. However, the re-engage could be big, as Nick Cat will go down off of a nice play from Xiaoxia.
Oof, that was a little bit too deep right there. Luckily for RNG, no big objectives to take down. However, Ultra Prime are perma-pinging.
Okay, here's the equalizer. Oh, a four-man ultimate potentially from Tongyuan. Jachi's still at full HP, however, gonna get potentially collapsed upon, forced to go golden. Tongyuan and Jachi know how to do it, as Ultra Prime looking to kind of keep themselves alive in this game. Jachi picked up the kill onto one Jog. Saber comes back, and a two-man knockup from Tongyuan will secure the ace for RNG.
Everyone, welcome back Tanyuan into the game, and yet another quadra kill for Jachi's Kaisa. Teams that give this guy Kaisa should actually, I don't know, I'm not gonna say it, but Tanyuan and Jachi just got a very funny thing done right here, which could very easily just be ending the game, and RNG really needed this to keep their hopes alive of making it into that group ascent.
It was a do-or-die game. They were looking like die, but they are about to do the unthinkable here against Ultra Prime. Xiaoshu has respawned, looking to try to at least clear out the minion wave, but the Nexus is now exposed. Jachi and Tongyuan don't care about that recon. They can just go for the Nexus instead. There's one last kill as Jachi enters double figures, and RNG keep themselves alive here in Group B.
Absolute MVP performance. Jachi, you mentioned it, coming through that academy, rookie in the team. Like, what an incredible performance. And I will say, for RNG, there's been a lot of critical tongues around the organization and how long it's been since they saw some success. And I feel like for RNG to show up in that game, their fans really did need this. They really did need this. We said it was first in their hands to try and fight for that group ascent. And right here, they got game 1 out of 2 already in the bag.
You know, for so long, it was RNG. They only are able to succeed if they have the mega super team of all the superstars, right? With Zhao, who's the one kind of carrying the team on his back, but when he was gone, didn't have the same amount of success, but it looks like they have been able to figure out how to build a roster successfully here, Trouble. And it starts with their jungler Milky Way, who did not have the best early game by any stretch of the imagination, but was able to build and build and build and find some of those big ultimates at the end. And then their rookie in the bottom side, Jachi, they found a golden boy down there. He is absolutely popping off here in 2025.
Absolutely, and I feel like there were also a bunch of threats on that RNG roster. If it wasn't the Yone finding the angle, it was the Rumble. If it wasn't the Rumble, it was the Kaisa. Well, it was always the Kaisa, but it was always either the Rumble or the Yone peeling for the Kaisa to allow Jachi to get these quarter kills and the triple kills that turned the entire game around. And I feel like specifically for RNG and Milky Way, it's always a two-way street when you look at the junglers. It's like, is the jungler really not doing well, or are the lanes really not facilitating for him? Milky Way was playing a counter matchup, Vi was invading, 3 lane of priority. Like, Junhao had really that game in his hands, but it's like at the end of the day, do you rather have a 3k gold lead Vi or a 3k gold lead Kaisa? And I'll just go with the Kaisa any day.
Yeah, and for RNG, still hope for them now in this group, right? I mean, if they lost that game, they'd be guaranteed 4th, guaranteed to head into that group Nirvana where they could have been at danger of having their season end before Split 3 even begins. However, they still have life. There still is a chance that they have to, go down there into that group Nirvana, but that win over Ultra Prime definitely helping them out here. However, they have to quickly reset after that big comeback. I'm sure the emotions are running high, but they got to lock in because they're playing this next game against Anyone's Legends in just a few short minutes.
Okay, listen to me. RNG, if you're listening, do not hold back in that early game. The reason why we had RNG beat AL to begin with is because they were fist fighting the entire game. And I feel like this is how you throw really good teams with really good macro off their balance. We saw it yesterday. As well. In the game that we had, LNG versus IG. LNG just kept fist fighting IG the whole time. And it just kind of looked like LNG-esque favored game. RNG just need to just straight up do the same. This was a very slow early game for RNG. Teams like AL would never let them come back like that.
Yeah, I mean, that's been the formula for how they won, that against AL and even here against Ultra Prime, where they realized, like, wait, guys, we just need to start fighting them, right? And then maybe give themselves a chance. And it seems like the mechanical prowess on specifically players like Xiaoshu and Jachi are able to get them a lot of the way there after, what was a disastrous early game for them. I mean, I would personally, I don't know about you, I was ready to chalk it up and say like, let's go to the next one anyway. But ended up being proven wrong, and I'm very glad that that is the case, because it also means that things are still interesting here in Group B, and RNG specifically are now put in another must-win situation against AL.
Hey, listen, TT could have said the same thing, but they stopped that Sion with their last breath from hitting that Nexus, all right?
Then it didn't work out. Then you know, they
There you go.
stopped
I
it for
mean,
like 30 seconds or
True,
whatever.
they
but-
still tried. 30,000 almost damage from Shashu over on the top side of the map. And if you remember how much resources actually were put into stopping that Rumble from getting accelerated, again, having that ignite, having that extra oomph in lane to try and push that Gwen away. And I feel like that Gwen B1 needs to be studied, because we have seen it being one of the champions that is more prominent over in the LPL. However, the B1 has just not necessarily done it justice yet.
It's found good moments like the one that we're going to see right here, but I agree with you. Towards the end of that game, Wonjong was certainly cleared out by Xiaoshu in terms of the impact that he was able to have, the damage that he was able to output. As we get a look at some of these highlights here, I wanted to take a look. I wanted to call back to that gold graph that we saw in the post-match screenshot as well here, Trouble, because it was entirely blue until the last 30 seconds of the game, just proving what a comeback that really was by RNG.
Remember when it's like in solo queue, you would have a FF15, like everyone's losing the lane and was playing on the tower. You've lost 3 void grabs, you've lost the dragon, you've lost everything. Just go next, right? However, right here, I feel like RNG brought the solo queue into this game. It's like, never give up, guys. Can win. Just put it in all chat. Can win. Mute everyone and just go for the play. And that was the first play that actually turned the game around for RNG. It was Jachi securing that Atakan and seeing how RNG can actually work in a teamfight environment, pairing up all of their ultimates. But then these sort of fights came around where Junhao finds a fantastic ultimate onto Jachi, and once they shut down the Kaisa, this was the recipe for success after that for Ultra Prime.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately for them, it was just when they had the Otacon revives, I felt like they could have maybe gotten more off of that if it wasn't such a quick turnaround off of a reset from them. And we come right back here to this dragon fight where I think Tongwon, another big player here, trying to lock down Junhao and making sure that RNG secure that smite.
And that looked like such a lost fight for RNG. I'm not going to lie. The exhaust going down onto Yone as well. Shashu and Jachi held the fort. That was the defense of a century. That was, you know how they say the best defense is offense? That's exactly what happened here with Kaisa and Rumble.
I mean, when you don't have that many defensive abilities and you got the Wombo combo team fight comp, that's what you got to do. You got to just keep pressing that go button. And it ended up working out. A very close last fight. It was a 2v3 for a little bit, but Jachi and Tongwon end up coming up clutch once again. Look at that double
I just want to remind
knockout.
everyone that this fight was a complete 4 versus 5. Niket was long gone before that fight started. And you saw Ultra Prime just marching forward and pinging inhibitor towers over in the mid lane. And RNG just threw their bodies 4 versus 5. Both of these fights that were won were 4 versus 5. Maybe the key to victory is just Niket throwing his life at the very beginning and just igniting the fire in RNG.
He had some solid engages that ended up drawing a lot of pressure, and
True.
maybe the KDA didn't look that good. As we take a look at our player of the game, I feel like it could go a couple of different ways.
Surely.
But we knew it was going to be Jachi at the end.
Surely, yeah. I mean, he didn't have the biggest damage share if you look at it, because I think Rumble did majority of that damage. And you also had a lot from Tangyuan. But I feel like the reason why he gets the MVP right here is because he came in clutch in these moments. The triple kill, the quadra kill, getting that Atakan over on the top side of the map. Jachi basically, not only did he do his job, but he also kept the game alive for RNG.
RNG certainly have a rising star down there in the bottom lane, as they have kept themselves alive here in Group B. However, immediately faced with another tough task in our next matchup, as they will be going up against anyone's Legends. Hey, they beat him last time. We'll see if they can do it again and keep themselves in the mix at the top of Group B right after this. Welcome back, everybody, to LPL English, where we have gotten our 5th game of the day. Grapes in Trouble alongside you for the ride between Anyone's Legend and RNG. And all of a sudden, after that RNG win over Ultra Prime, makes this game even more interesting. Remember, this was the one game that RNG won in that first round robin here, Trouble. And I think, again, we're breezing through this. I think the draft might be ready once again. But a lot on the line here specifically for RNG.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like the caster player before said it as well. They're like, this is momentum based. RNG coming off of a huge victory where they were in a big goal deficit for the majority of the game. Let's be honest. And now they're going into a best of one that they have played before. They're the only team to have taken a game off of AL and the last team to attempt to take a second one off of them as well, as this is the last game for AL in this group stage. Same for RNG. Can RNG close this one out and go out with a bang? And then, you know, they can leave their hopes and dreams up on Ultra Prime in that last one game. However, it's still down to their own will to take that second game off of AL to keep their hopes alive.
Yeah, so the general go of things here is AL guaranteed first place already. They've already locked themselves a spot in that Ascension group. If Ultra Prime win, I believe that locks himself at least a tiebreaker. Or sorry, if RNG win, it should lock them up at tiebreaker potentially. Actually, no. It's a little complicated here with some of the tiebreakers and the head-to-head and things like that. But if RNG win, at least puts them in the running for potentially being in that tiebreaker. At the very worst, though, they should be third, which means they'll be able to play in that little bracket stage at the end of all of the groups in order to figure out who the last 2 teams into that Ascension bracket will be.
Yeah, and I feel like a really big part of RNG's success was Tangyuan in that mid lane. However, one thing that I've always talked about when it comes to Anyone's Legend is how they have this flexibility through the draft, and particularly when it comes to Flandre, I feel like he has revamped himself in terms of what he likes to play. We know him as the world champion who literally just spammed Graves all the way to a world championship back in 2019. Oh, not 2019, sorry, 2021. And look at his champion pool right now. It primarily consists of like a lot of AP champions. I'm looking at the Gallios, the Orange, the Gragas, the Aurora, Gwen, Rumble, Vladimir. Like a lot of the Maokai AP as well. A lot of the top side has been very flexible for the side of AL, and I feel like that allows for flexibility with a lot of AD junglers, Nafiri, that have popped up lately.
Yep.
Yeah, to play more AP towards the top side of the map.
And another champion that actually wasn't on that graphic is the Rumble. We played 2 games of earlier today. So going into, or sorry, the Scion, I should say. He played the last 2 games earlier today, including that really wacky sequence at the end of their last game against Thunder Talk, where he was basically unkillable in that one here. So Flandre, we'll see if the Scion gets banned by RNG this time around, because it definitely proved to be a very powerful pick. However, you know, I wonder how much AL is going to put into this one. You know, they've already locked themselves first place, and maybe they don't want to show too many of their cards. I know that Tabe likes to cook in these drafts a little bit, so this either is the chance for him to really experiment and get crazy, or to just play super stock standard, not give away any big strategies before the regular season begins.
I feel like when it comes to AL, it's either cooked or overcooked from the side of Tabe. We know how very creative he can get, and especially when you have players that are willing to play so many different champions. Like you saw Flanders champion pool, like they play so many different champions. It's very easy to sort of fall into the same trap. I think it has been the problem for G2 for many years as well over in the LEC. But I particularly wanted to bring up the draft that AL played earlier today, which I found particularly very clever. That was a B1. This is obviously not in order, but that was a B1 Varus. Usually when you have a B1 Varus getting locked in, you want to play towards either Halo Blades or Comet Varus to play for more poke and push in lane. However, a lot of the teams on red side will bunch up tanks or very tanky champions and force that Varus to go towards a more lethal tempo kind of build, like an on-hit kind of build. That's what Ultra Prime did here. They looked in Yone, Ambessa, Sejuani, and a Rakan that holds on a lot of those defensive sort of items and ultimates and abilities to force Hope to go towards that more on-hit build. It wasn't quite the case, because even though I saw AL build that tanky frontline for Hope to be able to play on-hit, Hope still went for the Comet build onto the Varus just for pure lane domination. So for AL, it's like, hey, it makes sense. This is on-hit Varus. JK, this is poke Varus, and it absolutely destroys you in lane.
Yeah, and Wako and Jasha had a tough time in that one. I know the Mel bot lane was a little bit of a cook on their own front, right? But
yeah.
didn't work out super well, as Anyone's Legends were able to have a very easy time in that one, especially with the top side that they were able to whip out there as well. Again, Flandre on that Scion, very, very powerful pickup here, as he's been able to kind of play everything, as we've been alluding to here. But for RNG, you mentioned it at the end of that last game here, Trouble, but if they want to win against a top team like AL and keep themselves in the conversation for that Ascension group, they're going to have to be very, very scrappy from minute one, because that seems to be the strategy that works for these teams.
Hey, at least one good thing that's going on for them is that they're the only team that has already picked up a win versus Anyone's Legend previously, and they did it through sheer pure fist fighting. I think if we want to talk a little bit of win conditions for RNG right here, first of all, they're coming off a momentum win versus Ultra Prime that they were in a in a goal deficit for majority of that game, and I feel like that momentum can carry through because they played like a really high intensity League of Legends for the past few team fights of that previous game, and their first game versus Anyone's Legend, they just kept throwing fists literally from minute 3-4, and that primarily has to do with that mid lane jungle duo for RNG. You need to actually make sure that you have a very potent duo and you play around it, because that was the win con when they beat Anyone's Legend before.
And last game didn't necessarily go that way, even though they were able to clutch it out at the end. The Yon Sejuani is normally a 2v2 that you were able to take advantage of because of the synergies that those two champions have within their kits, but the mid jungle here for RNG is I think I've been frozen a little bit. We're gonna hopefully get back.
It's okay. He's still there. He's just very good at standing still. He's doing this trick. Grapes is doing this trick where he's like, "Hey, look, I'm gonna stand still, but I'm still gonna talk, and people are not gonna know who's actually talking." He's Grapes. Hey, welcome back. But no, I absolutely agree with you. I feel like a lot of the times when we talk about Milky Way and how good he is in terms of like carrying a team, back when he popped up early 2024 last year, we saw more of his carry potential, the Lee Sins, the Kindred type of things. But right here, I think like he has formed a different role when it comes into the jungle, and I feel like he has to be a little bit more willing to. Oh, hello guys! He has to be a little bit more willing to actually play a little bit more selflessly, if you will, facilitating more for his lanes and then sacrifice himself, especially when you put on like a sacrificial quote-unquote Sejuani. Now, I'm going to ask production to impromptu put our groups on screen. I don't know if we do have that. So you guys do not have to look at me. It's not updated apparently, but I will tell you what. Anyone's Legends are currently sitting on a 4-1, and any other team are on a 2-3 win-loss scenario, with Ultra Prime, TT, and RNG sitting on a 2-3. So we could potentially be having tiebreakers at the end of the day. It's looking very, very promising. However, just to tell you what's at stake for this next game, Anyone's Legend have completely secured themselves a spot in Group Ascent with their previous victory. However, RNG are still fighting for their chance to get there. A win versus Anyone's Legend will be all RNG can do to make it happen, and then it's all up to Ultra Prime and TT to help RNG go through this. However, RNG will have to go through the obstacle that is Anyone's Legend, and as I heard, we are very, very close to going into the draft for the second best of one. RNG versus AL Rumble. B1 already locked in, AL on blue side, RNG on red. And what is going to be the reply? I think at this point, Jaji's Kaisa is pretty much like a Gala Kaisa type of situation, where maybe you just lock it in no matter what. You might choose to play more for heavy dive sort of compositions. However, Aurora and Yone both banned away on blue side versus Tang Yuan, and Jachi is just gonna instantly lock in that Kaisa. Talks happening with Milky Way right here. They could be looking to lock in some sort of jungle. Nafiri is gonna be taken out of the picture. So Wukong is one of the big champions. Grapes, are you here with me?
I think I'm back. I don't know what happened there. I was practicing my,
welcome back.
Like, standstill dance moves for a little bit, but I think we're back into this one. As thank you for carrying the show for a little bit. We got the draft for AL versus RNG.
Oh, thanks for being
here
back.
Right now. As yeah, I mean, walk us through what exactly has happened. I'm surprised to see this Kaisa locked in so early for Jachi. I mean, that was an R5 last game.
Right? Ooh, and actually, Hope and KL hitting them with one of the strongest 2v2 bot laners, Kalista Renata. Nico would make so much sense right here because he actually can go up against the Kalista Renata duo. And Milky Way, one of his OG champions, when he first came out back in 2024 in a tier 1 team over in the LPL, Wukong, Kindred, Lee Sin were his 3 primary champions that he would carry games with. But right here, he has a lot of setup to actually get Kai'Sa into that backline.
Yeah, and so, well, let's take a look at what the response is now. Try to face off against what, again, is another very heavy engaged composition for RNG, right? Like, Milky Way can go in. Niket, I think, has had very good Nico games throughout the group stage as well, and we all know what Jachi is able to do on this Kai'Sa. Very similar playstyle to what RNG whipped out last game. The bans are starting to come through. There's that Vi taken away. Tarzan, always a jungler that is able to make impact very early and very often, and we can see those 2 champions kind of telling that story right here.
Yeah, very important. Take a lot of those setup champions off of Tarzan. The Poppy was, of course, banned in the first 3, and now you're taking away the Vi and the Skarner. A lot of follow-up can come through those champions, and Tarzan has been an absolute smurf in terms of setting up these skirmishes and team fights later on and early on in the game for his team. So making sure that you deprive him of that. Now, RNG right here are going to have to blind pick, not first pick, rather. Either their mid or their top, and this could very easily be a flex. However, Galio is a very, very good champion to go up against the Rumble over the tops of the map. A lot of them are inherently in his kit, and he also has a lot of push to go up against the Rumble.
So it's a classic matchup we've seen up there in the top lane as that counter. We'll see what the response is here for AL. The Rise has really risen up in priority since Split 2 has begun, a champion with that semi-global, and it's going to be locked in for Shanks here on 4. Still looking for that jungler for Tarzan, as he knows he's going into that Wukong. But there's already a lot of magic damage being stacked up here for AL, so you're looking for probably some sort of AD skirmisher that can help bridge this early game here for AL.
All right, let's say it's going to be the Xin Zhao. Hear me out. Hear me out. It starts with Kata, ends with Rina. Really, really good into the Rise. Both sides of the map does not have a lot of CC to deal with it, and you got perma roam with Wukong and Galio. I know it's not going to be the case. However, Tangyuan's 2 most played champions have already been banned out in the likes of Aurora and Yone. So what is going to be the case right here? Do you want to pivot the Galio into the mid lane? I would have rather seen potentially a different champion for Tangyuan and having that Galio top. However, it's not going to be the case. It's a mid lane Galio playing that mid jungle duo together with Milky Way, potentially looking to punish Shanks on that Rise in the mid lane.
We'll see if it ends up working out. I mean, that's a typical matchup that you would play into the Rumble, right? With that Galio locked in. But it seems like with the Rise for Shanks, they want to try to match that semi-global ultimate. As soon as the Realm Warp can come in, a hero's entrance can be followed by Tangyuan to make it an even fight in one of these side lanes. And it kind of buys into that scrap mentality that we want to see RNG play with, right? Going for fights a little bit earlier than they did last time against Ultra Prime, and just really forcing AL to be on their heels, be on their toes, I guess, like just ready for anything at any given moment. And again, RNG, another situation where they really need this win in order to have their chance at locking a spot in the Ascension stage.
But I do like what AL have drafted for themselves right here, particularly in the jungle. You're looking at Tarzan. He is the facilitator in the early, mid, and late game. He has been a pivotal gear in the whole of AL machine in game in terms of creating opportunities for themselves. And Xin Zhao is an early game ganker. He's an early game invader. So the slight priority in lanes, and you bet you will be finding Tarzan in your jungle. Milky Way might also have PTSD because he found Junhao in his jungle pretty often in the previous game as well. So I would like to see an RNG that plays more selflessly. Either Milky Way sacrifices himself to try and gank for his lanes, or his lanes play for him.
I feel like I'd like to see the latter, especially with the Galio here for Tangyuan.
Very true.
If you can get this Wukong ahead, I mean, we've seen what he's been able to do on it with the lead. He's able to 1v9 games, even on a team like FPX last year, who didn't necessarily find the most success in terms of game record. This guy specifically is the reason that a lot of people were excited about RNG coming in back with the team that loaned him out last season. And we're into game to see if we have an opportunity to get themselves right back to a 3-3 record.
There's 2 Kaisas on the map, guys. Oh my god, no, there's 2 Ambessas. What is happening? I'm not gonna lie. Nico has been in the game for many, many years. I still do.
I
I
get
still go,
fooled all the
wow,
time.
when I see two champions. I'm like, what is happening in this game? And then I'm like, oh yeah, well, you know, it's a Nico classic.
I've had the instance of like, oh, why is Kai'Sa like laning in the mid lane? And I realized this
Right?
Nico like transformed to the Kai'Sa body. Yeah.
Wait,
so
they
many times.
swapped?
What is this new technology from this team? But no, it's just Nico. But here we are in this matchup here. You can already see some early aggression potentially from Flandre, trying to just spot out Milky Way. Really nice ward. We'll be able to spot him whenever he ends up going to that Raptor camp.
Flander, another AP top laner on the top side of the map. Grasp onto Shashu as well. Again, in a melee matchup, when you are playing particularly AD, Grasp is a very good weapon to stack into melee champions. I just lost my English for a second right there. Excuse me, guys. However, I would like to see how this bot lane kind of goes, because Kai'Sa is a very short-range AD carry. Jachi played under his tower for majority of the game versus Ultra Prime, and I feel like AL is a team that will not let you come back. They will not let you breathe. They will not give you the 50-50 opportunities at objectives. So I want to see how this lane will go now that you have paired it up with the Nico, which is a very untraditional pairing, if you will, with the Kai'Sa. It's just right there to create a lot more opportunities to play and poke and push up against a Kalista Renata combo.
I mean, this is one of the strongest bot lanes that we had in the LPL last season. Kyle specifically, I think, really having a standout split after being kind of a middling support in the LPL and maybe even the LCK when he was there. But as you said, like if RNG fall behind the way that they did against UP, against the reigning LPL finalists,
Oh, he's going to walk in.
it's going to be
He's
much
gonna walk
harder.
in.
It's going to be much harder for them.
Oh, Tarzan's is going to walk straight in, but Milky Way is very, very clever. This is very obvious, right? Kalista Renata bot lane is one of the strongest you literally just mentioned it, ever in the LPL. Milky Way, don't do it. Milky Way, go and grab the camps on the top side of the map. You have priority. Don't press your B button. Oh, dear.
Okay, well, he forces at least a flash out of Shanks. However, he's going to pay for it with at least that blue buff likely under threat. Tarzan actually did not take any of these camps, or at least start hitting any of them. Finally onto the Gromp, but he's a little late to this.
I think they're going to trade the blue buff potentially and the Grove right here for Tarzan, so he still managed to get something away. A lot of pressure for that AL bot lane.
Wow.
Oh, Jachi.
Handshake did connect. Looks like was forcing at least the heal and the flash. 2 summoner spells as those jungle camps were also traded. Milky Way does get his blue buff, but now has to be around the bottom side in case a dive ends up going through.
Tarzan is just one step ahead right here. The fact that he knows that his top side of the map has been untouched, he can actually take that scuttle crab, press B, get back on the map. Now Flandre's gonna pressure Shashu out of that top lane as well, so you can come back with items, take that top lane scuttle crab as well, and then continue. However, they are looking for a dive. Milky Way has come back with pretty high
knockup.
HP.
Oh, that's already first blood. Picked up here for Tarzan. It is traded 1-for-1 as Milky Way able to secure the trade. Teleport is coming in, though. That is Tongyuan looking to join the fray and make it a numbers advantage for RNG. Kyle has to flash away from that E of the Nico. And at least it is an even go of things. However, AL getting that mid-prio as well as getting that first blood.
Yeah, both junglers with a kill right there. Tarzan and Milky Way, the beneficiaries from that bot lane skirmish. Jachi dived underneath his tower, and that's exactly what we meant by AL will not forgive you being under tower. They will dive you, they will shut you down. However, the beneficiary right here is Milky Way a little bit, because she actually manages to get potentially a skull crab towards the top side of the map. None of the two have actually been taken away from either AL or RNG. Milky Way is going to stick to taking his Krugs on the top side of the map. This could potentially be in contest on the Scuttle Crabs. If you are Tarzan, you want to make your way down bot lane again as fast as possible. Jachi is not going to have flash or barrier for the time being.
Yeah, very easy target, especially pre-6 on that Kai'Sa. We'll see if Tarzan is able to get there fast enough. Also has those grubs spawning in less than a minute if they want to prioritize that instead. If we still see Milky Way hovering around here, try to see if Hope gets caught out. Looks like instead, or sorry, yeah, gonna head back to base and then start over.
As you see, Tarzan grabbing the Skull Crab on the top side of the map, heading straight towards the bot side. Sorry. We'll start with his Raptors. He does have entrance in the river if he wants that. As the duo is no longer in that bot lane for RNG, and Hope and KL will be pressuring out that wave. Tarzan will now spot potentially the Scuttle Crab in this area, and Nico will spot Tarzan as well, but this is not going to change what's going to happen. Double Scuttle right here for AL, and a great start, a great early game, about 1,000 gold up. Well, 600 right there, right now. But they're looking again to deprive Jachi. One dry plating already gone.
Yeah, we saw, again, RNG be in a situation like this last game. However, might be a little bit harder to come back against a team like Anyone's Legends, who have been so dominant early on in this season, other than that one loss to RNG. But I will say their early game was a little bit worse than in that matchup than they're facing right now. Already up 800 gold, as you said, 600 gold or so. They're going to get their opportunity to hit onto this Hextech Dragon. Looks like Milky Way is aware of it, though, and is going to trade for the grubs on the top side.
Yeah, and Milky Way will be on vision, so they are aware of what's happening right here. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Tarzan actually beeline through that mid lane. The TP will also come through from Flandre with his first back as well. However, I think the Void Grabs might already be long gone, so Tarzan's just actually going to look towards the bottom of the map, place a ward over in the Tri-Brush. You see, KL and Hope have absolute dominance over the bottom of the map, and is to be expected, especially when you draft for Renata Kalista.
Especially with Tarzan spending so much time down here as well, right? Looking for another potential dive on the bottom lane.
No
Jachi
flash.
still doesn't have his flash, although the barrier is back up. We'll see who starts the initial engage. It looks like it's going to be Tarzan dashing forward first when becomes lightning, and the knockup does connect. There's the Fate Shield as well. Really nicely timed from Hope as they juggle the turret aggro perfectly, and that results in Jachi going down without a flash. Now, in the bottom side as well, looks like the knockup onto Shanks connects, and at least Zhao Shu able to get one back.
Hold up, there's so many question marks right here. Why is Shanks at Milky Way's blue buff at that point? I think he was trying to look maybe to join the fight down bot lane if Tangyuan joined with the Galio. However, wasn't quite in range. Yet another great, very great executed dive, as you mentioned as well, from the side of AL. And this time the kill does go onto Hope's Kalista, pulling now 600 gold up. Very, very close to that Blade of the Ruin King. The swap is going to come through from the side of AL, putting that bot towards the tops of the map, mirroring Janchi.
Yeah, and I guess the reason that Zhao Shu was there to pick up that kill onto Shanks in the first place is because it looked like RNG wanted to get the hell out of that bottom lane matchup because it was not working too well for them after that dive. But it looks like AL going to just immediately match them up here. Nice teleport from Flandre to at least make sure that he doesn't lose too much on that bottom side as well. So AL still slight gold lead at this point. A lot of it is focused on that bottom side, though, as the rest of the map doing okay if you're an RNG fan.
And Milky Way just now hitting that level 6. This is the difference between the Xin Zhao and the Wukong. They're pretty much like quote-unquote kind of the same champion. They both do the same thing. However, Wukong really does rely, especially when you don't have a lot of setup in your lanes, for that level 6 Cyclone to actually get that CC down, to get the targets to stick. And RNG are looking to fight for that Scuttle Crab.
It looks like they're not going to be able to do too much, though, around it. Tarzan, very, very powerful here, smites that one away. And especially with the bot lane prio going AL's way in addition to that, makes it even more difficult to try to find any sort of skirmish here. So RNG, they're going to have to play the right cards, not just any card right now, because I think if they go for a fight against this Kalista Renata, it's going to be very tough for them to win.
Yeah, however, it's a little worrying sort of falling behind a team like AL, who played the map so beautifully, specifically when you have a Kalista that's actually pulling ahead of the curve right here, getting that Blade of the Ruin King. You can actually pin around the map, take her towards objectives, secure the objective. So it's going to be a very tough task for RNG, who, luckily for them, they have managed to secure these 3 Void Grabs over the Dragon, the handshake on the first neutral objective spawn, if you will. And I feel like RNG just want to stall for Janchi to get his 2 to 3 items, because they know and trust that when his Kai'Sa is locked in with 3 items, he can really turn fights around.
They've just clipped the 10-minute point of this game. Hey, it's a better early start for RNG than their last game against Ultra Prime, right? It's only a 500 gold deficit. So we're winning there. And again, I think we just have to remember what this RNG team is capable of doing in these team fights with this similarly structured composition, right, Trouble? With Jachi on the Kai'Sa, he's been able to pop off in these 5v5s, even though he's had a tough time in this lane so far. And I really like the setup of the Wukong Galio as well. You can throw that ultimate Cyclone forward and then have Tangyuan dash right on top of it. It buys so much space and allows for a really nice engage.
And I feel like right here, what's very, very important, other than the engage, is the item completions. Sundered Sky completed. Blade of the Ruin King completed. AL actually looking strong on that first reset. And the second set of Void Grabs is spawning in just about 10 minutes. Hope has already made his way up top to the and KL has already started placing a little bit of deep vision behind that Void Grab's pit. You definitely want to be taking away at least one Void Grab to not give that extra take on the feats of strength are there for the neutral objectives. Very importantly, Kraken Slayer also completed for Janchi on the other side, as well as Eclipse for Shashu, who does have the TP. He's going to expend it towards that bottom of the map. And if you look on your minimaps right now, Flandre is on his way towards that mid lane. Could potentially be looking for a 4 versus 5 in favor of AL.
Yeah, so no opportunity for RNG to fight a 5v5 around these grubs, as you mentioned. So looks like Tarzan should be able to at least even things up at 3-3 in that department, and maybe even look for more, as Niket might be caught out a little bit here. Nice dodge away from the handshake, and he's going to be able to get a nice chunk onto Hope to prevent any further retaliation. But it is the top side right now, dominated by AL. The Dragon, though, has just spawned, and we'll see what RNG want to do around there.
Oh, how good are you at math? How good are you at math, AL? There is an extra creep right there. He knows. KL instantly
Oh boy,
knows.
an extra melee minion? It must be my lucky day.
Yeah, the spacing actually looked a little bit off from Niket. He's going to have to work on his geometry just a little bit on where to stand if he wants to become a melee minion. And KL read straight through that. You saw Milky Way waiting just about around as well. And this is what AL are going to have to deal with for the rest of the game, right? They're going to have to actually count their creeps as Tangyun takes a huge chunk of damage from that Rumble.
And now Tarzan here as well. Oh man, the overheated Flame Spitter just does so much, even to the champion that's supposed to counter him. Taunt comes out, shield Duran, but Tarzan's going to be able to match it very nicely with a dash forward and force the flash out of the Galio. That is now priority on the bottom half of the map for AL, as the Dragon is still available. Milky Way, though, going to try to maybe do something about it as he spots the Jin Sao out. However, he is still very outnumbered because none of his teammates are here just yet.
Yeah, and if you look on the tops of the map, Shanks can join, has TP. However, Janchi is also pinned on the tops of the map. Dragon has already spawned, and Kaisa is still on the top side. So I feel like for RNG, this is another hands-off for that neutral objective. Give it over to AL. Now, I'm not going to lie to you, Grapes. This is a little bit scary when you give so much stuff over to AL.
Yeah.
Because they actually know how to capitalize in the later on fights. They do not take necessarily a lot of 50-50s. So given all this ease of execution in the early neutral objectives is going to be a little bit scary. Tangyuan is around, maybe the 50-50. Oh my god, the legend! The legend!
That's against a Callista. You just yoinked that away.
The legend! The legend that is Milky Way doesn't need a team. Leave the Kaisa top lane, get her on a reset, who cares? Just 50-50 that. Okay.
TY for leash. Type that in all chat at the end, right?
Exactly.
I mean,
thank you,
oh
yeah.
my goodness.
Respect.
He just popped out of vision from that bush, pressed the D button, walked away. No
I
other
don't think he even
questions
popped
asked.
out of vision. I think he W'd. Did he?
I mean, maybe that's actually right, because if he was invisible, that would have been pretty hard for him
That
to
would
figure
be even
that
fun.
out.
It's like, wait, who stole that? Who took it? We didn't see anyone.
Wait, Tarzan, you smited that, right?
We'll
let's
have a
kind of look.
replay. Oh, he got wait, he didn't get spotted. Hold up. Show us. He did
No, he
pop out of
didn't
vision,
even
you're
W.
right. The Giga Chad just walks up, smites, leaves, refuses to elaborate. Okay.
And that's against
Okay.
Tarzan, too, right? Like, one of the best junglers that we have in the LPL. I feel like he's known for
Okay.
being clutch in these moments.
Hey, listen. In 2024, Tarzan was known to not have a smite button, though, in those 50-50s.
Okay.
So, it's not the hardest thing, apparently, to steal a neutral objective of Tarzan. Okay,
that was
Shanks.
that was the Giga Chad. We might look for another one here. Shanks flashes away from the taunt of Tangyuan. So another nice attempt at a play, although it's not going to result in too much. As on the other side of the map, Jashu and Niket force back, giving Flandre a lot of time on that bot tier 1.
Yeah, and I just want to mention also that Janchi has been freed a little bit to play. Hope.
Oh, we got our requisite 1v1 potentially. Jachi always goes for it around this time of the game. However, Hope's able to use the barrier and dash his way out.
So that is a flash down on the rise and a barrier down onto Hope's Callista. The TP is being pulled on the bottom of the map. The Galio's arriving.
Oh Wow, Kyle already getting locked down here. Equalizer comes above from Flandre. However, will it be enough? Hero's Entrance comes out alongside the Public Execution, and that's an overheated Rumble getting taunted up by the Galio and taken down. RNG winning the team fight. They've already gotten themselves 3. And now Shanks on the run, going to try to jump into the Realm Warp, but Tongyuan's going to match it. Land that shield of Duran, the Justice Punch, knock him all which ways, and allow for Milky Way to finish the triple kill.
What a fantastic play from RNG. We requested that they play more aggressive earlier on in the game from the previous one we just saw, and that's exactly what they do. They hit the item breakpoints, Trinity Force, level 6 from Milky Way, does have the ultimate, sets up beautifully, and a great flank TP from Tangyuan. Let's watch this one more time. Look at the bot side of your screens. The TP from Galio all the way to the bot side, and when you pin people in that tri-brush of death, that Galio ult was absolutely deadly. A great setup from Shashu to pin down the Rumble as well. And as you see, Tangyuan right here is going to start to walk away because Shang's going to use his teleport to escape. But Tangyuan will be there to capitalize onto that. 4 kills going over to RNG. And if it depended on their shoulders to take that victory, RNG are in a pretty good way to get there.
And as we talked about, Trouble, fighting around these little skirmish points whenever it's possible in a 5v5 situation is how you take down a Titan like Anyone's Legends, who made it to the LPL Finals just a couple of months ago for RNG's sake. Again, if they win this game, it creates a lot of chaos in this group. It makes the Ultra Prime versus Thunder Talk matchup we're about to have next even more important for all parties involved. As, you know, they could do it here, Trouble. Like, if you're RNG, taking 2 games off of AL, that is certainly a confidence builder, even if it doesn't mean you immediately end up in that Ascension group.
AL came into this group to establish dominance, to show how they're back and how they've evolved from the LPL Finals from Split 1. And RNG, back to back, if they can pull the win right here, will be the only team in this group that has been able to consistently beat AL in their own game. Now, of course, there is immense scaling with the Rise and the Rumble, and Hope is very close to his second item as well onto that Kalista. However, a 2-item Ambessa. Shashu had an incredible performance on the Rumble in our previous game, and let's see if he can have the same impact with the Ambessa here.
Maybe fighting around mid. Handshake lands on a Milky Way. However, the matchup for the Pop Blossom actually gets knocked away from him by Tarzan with a really nicely timed Crescent Guard. So that's a couple of ultimates being blown without much being traded in terms of kills. That Dragon, though, spawning in 15 seconds, and a couple of key ultis will be down for that.
I would say this is a pretty good trade right here for RNG because Zinza ult and Renata ult together. Oh, equalizer.
Oh, hold on, Niket just gets caught out here. Really nicely done by Flandre to land that equalizer. However, the matchup is going to get it sniped away as Kaya will go down in response. It's both supports out of the picture. It's a 4v4 opening up now on the map. Xiaoshu playing very aggressive here, but not wanting to go too far forward. As it's still an even fight, all things considered. Remember, no equalizer, no Crescent Guard available here for AL. It means that RNG can actually be very aggressive right here.
Absolutely. They've got the Cyclone as well onto Wukong. Reminder, this is a very good weapon to get Galio and Kaisa into these key targets that Milky Way engages upon. Niket has now respawned on the map. Does have his heal available to defend himself. And RNG are just going to walk into this river. I wanted to start the Dragon and play a little bit more aggressively right here. Very key ultimates are still missing from AL. Since I will just have his defensive ultimate up and available very, very soon. 12 seconds. Can you make it work?
Okay, both supports rejoining the party now as the Dragon's already at half HP. I don't know if AL really want to contest this right now. They are not going very far forward. Tarzan's going to have to get in there soon if he wants to try to go for another flip. It went Milky Way's way last time. Will it happen again? For this third Dragon of the game, 3,500. They are stalling things out. Teleport coming in. It's going to be a teleport from Flandre just to try to get some priority in the mid lane, but the Dragon has been seeded. But now Milky Way could be caught out. When becomes Lightning does not connect. And that is enough, at least for the disengage to begin. Mid-tier 1, now the target for Anyone's Legends, and they'll pick it up with ease.
Yeah, that is actually a huge pickup right here from AL. Oh, the equalizer.
Is that going to be
RNG.
anything more than just the ultimate for some poke? It looks like, yes, Niket lands a 3-man Pop Blossom, but he will get bursted down. A really nice Renata ultimate finds 2, and it should result in Xiaoshu falling. Kael over the wall with the Fate's Call as well. Very aggressive from AL, but it will result in them getting 2 kills.
RNG got a little bit dizzy. They took the
Yeah.
Dragon, then they tried to find their way back in, but Cyclone wasn't available for Milky Way, so they couldn't really have an engage or a disengage. They got caught in their jungle in a choke point. Flander finds the angle for a fantastic equalizer. And right now, AL, not only did they take that mid lane tier 1, they grab a couple of kills off the back of that, and Ruinous Atakan as well. And as you will see, they see that Niket is a little bit too far forward. They throw down the equalizer for a slow, and that was a great Nico ult, but that was followed up by Renata defensive ult. Pins down Shashu as well with a lot of CC, and the follow-up comes through from AL to take 2 kills for themselves. And this is what we're saying, that it's never over until it's over versus AL. RNG have pulled ahead in kills, but the gold lead still does belong to AL because they play the map so well.
Hey, you know what happened the last time these two teams played as well? It wasn't just RNG dominating every team fight. They dropped a couple as well as AL, another team with just incredible hands. But I think if you're RNG, you can't let that demotivate you at all. You got to just keep putting on the pressure, keep going for these fights, because that is what's worked for you so far. However, the Otacon going over means a lot more damage in terms of those blood petals, a lot of experience gained towards anyone's legends. Their gold lead of about 1,000, it's actually going to be a little bit more in terms of just projected power, because of that objective that went over to them.
Let's look now. Coming off of the base. 2 items completed, very importantly for Janchi. Does have that Rage Blade in the bag. 2 items for that Kalista too, as well as the Rise on the other side. AL carries are absolutely fully stacked on that 2-item spike, particularly for the Rise as well. When you have those 2 sort of stacking items is when the Rise starts coming online. But very importantly, Black Cleaver for both the Wukong and the Sensao. You've got 2 targets that this will benefit massively on the side of RNG, the Ambessa, as well as the Kaisa, who do benefit from that armor pen coming through from the Wukong. And Milky Way yet to die with a bounty on his head, looking to potentially find another opening for an RNG winning team fight.
Question is, when will that be? As there's no major objective spawning for the next 2 minutes or so. However, AL still very, very willing to go aggressive here, play the vision game, as they have dominated the top side of the map for the moment. RNG ceding control at this time, as now the tier 1 turret up there could be a target. Xiaoshu has his teleport, but right now he's at the bottom side, which means the numbers advantage goes in favor of our blue squad for now.
AL wrapping around, trying to look potentially for a punish, but they do know that RNG is around. 1.5 minutes until the next dragon, and I'm looking at the bot side of the map. Shashu is left all alone on his own devices. They will potentially trade top lane and bot lane turrets right here, and it's exactly what's going to happen. However, this will result in nothing else. This is literally it. Slowly but surely chipping away the map. I was like looking, I'm like, surely there's something to take more on the map. There isn't. They'll just take the towers, go back, cash in on a bunch of that gold, grab a few control wards for the next dragon. 1 minute is usually the timer where you want to be seeing teams starting to set up for dragon. And so far, there are a few wards around the red side for RNG, but primarily they're all defensive. I would love to see some put in the backside of the pit for potentially Shashu to get a nice flank TP for himself.
Yeah, I mean, if that Ambessa can get into the backline, combine that with the Galio ultimate, like, that is a great recipe for success if you are RNG. However, it seems like every single time we look at this mid lane, it's AL pushing the wave underneath the tower of RNG and Jachi forced to clean things up. Like, they are really dominating the vision game, seemingly feeling like they are more than just 1,000 gold up, like that, like top of your scoreboard would suggest. I think a part of that is also the fact that Milky Way was on the top side of the map until right now. They're going to be late on this reset, and that means that AL had a lot of time to know exactly where RNG are standing in terms of vision.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like AL is one of those teams that they are really quick on the map. When they see especially 3 members on the top side of the map, they will move into Milky Way's bot quadrant and set down vision, and that is very important because this is how you can get all those flank TPs that we mentioned prior. Oh, the equalizer actually burned from Flander, but reminder, if you were a watcher last game, that Shish is already off of cooldown almost. Halfway already gone for Flandre. Drake is going to be up, but due to the nature that you mentioned of RNG being late to the objective, they will not have the setup right there, so they would rather not take the 50-50 and play potentially set up some vision on the tops of the map and take that top lane tier 1 for themselves.
So instead of it being RNG, you know, going for a fight whenever it's possible, it's actually a couple of moments over these last couple of minutes of them deciding to play a little bit back, trying to scale up a little bit more. Maybe they're waiting for that Nashers to be completed from Jachi, for another item to be picked up by Tongyuan or the like, before they go for a sort of 5v5 that could make or break their spot in this Group B of the LPL. Again, just the added pressure of knowing that you could potentially be sent down into that Nirvana group instantly. If you lose here, it could be very, very worrisome here for an organization as storied as RNG, right? Like they're typically known for performing very, very well in this league. And even though that hasn't necessarily been the case over the past year or so, very promising roster that they want to make sure keeps that momentum going. But right now, maybe in danger, as AL have really just had the upper hand of things as of late.
Absolutely. And very importantly, right here, Shanks TPing in to try and clear vision around Baron, has the Seeker's arm guard, which is very, very important. Can have Shanks play a little bit more aggressive onto these Ryze. A very short range machine gun mage, if you will, that actually, if you walk too close to the sun, you can get burned with some champions like the Wukong or the Galio being around. So that Seeker's arm guard could come clutch for the next fights to come. And AL are bunching up around that Baron, but I don't think they necessarily want to do the Baron. I think it's more about baiting RNG onto a bad decision-making moment so they can re-engage onto them. RNG, their responsibility right here is to pressure the waves on the bot lane and the top side of the map and just set soft vision around the Baron. There is a ward at the very back of the pit, as you can see, that control ward has not spotted out, if I'm not wrong. So they do have full control on whether this Baron is being taken down or not.
And we just had that 3-item power spike hit for Jachi.
Oh,
that
it's
might
disabled.
be the target for RNG to try to go for this fight. As the Baron has been started up for AL. Keeping an eye on Tarzan, try to land that smite. It's already down
fast.
to half HP. Milky Way is in the area though. Has flash, has the dash, has every opportunity to try to make this a flip. Equalizer comes out. Here comes Milky Way, and the engage is huge. A 4-man pop. Blossom of the Baron is secured by AL. Hero's entrance goes on top. Xiaoshu looking to join the party, already 2 for nothing. And Jachi is able to rip apart the back line. Already 4 kills. They're looking for the 5th, but Flandre is able to escape. It's the Baron going over to AL, but the team fight in favor of RNG.
5 members of AL entered. 1 comes out alive with a Baron buff to tell the tale, and it is Flandre. RNG. What a fantastic wombo combo found again from the side of Milky Way, and you can see how those very short-range champions, the Rumble, the Ryze, the Kalista, really do struggle into that heavy engage that RNG have drafted for themselves. Baron going over to AL, but it is RNG taking 3 towers and 4 kills in return.
And it's another beautiful engage from Niket as well. We take another look at this replay. Milky Way doesn't get the smite, but it doesn't matter because of how well this team fight was executed afterwards.
Wow. That was the knock-up from Wukong, the knock-up from Nico, the second knock-up from Wukong coming through as well, and Galio right on top of that. That is some very, very well-layered CC from the side of RNG, not even given the chance to flash from the side of AL. Tarzan has flash, Hope has flash. They were just not given the chance. And a reminder right here, knockups are not reduced by tenacity, and if you look on the side of RNG, I think they have 4 within the team.
A lot of them.
Yeah.
Put them in the trampoline park, right? And it's just like very difficult, regardless of the situation, for anyone's Legends to do anything. If you get hit by any of these ultimates from RNG, who now have themselves a gold lead despite the Baron going over to AL. You look at that Baron power play on the top left of your screen. Minus 2,000. It hasn't gone too well since they landed that smite.
Hey, Flandre is just chilling, being right. It was a winning play, right? I still have Baron, guys. Well, goes back to base, grabs his hourglass, 100 gold up, like chilling for Flandre. Like, this was a winning play for him. But all jokes aside, that is an hourglass that was completed for Flandre, and he has been a primary carry for AL. 2-1-2 on this Rumble right now, and he really needs to start picking up steam. He will be chilling towards the top side of the map, but this is a dragon coming down in 30 seconds. It will be slow point for each team that secures that. Flandre will push that top lane wave, resets with the Baron buff as well. Quick reset, TP straight into that mid lane, and let's see if AL can actually make a play happen here.
Oh, I mean, Niket doesn't time the stun right with those Tangle Barbs, so Flandre will be able to get out scot-free. Dragon up in 13 seconds. And it looks like AL going to, again, generate that mid lane priority. Instead of going for the flip, they might instead just try to lock down this tier 2. Remember, Flandre still has that Baron buff for another 10 seconds. It will allow for that turret to go down. They could even look for a second.
Oh, surely not. Surely not. Surely you're not taking it Himera Tower as RNG are securing the 3rd dragon of the game. AL What a fantastic quick macro play on the map. Let's see if RNG can actually find some sort of flank. It's not going to be the case. Milky Way, Janchi, and Jachi are actually going to press their B buttons. Now Milky Way is pinging towards the bot side of the map. The second they see him on the bot wave, they're surely going to go for the inhibitor itself.
Okay, instead going for a flank, Tarzan dashes forward. Niket able to use the rocket belt to escape. And now here comes Milky Way. He was biding his time. He's in full vision, but it would still be a massive flank for RNG if he's able to find it. The Wukong is hunting. He's hungry. He's looking for hope. The knockup doesn't connect on the first try, but the public execution will. On to Tarzan, and the Jin Zhao's already down. Niket not able to do much with the Pop Blossom. Taunted up is Flandre, and the overheated Rumble will likely go down with the Justice Punch connecting. Flandre will go golden. However, Kyle and Hope are still very strong. Flandre will get the bailout, but will finally fall in response. A 3-man taunt from Tong Yuan might be enough here for RNG. Shanks will die, but look at Hope. He's still full HP. He lands the spear, and there's not enough damage on RNG to let the Callista live.
What an incredible play by Flandre. 3 members burning down on that flamethrower while he's sitting in Zonias, sitting in stasis right there. What a fantastic play overall by AL, and this is why they're one of the best teams in the LPL right now. The quick thinking of pressuring that mid lane tower because they didn't have the setup to move into the Dragon. They didn't have the push waves. However, they used that one Baron buff that they had to push that mid lane. And look at that defense right here. They do see Milky Way. However, Flandre is going to move forward away from the Galliol landing, and not a lot of that CC was piled up perfectly like we saw in the previous fight. The Pop Blossom will find no one, and just look at Flandre overheating, and then he comes out of the overheat, throws his flamethrower, and instantly goes into Zonias, burning 4 members of RNG who are just sitting around getting absolutely toasted in this oven.
And then I guess the bailout to live even longer than that. I will say a lot of RNG's initial engage tools didn't land onto Hope. And you can see how hard he was able to carry the back end of that fight after Flandre did a bunch of the dirty work. Flashing forward to take down Jachi as well. And things could have gotten a lot worse for them if any of those spells landed onto Callista.
That was an 800 gold shutdown that Flandre took off of that as well. Straight into Magic Pen. Blighting Jewel, if I'm not wrong, in his inventory. On the other side, though, for RNG, 5-1-5 from Shashu, 1-0-12 for Tangyuan on that Galio. And I will say, we asked for the solo lanes of RNG to step up to help Milky Way, and they absolutely have in those 2 games. Back-to-back, RNG carrying the momentum over their Ultra Prime game and now having complete control around this Baron pit. AL are going to have to try and find a way to enter because they don't necessarily have any tanky member to be able to face check that, and there's so much CC on the side of RNG. If you face check the wrong bush, you die.
Once one ultimate comes out, the rest can follow here for RNG. So many engaged tools at their disposal that can be stacked on top of each other. And now it is them with priority over the topside river with the Baron buff spawning and now available for the taking once again. Jachi has that upgraded W, so he'll be able to issue a ton of long-range poke to prevent from AL getting anywhere close to the pit.
And I really love what they're doing right there, using that Nico. Jachi throws the W through the Fog of War, and then Niket walks up forward from that brush, sort of giving the illusion that this was actually the Kai'Sa that was throwing the W. It's not quite the case. It has been 2 Kai'Sas on the map for the longest time ever right here for Niket, trying to find his Pop Blossoms, distinguishing himself as someone else, and Tarzan trying to slowly but surely chip some vision for the side of AEL, trying to figure out if that Baron is going to go down. RNG have been depriving AL of a vision, but they haven't necessarily even been starting the Baron either. I think RNG is just looking for an angle to get an engage in.
Yeah, because the engage is where they thrive. It's not necessarily in the macro play. So far, AL have been better in that regard, but RNG have won those last 2 team fights, and that's all that matters right now. Realm Warp is coming out, but it's just a bit of a bait, as it might have tried to force RNG a little bit too far forward. But without that ultimate, it means that now Milky Way and Jachi will start the Baron.
Absolutely, AL are not going to have to find a way to get in there. Tarzan, space check-in.
Shanks gets rooted, but nobody wants to follow up on that. Public execution was available from Xiaoshu, but there's a lot of defensive tools available on that rise. It's been very difficult to take him down. 35 minutes into this game, and even though Trouble, RNG have won the last couple of team fights, AL knows that they just need one to take control of this game.
And here comes where the dance begins, Grapes. 10 seconds for the dragon is going to be soul for RNG. And of course, a mountain soul with 3 mountain dragons in the bag is going to be such huge shield, big defenses for RNG. Great if you're playing against an uber-fed Rumble and a Rise that's been scaling towards that late game. And Tarzan is going to stick around, but he is pretty lonely right now. His team is pressuring that mid lane wave.
Oh.
Milky Way, can you take that 50-50 one more time?
Big
we
poke,
got to
big
back line.
engage. Look at the ultimate here from Milky Way. It lands on Hope as well. Combined with that pop blossom might be enough. Hope still doing a lot of damage and not going down just yet. And Niket is the first casualty in the fight. But AL have gotten one back onto Milky Way. It is so far a 2-for-1. A 4v3 opened up on the map for anyone's Legends as Hope refuses to go down. He has turned into a monster here in this game.
If RNG do not stack their CC correctly, AL get out. And that's exactly what happened right here. It's so important for AL to not group up too much as they enter those neutral objectives. And AL were able to actually secure that teamfight victory, take away Soul from RNG, put themselves on Soul point, and threaten the Baron. There is no Milky Way around for another 20 seconds, so it's not just 13, it's just straight up taking it away. No smites available, so we could potentially see a steal right
man.
here.
Okay. They spotted it out.
Tangyuan?
Again,
Tangyuan?
numbers advantage here for AL. Here comes Tangyuan, only landing the taunt onto one, and the Ren will secure the Baron and another kill onto the Galio. It was a valiant effort, but knowing that the Kalista had the Ren to secure the objective, maybe a little bit too aggressive for RNG as they now find themselves in a deficit as we take a look back at this fight.
Yeah, let's watch this one more time. Tarzan right here has the GA, and Milky Way does find the backline, but look how far away Niket
Oh, it
is.
gets
And
canceled.
oh! Shanks stops the Galio entrance from coming in, and that was the difference maker for this one. Tarzan also earned so much time for AL with that GA, going straight back in. Thunder misclicks his hourglass right there, doesn't even need to click it at this point. And what a fantastic find. Thank you so much, Observer. Shanks stopping the entrance from Tangyuan was huge.
Yeah, and Shanks has had a bit of a quiet game so far, but he's all of a sudden like very, very strong in this game and providing some very important utility in these fights as well. You know, the Realm Warp to get over to the Baron quicker after the fight was already won, and then the Brain to just go and stop Tangyuan from issuing that hero's entrance. That would have certainly meant Hope would die, but a really nicely timed route means that that is not the case, and now AL have the Baron for another 3 or 4 waves and try to break open an inhibitor at this point.
And I want you to very closely look at items as well. Hourglass, GA, Hourglass, GA. Who do you dive? How does Jachi press R and not end up in a very sticky situation where somebody goes into stasis from the side of AL? Now, this is a very tough cookie to crumble for RNG. They need to try and find targets that they can take down. The only one available right now is Tarzan, missing his GA for the time being. Can RNG pile up their CC properly to take AL down?
And there's not a lot of wave clear available for RNG, so it means that that tier 3 will fall. Now the inhibitor in the bottom lane could be the target. Niket throwing out that clone of the Wukong to at least make them a little bit worried. And it looks like that's the second inhibitor falling in favor of anyone's Legend. They have a big advantage over the map right now, although the gold is still only about 3,000, and there's still a lot of firepower on this RNG composition. The trouble is they have not found the engages that they've been looking for.
Yeah, and I feel like Milky Way really does need his flash together with Niket. If these two can pile up the knockups, this is what doesn't get reduced by tenacity. So AL cannot necessarily evade them if they do not have their flashes available. And if you look on both the portraits, Milky Way's and Niket's flashes will come up before Shanks and before Hope. So if you can manage to find those two very key targets with the engage, this could very well be an RNG win into a straight up take that mid lane wave all the way to victory.
There's one last inhibitor left. Only 10 seconds on this Baron buff, so this is the last opportunity that they'll have with the empowered minions. Equalizer comes out as Flandre knows that they can try to pressure out RNG and claim this final inhibitor tier 3 turret. But RNG could have the opportunity to go for a re-engage. Milky Way was looking aggressively, but AL know better and will back out.
That is going to be a very empty base. Only one inhibitor left for RNG. They need to constantly defend a minute and 15 seconds around for the next dragon. This is going to be Soul for both of these teams right here. And RNG need to figure out a way to get out of base because the super minions will constantly be pushing over in the bot lane and mid lane for AL. More item completions coming through. 4 items for the Rise right now. 4 items and a needed large rod for Flandre's Rumble, who has done absolute miracles to turn fights around. Flandre is such a pivotal player for AL this game. A 4,000 gold lead for AL, but this is as close as ever. With RNG having one more fight into their pocket, can they find the key targets?
It's going to probably be around this dragon. It's actually going to be sold for either team, depending on who picks it up. That's very big, especially specifically for AL, who right now are at risk of getting Kaisa W to Oblivion. That Mountain Soul going to help them a ton in that regard. Niket in a little bit of trouble here. Just gets knocked up. Not even going to use the Summoner Spell until maybe too late. He's only at 400 HP. Equalizer over it, and he back too early. Caught window shopping, and Flandre will make it a 4v5 on the map.
That was so greedy. You knew you were getting wrapped around both sides of this Wolf's Pit. There should have been an early flash coming through from Niket. Wasn't quite the case. And also, he does take away a lot of that threat of the re-engage together with the Wukong when you have that Nico. Now that is a triple Mountain Soul for AL. If the double GAs, the Bloodthirster, the double Hourglasses were not enough defenses, surely this is it. And RNG's hopes for the Wombo combo are slowly shattering as all those minions are entering their base. I feel like they're going to really want to hope for that huge Wombo combo that could potentially catch anyone off guard from AL to take him down, but it's just become really difficult.
And soon to be all 3 inhibitors down, most likely, as RNG really turtled into their base right now. We're going to try to find an engage. Flash away from Hope to make sure that knockup doesn't connect, but the Pop Blossom will. Hope still, though, untouched on this backline, and anyone's Legends just ripping apart RNG at the moment. Milky will fall. The knockup connects onto Jachi, and the Kai'Sa will not be the savior of Royal Never Give Up this game. It is going to be anyone's Legends with a clean ace as they head towards the base and finish off the group stage at 5-1.
Fool them once, shame on you. Fool them twice, shame on them. It's not going to be the case. AL clean out this game. They proved that it was a fluke that they lost to RNG the first time around. RNG made it as hard as possible, but I feel like AL, they were so clever. Once the correct items came through, the double Hourglass, the double Zonias as well, like there were just no targets that you could freely engage and 100-0 them that quickly. RNG did not close out the series fast enough. They let a lot of dragons go over to anyone's Legend by getting caught around the map, and they just couldn't capitalize before those big items came through.
Yeah, still some promise overall for RNG. Like, the fact that they won some of those team fights early on was very, very impressive, but not enough for them to win this game against, again, one of the most dominant teams that we have here in the LPL. And what that means is that, again, their fate not necessarily in their hands. There's a chance that they could play a tiebreaker match for that 3rd place, which would let them be in that little mix of the brackets after the group stage is done. But that is not guaranteed, and it definitely depends on the result of this next game, Ultra Prime versus Thunder Talk, which is going to be very, very important.
Oh yeah, a lot of teams are now sitting on 2 wins. Literally, all 3 teams except from AL are sitting on a 2-3 and 2-4 right now for RNG as well. So the next game is going to be very, very important. Making it onto that group ascent is going to be of pivotal importance if you want to play with the big dogs and have a chance to prove yourself. And I think TT and Ultra Prime have done themselves justice through that group. However, for RNG, what a sad end to this particular game. I felt like the momentum was sort of carrying over, if you will, from their Ultra Prime series, and they did have the tools. They played for that fist fight. We want them to play for the fist fight, and they did play for the fist fight. But getting caught, AL are just gonna instantly punish you. They took too many towers. They took too long to finish the game, and AL just had all the answers with their itemization.
And you mentioned it yesterday when LNG played the similar strategy against Invictus Gaming, where they just repeatedly went for these fights. Unfortunately, not enough at the end of the day. Sometimes the better team does win in those hands checks. Sometimes, and it looks like that happened here. And a big shout out, I think, to Flandre on the Rumble.
Oh yeah,
who did so much in terms of impact in those team fights, zone control with the equalizer. I mean, obviously this guy's so familiar on this champion as he's been playing it for many years at this point. But it's very cool to see it in full display and in full action against a team like RNG.
Absolutely. I feel like particularly there was one fight where he just about presses his flamethrower as he's about to go into stasis, and literally in the last millisecond before that Hourglass comes through, he just turns direction and burns 4 members as he sits into stasis on that Hourglass. And these are literally the small moments, the small details, if you will, of those plays that can turn a whole team fight from a losing play to an ultra winning play. It allowed Hope to gain a lot of momentum in this particular fight to take away all the HP bars from the side of RNG. Again, a little bit late for RNG to wake up right here, but they can still make their way up from that group Nirvana.
And honestly, even if they don't, I feel like I'm confident enough in this team that they'll at least have a chance to make it out of that group Nirvana if they get there, the way that they're playing right now. Surely, there's a lot of good teams in the LPL, but you just have to be not bottom 2 in order to avoid that elimination and to prevent yourself from, being eliminated fully for Split 3.
Surely.
I feel like that's such a cutthroat format. I mean, surely. The way that they're playing right now, the fact that they took 2 games against 2 different opponents, that has to mean something in some capacity. I feel like RNG was a team that even in split number 1, like, had a tough go of things just because of the group that they were in. They were in the IG group last time around, and the NIP group. They ended up losing both of those series, but they showed promise even in those matches as well, and looking like they're continuing to show that promise, but not necessarily getting over that hump just yet.
Yeah, and for anyone's legend, I feel like it was a great showing through the group. They have showed their cracks, specifically in the early game, and I feel like when it comes to like those really big teams, like your IGs, like your anyone's legends, like your top esports of the world, I feel like when you start the fist fight, they sort of like get drawn in. This is the essence of the LPL, baby. Look at that graph. That is what the LPL gold graph should look like in any series. Philandre, 38.6k damage on that Rumble. And this is not your placebo type of shapes with like Corkis and Ezreals and Pokes and stuff. No, that was pure damage through those team fights, through fist fighting. He was a difference maker. 40% of his team's damage there. He was almost his entire team's half damage. That is nuts.
Yeah, I know Xiaoshu had a good Rumble game last game, but I think
Yep.
Flandre might have actually even
Maybe
added
it's
on
the
top of that
champion.
if you get a look at some of these replays.
Who knows?
Here. Yeah, maybe the champion is just strong. I feel like it's been in the meta a while, and all the top laners like to play it. But yeah, taking a look at this replay again. If the gold graph doesn't look like your heart rate while watching the game, then what are we doing? This is the perfect LPL experience.
And this is actually kind of sad to watch because RNG were doing so well in the early game. But again, I will pin it down to itemization. They had a very all-in team, a very quote-unquote assassin type of team, but you do not have a lot of consistent damage. You've got a lot of backline access, a lot of assassination, but you do not have distance. Once you're all in, you're all in. So once all the defensive items came through, you also have a Renata that gives you the bailout. You've got the Renata ult. So there were defensive ways for AL to play a little bit peel back, but that was an incredible fight. The knock-up from the Wukong ult into the knock-up from Nico, into the knock-up from the second Wukong ult coming through from RNG. That was one of the most beautiful layering of CC that we have seen in a while.
And at that moment, I was like, okay, RNG, they're going to do it. They're finally going to have the opportunity. But then you look at actually when this fight took place, it's actually like
Flandre
a while
happened.
after. Yeah. Flandre got strong. The carries were allowed to scale.
Boom.
And I feel like RNG had opportunities to go for fights when they didn't. And then finally, when they decided to go for one, Flandre just became an absolute monster.
That was exactly the moment that I talked about. Last millisecond, turns around with his flamethrower, presses Zonia's 4 members of RNG were just getting slow cooked from that flamethrower. That was a complete winning fight from RNG, and Flandre tended completely around, and that was where Shanks turned this one around as well by stopping the Grand Entrance from coming in. Hold on, is it Grand Entrance from Galio or Rakan? Am I saying this right?
Heroes entrance.
Heroes Entrance.
is
Grand Entrance is Rakan.
for
Okay,
Galio.
fair
Yeah,
enough.
yeah.
There you go. They're both entrances.
They've got similar effects, you know.
Yeah.
Knock up, dashing in. Except one is an ultimate, I guess.
Yeah,
don't know.
taunt, kind of. Although I think Rakan's is a charm, I think.
Yeah,
Taunt
have
charm.
a similar effect on the game.
Yeah,
And you know,
yeah.
Tongyuan, I feel like overall had a pretty good game. It just was not enough at the end of the day, as you know, Shanks was really quiet at the start of that on the rise, but all of a sudden his tier stacked up, his Rod of Ages stacked up, and he was suddenly level 16 at 30 minutes and was able to have some really crucial plays in that one as well. Although I will say, MVP probably going towards Flandre here.
I have a feeling he might also go towards Hope. I feel like Hope had a pretty good game, but the way Flandre actually influenced that mid lane fight, I feel like if AL had lost that mid lane fight where he just turns around and burns 4 people at once and gets the shutdown on Milky Way as he's about to die, I feel like anyone's legend would be in very, very deep waters. And they would also be in a huge, huge goal deficit that they couldn't turn around. So I really hope it goes to Flandrake. He had a fantastic game. Hey, that's him.
Had to be at that point. 40% damage share, as you mentioned, a big carry in some of those team fights. Flandre having a terrific performance overall as anyone's legends. They faltered to RNG the first time, but they come out on top this time, end up 5-1 here in Group B. But we got one more matchup left here in the group stage schedule, and even the potential chance for a tiebreaker. We'll break down all those scenarios for you and get you set up for Thunder Talk versus Ultra Prime right after this break. Welcome back, everybody, to LPL English, where we have gotten our final scheduled match of the day, although that could change depending on the result of the matchup between Ultra Prime and Thunder Talk. My name is Grapes, joined alongside Trouble here for this matchup, and let's fly up the group standings real quick here, Trouble, because it'll give us a good opportunity to break down what could happen here depending on the results of this game.
Yeah, that is such a close group. Ultra Prime and TT are actually tied up. Ultra Prime have the head-to-head so far, but this could change many things around, and we could potentially end up having a tiebreaker on the 2 and 4 scenario right here. Whichever team wins between TT and Ultra Prime, of course, will claim that 3 and 2 spot and will be second in Group B.
And the loser of this matchup could potentially be in a tiebreak situation. Now, I think the way that this works is that Thunder Talk have a 2-0 record over RNG, so if I'm not that group, on the other side of things, though, for you know, Ultra Prime, if they lose this game, that could result in a tiebreaker happening. So RNG very much rooting for Thunder Talk in this one in order to give themselves an opportunity to play for that 3rd place.
And I mean, TT don't have the best chances because they are 0-1 down to Ultra Prime. However, they did put a really good fight earlier on today, and this is literally the last game of the group. It's go hard or go home for both of these teams. You do want to grab that 2nd place that will push you into that group ascent to play with the big boys. The ALs, the top esports, is the IGs of the LPL, and I think this is a pretty good push for both of the orgs as well, because traditionally they haven't necessarily had the best outcome over in the LPL, so for TT and Ultra Prime to get into Group Ascent would be huge.
Yeah, I mean, just getting the opportunity to lock yourself a spot in the next split of play, obviously, sure that you at least get a chance to play in that play-in stage after the initial round robin has concluded. That would be very important for either of these teams, especially for a Thunder Talk, right, who made top 8 last year. Were such a great story in the group stage, taking down BLG even in a best of 5. They have not looked as clean this time around in Split 2, but there still is opportunities to right the ship. They can lock themselves a spot in that Ascension group with a win here against UP.
Yeah, bringing the APAC region to light over in the LPL as well from Ultra Prime, the two imports as well. They've been doing pretty well for themselves, and I feel like when it comes to Ultra Prime and TT, they're at a pretty even standing. If I say so myself, it's like 1xN versus Wako. I think for me is going to be a very exciting matchup to watch on the bot side of the map. There's always the question of like, how come 1xN is still playing in that team? How come 1xN was not picked up over other AD carries in those bigger orgs? And I feel like if you look in general all over the LPL, there's such great AD carries that are just rookies. Like 1xN, Jachi, Wako, like all of these guys are just been so talented. So it's like, the question is not why, the question is when. You keep performing, you will eventually get picked up, or you will do your org justice that has developed and has kept you over in the loop. And I think for 1xN, TT has been just that team.
It seems like it's been like a long time coming for a player like 1xN as well. He's had his own individual flashes in 2024 and things like that, but you know, now entering his 3rd year with Thunder Talk, like, has really come into his own here. I think he was voted to one of our All-Pro teams even this past split just because of how strong he was, specifically in those best of 5s of the first group stage of 2025. So really doing well for himself so far. He is a very solid player, could play a lot of different things, but curious to see how he does this time around against Wako and you know, see if there's any differences there. Very, very big for basically everyone in this group.
Absolutely. And I feel like when it comes to those teams as well, again, your lives on the line, not necessarily like you're going to be eliminated or anything. It's just that group ascent is such a huge feat for any team. And when we're talking about Ultra Prime, and we're talking about TT, I also want to send a shout out to the Ultra Prime team over on social media and on X as well, because they have always been absolute sweethearts over 2024 as well. So big love to the social media team over at Ultra Prime. They have been absolutely incredible, and it would be an incredible story as well if Ultra Prime can make it into that group ascent here.
Absolutely. I mean, from where they basically, I think, lost out in the winter split, in that split 1, they got close a couple of times. They played a 5-game series against OMG to round out their group stage. That they ended up losing in that one too. To go from that to then making it into that top half of the bracket would be very, very exciting for a team like this. And if that doesn't happen though, all of a sudden you talk about momentum in over the course of a day like this. Ultra Prime is currently 0-2 on the day, right? They lost their first game against AL. They lost a heartbreaker to RNG. If they lose to Thunder Talk, and then all of a sudden are placed into a tiebreaker with RNG again, I mean, all of a sudden the pressure's on.
Where I come from, they say third time's the charm. So there's no way Ultra Prime lose for a third time in a row, right? As we have our players walking up on stage. Oh no. Oh no. It's like, sure, it's unlosable, right? Surely.
Not necessarily when you look at the players here on Thunder Talk. They have
Take the
had
pressure
very
off me.
good starts.
Put it in
the
the draft.
2025 season. We've gotten to the draft. Okay, let's talk about the draft then. If we want to avoid any other jinxes or curses here. Looks like Beishuan actually getting the brunt of the ban targets here for UP.
Wow.
That's Skarner, Sejuani, and Poppy all taken off the board.
So I heard you like setting up for your team. How do you like all three setup champions gone? 1, 2, 3. Vi out the picture as well. Nafiri out the picture. So you've got two very aggro junglers over targeted for Junhao. And then you've got the facilitating junglers for Beitron as well. However, Rumble, a champion that has actually won back-to-back games here in the last 2 games, being free and open for Wanjiang to take it over on the top side of the map. Usually the answer to that would be things like the Jace and potentially the Galio. So we will see what Hoya chooses to play against that.
You think Wanjiang was like thinking about his last matchup against Xiaoxin and was like, that Rumble is pretty OP. I'm just going to lock it in first. And,
Right?
I mean, it's been pretty strong
My turn.
so far today. Yeah. Now he finally gets to go at this as the response to be the Varus so far for 1xN, a very safe pick, something that he's been playing a lot over the course of 2025. And I imagine you lock in jungle here in this first phase here, Trouble, because there's already so many taken off the board. And I feel like Beishuan really thrives on having specific picks in his inventory.
Also, you need to see, like, over on the blue side, the band Sejuani, Poppy, and Skarner. This Varus could be freed to play towards more of a Halo Blades or play towards Comet, play Poke Varus, which is very potent, very pushy in lane, and also does a lot of damage if your team ends up being a pretty squishy composition for the side of Ultra Prime. The Galio coming through, obviously a flex, but again, super good into that Rumble matchup early on in the top lane.
And there's that Rise that was working pretty well for Shanks last game. Going to get locked in response to potentially that Galio. Allows for, I think, like Setab or Hoya to play it. I think overall in this team composition, or the way that this roster plays, Hoya is more likely to play this Galio pick, just given recent history, but still a lot left available for him. It's going to be a Wukong locked in for Junhao. And we'll see what the response is here for TT. I imagine you go jungle here. You don't want more bans.
I'd like to see something like a Xin Zhao, a Pantheon coming through from Beitron. I'd like to see something that has CC, can lock people down so that when the Galio lands, you do actually have a pretty good setup for him, and people don't just suddenly start running away from it. So what's it going to be? I think Xin Zhao makes a lot of sense if you have a Varus as well. He's very deceptively tanky, especially with his ultimate up. However, they're going to just ditch completely jungle, which... it's getting a little scary when it comes to the champion pool. I'm not going to lie. 3, 4, 5, 6 junglers already at the pool.
Could it be Talia jungle, though, for Beishuan? It's a good matchup into the Wukong. You can throw out the Unraveled Earth, prevent from any of those dashes. Anti-synergy against the Wukong passive. You would be stacking a lot of magic damage, though. It could mean, yeah, I feel like Beishuan on something physical damage-oriented might be a little bit better, but we'll see. I mean, there's not a ton of jungle options open. That absolutely could be a possibility as... did they just miss a ban?
I mean, they got all the bans they wanted, right? Gwen, Vi, Nafiri.
Okay.
I think we're gonna be remaking the
we
draft.
know what that
Whoops.
means.
Whoops. Timer ran out. Sorry, guys, on me. Didn't get the ban through in time.
We'll work it out afterwards. As I feel like there's always bugs in the TR client, right? I feel like if you see that.
Yeah, it's never the
relatively
player's
often.
fault. What do you mean?
Obviously, never the player's fault. Just always blame. Hey ref, it was my client.
Look, I can't click. Look, it's impossible.
Now, do you think that like for Thunder Talk now, seeing that you have that Talia open as potentially a flex, if the Galio, Galio could also go towards the support position as well. What are you looking for to round out their composition with what they did have set up with that Galio, and of course the Talia locked in already with the Varus?
I feel like, again, we go back to champion support champions that can actually pin you down. Things like Nautilus, Leona, Rel, like really heavy CC kind of champions. Rakan works the same way as well. As well as something If Natalia is not in the jungle, I do like something that can pair up really nicely with the Galio. And since we might have both top laners technically locked in, Camille is no longer in the picture. So again, things like the Pantheon in the jungle, potentially the Zinza in the jungle. I think Maokai is still up and available. However, that would be way too much AV damage together with Talia and Galio. So I'm still sticking to my guns on the whole Pantheon plus something like the Zinzao for the jungle.
I feel like I like the Pantheon for Beishuan. It's something that he's able to, throw his body at the enemy team, which I feel like is a way that Thunder Talk are able to win a lot of their games and have that global impact as well to try to match that rise on the other side that UP have locked in most likely for Saber. A lot of possibilities though, still, as we are awaiting for the draft to be remade. I wonder, hopefully there's no shenanigans with changes up in the picks, because we've talked about this draft so far and it's proven to be a very interesting opening for both teams.
Yeah, and I feel like you also need to be aware if you play on the side of the Galio that the opposite side of the Galio, you have to be aware of all the global ultimates that are coming in. Semi-global from Galio, semi-global for Talia. You have things like the Pantheon and the Nocturne still open that can also attribute to that semi-global sort of attack on the side lane. We're always there. A gank can go very easily wrong. So you're also running into the risk of what RNG run into. The game goes on way too long. You're still playing into a Rumble and a Rise. So the Zonia's Hourglasses are going to come through. The stacks from Road of Ages are going to come through for the Rise as well. So suddenly these champions that were very easy to pick on in the late game, they become super tanky and hard to beat.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen the Rumble do so well as we get to the later portions of these games for either team that has played it so far. And we'll see, of course, if Wanjiang's able to do the same thing. I think we have a little bit of time before we get back into the draft. If we could actually, production, pull up our predictions from earlier on in the day.
Oh.
As we have gotten to our last matchup in this group stage, we weren't on the show when we first flew through these, so I'm curious to see where the rest of us lined up. Oh, I still have a chance. I think I still have a chance.
Ooh, let's see. You put TT second, huh?
So I have Thunder Talk winning this one, yeah. I guess I've been riding the hype train from the first split.
I mean, it's still possible. Hey, you and Bloxer got RNG last, which I'll give you that one. I don't know. I don't know what day Brett woke up in and chose RNG first, but hey, good chat. Good chat. Back to draft.
I'm curious if it was even physically possible for RNG to finish first after the start to head
think
into
so.
the season.
I
I actually
don't
don't
think
know. We'll have to get confirmation on that. As we're back into the draft, looks like the Rakan was the intended ban. And actually, hold on, that's an Alistar pickup for Satab as well on the 3. So looks like something got
So
switched
no
up
Talia.
just a little bit. No Talia.
I mean, Talia, Alistar, very easy to one starts with T,
Yeah.
the other one starts with an A.
Very close to the
I
alphabet.
think I know what it was. It was probably an Al that got typed in for Talia, and then it went. But also they
Yeah.
don't have the same. They
They
don't have
also-
the same
it's
letters
also a
as
different
us.
alphabet. Yeah.
Yeah, so that doesn't make sense. Okay, I tried to give them the benefit of the doubt. It was a misclick right there. We're remaking this, and here's where the champion pool is going to get mega pinched on the AD side. Zinzao ban, Pantheon and Nocturne still available if you want to play for that semi-global side lane pressure for Beichuan.
Yeah, now that there's no potential of that flex for the Talia into the jungle, you can very easily target Beishuan's champion pool even more, as Xiaosha will actually be the target on the other side for Ultra Prime, with that Alistar being locked in, taking away a couple of picks that can do well into it. The Renata specifically calling out to me right now as being a very powerful pick into this composition.
Yeah, because if you take the Wukong out, it sort of reminds a little bit of the composition we saw earlier from AL with the Rise and the Rumble on the two solo lanes. So taking away the Kalista Renata possibility from Ultra Prime is a pretty good takeaway right here from TT. And now setup, we might see that right here, that Galio is not going to be going actually into that mid lane potentially. And we'll see whether it's going into the Rise or the Rumble. Pretty okay into both lanes. Has a pretty good wave clear as well. Now this, I'm confused by. This this is Merc City already from the set of Ultra Prime. I'm so confused.
Okay, a Lilia locked in. Hey, naturally into the Wukong, it's okay. It's pretty good, right? You have the magic damage. You're able to run around pretty hard. But I feel like now the composition runs into the same faults as if a Talia was locked in the first place on that third rotation, right? So if you are Thunder Talk, you're going to need something very heavy AD, either in the top or the mid lane, to try to balance this out. But regardless, going to be a very powerful bot lane 2v2 opened up for Ultra Prime as they have the Ezreal Karma to round out their team comp.
And I wonder if Feather goes Nico right here together with the Varus to try and take back some of that priority, because Ezreal Karma is one of the highest priority bot lanes that you can play in League of Legends. Is this Galio support? What is going on? No.
So it would be Galio top lane, I think, still.
It will be Galio top lane, okay. And,
with the Yone
okay.
locked in. Unless we get really wild and start playing Yone top. I mean, I feel like that's be pretty miserable into a Rumble, though.
I'm not a big fan right here. They have locked in triple melee champion on the top side of the map for TT into things like Rumble, Ryze, and Wukong that really like to be up and personal in your face. And also you're playing heavy dive composition with Yone and Lilia, who kind of wants to Q flash into Karma Ezreal. That are both very, very slippery. I love what Ultra Prime have right there. Priority bot lane into pushing mid, into Rumble having priority on demand over on the top side of the map, and Junhao that can very easily get, hopefully, to that level 6 to impact that early game for them.
Yeah, I really like what Ultra Prime have themselves set up with, especially if they get past the early portions of this game.
Yep.
I think with, you know, the Varus lane set up, that and, you know, some of the early engages that ThunderTalk can throw their way, the early game could be good for them. However, once we scale into the later stages, we saw how much damage the Rumble has been able to output. Obviously, Ezreal becomes a monster late game if Wako is able to get there. And then the Ryze as well for Saber. A lot of potential opportunities to make plays across the map. It's the final scheduled game of group play here. ThunderTalk need a win, and Ultra Prime need a win to force themselves in the top half of Group B, guaranteeing them a spot in that Ascension group. The loser, depending on who it is, could be playing another game against RNG later. Ultra Prime would be the team, if they lose, could potentially be towards 4th if things don't go their way.
So Ultra Prime right here, this is do or die. They definitely want to secure that second spot, and I feel like they've got a team ready for success. As we move into the last game of this group, Ultra Prime TT lives on the line. Winner goes to Group Ascend. Loser, depending on who it is, might be a tiebreaker scenario.
And if ThunderTalk win, I feel like that'd be like the expected result at the end of the day. Like, oh yeah, of course, anyone's legend at ThunderTalk. They made quarterfinals last time. Like, they're going to make it out again. But the way, the journey that we took to get here was definitely wild, right? I feel like this has been the closest group so far in that early phase of Split 2. And it's been very fun to cover, especially towards the back half of things, as again, we're going to have some ties some way. Either, you know, a tie down at 2 and 4 for the bottom half, and then, you know, the team in second place only ending with a 3-3 record.
Very clear favorite from AL as well here. As 3-3 is good enough to make second place. This time around. When you make Group Ascent, I don't think a 3-3 will justify you going any further. So any team, whether it's TT or Ultra Prime, going into that Group Ascent, they need to actually show their teeth in this particular game. Triple TP sported from the side of TT. And of course, I think this is pretty normal coming through whenever you're playing against a Karma Ezreal lane. You know you're going to be possibly shoved underneath your tower. So having that TP for 1xn will allow for a little bit more frequent resets. Oh my god. Yeah. Karma Ezreal. There you go. That's it. That's the one.
Especially into a level 1 Alistar who already used his headbutt and has just
Who's
no
not a champion.
impact on the map. Yeah. Level 2 going to be very easily picked up first by Ultra Prime here. We'll see what they do off of that. It's actually going to be Beishuan, though, pathing away from this Varus lane, which makes things very scary if you're 1xn in Feather.
I mean, the thing is right here, if you are Beishuan, you need to path away to guarantee yourself a top lane Scuttle Crab. You do have Hoya pushing into Wanjang, so you know that your priority is going to lie on the top side of the map and that you're not going to get contested. So I think it's actually pretty clever right here from Beishuan. He knows he doesn't want to play towards the bottom of the map because this is most likely where he would get invaded by the Wukong.
As long as his Varus doesn't die, I feel like I agree with you here. But, you know, they're getting poked out a little bit right now. Feather is still level 1 as they're going to get this third wave shoved underneath their tower. Now Feather is going to jump in here with the headbutt, not landing that pulverize though, as they're just going to continue to take a beating down here in the bottom side.
He flash? Oh, observers, come on. That's a thick wall with triple C, to be fair.
You know what? We would have never known unless the observers pulled that up. But now
you know what? LPL observers are so goated, by the way. Every single time
ruthless.
someone fails anything, it will be shown on replay. That's why they're goated.
Oh man, you know what? It's gonna be okay, Junhao. You're not gonna be too far behind in the clear. Although Beishuan has gotten there first through the top side, will be able to pick up that top lane scuttle crab, as you alluded to. Just gonna be a trade of these neutrals in the river though. As overall though, for Ultra Prime, laning going well for them, especially towards the bottom side.
He made it past the wall. That one was an easier one. Oh, as the flash been forced from 1xn. Now that is pretty huge, because the next
Look
time
at
you get
CS.
poked down, it's going to be teleport being forced. 20 CS difference over on the bot, and of course, there's a full minion wave crashing underneath the tower. How good is 1xn at taking all of them, usually without pressure? It's a much easier task. -1, -2. Got the third one right there, but that is almost
Surely
a
gets the
20
rest,
CS
right?
diff. Yeah. Well, 6 in CS difference.
Did he miss another? I couldn't. I didn't do the math.
I think
right.
you did. I think you got only one from the 3 casters right
Good
there.
eye. Good eye right there. Yeah, they forced Feather out of lane as well, which allowed for them to get even more pressure and for 1xn to flash away. So doing really nicely is Wako and Jiaosha so far. A new bot lane in the LPL this split for the 2v2 for now.
Little time to breathe as 1xn presses his teleport button towards the top side of the map. They're going to be swapping. Void Grab spawning in about 1 minute and 10 seconds, whilst Dragon is up and available in 10. Usually we see a trade between the junglers, and so far so good. I feel like Beichuan sort of avoiding all the priority lanes from the sort of Ultra Prime and not getting invaded yet. I feel like he's been having very clever pathing right here to try and avoid the Wukong. He's going to take his Raptors right now. As you can see from the sort of Ultra Prime, they are pinging that they want to play for those Void Grabs over on the top side of the map. However,
Might be a little tough.
you see
Just
Wukong
because,
starting Dragon?
yeah, I mean, it should be pretty free, right? Like, ThunderTalk opted into the lane swap with 1xn and Feather, wanted to get out of that Ezreal Karma 2v2, and so instead just going to force Hoya down there to soak up a lot of pressure. It should mean, though, that Dragon should go very easily towards Ultra Prime, and we'll see if anything can be done about the top side. There should be staggered enough timers for maybe a play to be made here for UP if they want to go for the grubs, although right now the pressure is certainly in the hands of TT.
I feel like if anything, I would hold Ezreal Karma towards either mid lane or bot lane to try and hammer towers, get early turret platings, because I feel like doing neutral objective to neutral objective really does hit onto the jungle quite a lot. You lose a lot of experience, you lose a lot of your camps, and right now you see that the entire bot side jungle of Junhao is up and available. He's not going to choose to go for that. Rise also heading towards the top side of the map, does have the ultimate to try and still play here, and Beishuan
least
just going to
got
take one and get out.
Here comes the Realm Warp, though. Saber could be in range to land a root, but nicely done by Beishuan, hopping into the brush to make sure does not get
That's
rooted up.
in.
Teleport comes in. It looks like actually ThunderTalk want to fight for this one here. Beishuan does a lot of damage with the Blooming Blows to these grubs, and we already see Satab going in aggressively onto Jiaosha. Should be full control of the grubs. They pick up all 3 and will get out with their lives.
I'm not a big fan of this, especially for Junhao, playing a more aggro champion that does like to get to that level 6 as quickly as possible. You basically just handshook the Dragon and the Void Grabs, but you just expended way too much for this. The Rise ultimate, you stuck around too much. Your bot side jungle has been up for quite a long time. Now your top side jungle has spawned, so now you see why when we're talking about the junglers in particular, like neutral objective is technically a no-no because you just fall way too far behind in farming your own jungle. And basically, Beichuan didn't give up anything for this. He just cleared topside, straight into the topside neutral objective. So he will be a little bit ahead in terms of clearing. He will grab 3 Void Grubs from himself. And this will be a pretty advantageous trade, if you will, for TT.
Yeah, nicely done by them to stabilize this game a little bit after what was a pretty tough start to this one, just because of how well Wako and Jiaosha were playing this game.
Yeah.
It's really nicely executed swap. Obviously, we're on the new patch, so there's no lane swaps at the start of the game, but that can happen as soon as you pass a few minutes into it. And so 1xn and Feather rotating first to the top side allowed for ThunderTalk to get full control of those grubs, and now the Goldie's only 300, 400.
And also a reminder right there, 1xn did not have his flash available. It was burned down that skirmish in the 2 versus 2. So making sure that they put him in all of the quote-unquote safe lanes over on the top side where it's a 1 versus 2. And now they put him over in the mid lane. His flash has just now come up. He's level 6. He's a little bit more safe. So very great transitioning around the map for TT to just make sure they keep 1xn safe. A 1xn that has gone for more of the poke build. As we mentioned, there are a lot of units units. That's the TFT brain rot talking. I'm sorry. A lot of champions
there
that
we
want
go.
to be moving way too far into Ultra Prime's composition. So 1xM playing for more of the I'll poke from distance kind of Varus is the way to go here.
Yeah, and you know, even though the 2v2 is the same here for 1xN and Feather, it's a shorter lane, which means that you're not going to be as pressured here from this Ezreal Karma. And now 1xN can start to fire back a little bit as well, right? He's got a Dirk. The piercing arrows are going to do a little bit of poke back, so Wako and Xiaosha can't just, you know, put in a big chunk of damage for free at this point.
And it's also very dangerous because you could potentially get ganked from both sides. There's only vision on the top side of the map from Ultra Prime. So once Patron is back on the map, he's level 7 as well. You could potentially be a little bit volatile from the bot side. Now, Xiaosha is going to take the back. He's going to get control ward in his inventory. One was all he could afford. And this is going to be another cycling of the Skull Crab. I think, yeah, Junhao is going to be on it on the top side of the map. Going to smite that one away. Get a little bit more vision. And I feel like every time you watch a game of League of Legends that is very slow, very calculated, both teams are sort of waiting to get to the power spikes, you can sort of feel the stakes behind these games. And this is one for both TT and Ultra Prime.
I know, again, winner locks themselves second place in Group B, which would be a very good performance for either of them. I felt like this is, you know, depending on how strong you thought TT were coming into the split 2, like a group of life for whoever was able to come up on the day in this group stage. And Ultra Prime, obviously with their great start to the round robin, put themselves in a position where they are now playing for their lives here, for that automatic berth into the Ascension group. But Thunder Talk, again, I think by many people would be considered the favorites just based off of their previous split. They want to make sure that that doesn't happen and that Ultra Prime are sent down to the bottom half.
That's a reminder right here also that Ultra Prime are 1-0 up on the head-to-head between the two. So TT are definitely looking for the revenge, and what a revenge this would be. Not only do you equalize a score between the two, but you also equalize a score between the wins and losses and make it straight into that second place. As you mentioned, again, very slow, calculated game for both of them. Second set of Void Grab is going to come up. Ultra Prime instantly on top of that. 10 seconds for the next Dragon, and I feel like right here for TT, they're more than happy to sort of trade 3 and 3 between them and Ultra Prime, because they do have set up on the bolts of the map on that Yone. Again, it's very, very important to get to that Blade of the Ruin King as fast as possible for that Yone to start making those big plays, start being a little bit more, quote-unquote, immortal on the sideline, if you will. You see, one turret plating, pulling one Junk's TP as well to catch the wave. Great stuff right there from TT.
And so the question is now, can Thunder Talk do the same trade that they did last game, although on the other side of the map? Trading the grubs for that dragon? It looks like the answer will be yes, as Junhao instead opting towards clearing his wolves and going for a bit of a reset across the map. So, yeah, didn't go well for them last time, so might as well just try to keep up the tempo as you will, as Beishan will be able to pick up this dragon, even up the count at 1, and keep things very close between these two teams. And this is a very big deviation from our last two matchups that we've casted here, Trouble, as we have no kills in the first 11 minutes. It seems like these teams very much looking towards the back half of things for these team fights.
Yeah, and specifically for the set of Ultra Prime, you're looking for the first item spike, right? Trinity Force onto Wukong, Trinity Force onto your Ezreal. 2-item spike even better, because you get Rod of the Ages onto Saber's Rise as well as the mana mid for Ezreal. And that 2-item spike is usually where that mid and bot lane want to fight around for the set of Ultra Prime. So we've got a bit of time to talk League of Legends or other things. In the meantime, gold is pretty much that, even just a 500 gold lead for the set of Ultra Prime. Nothing major. It's literally very evenly split among all 5 members.
Wow, look at that. Holy cow. It's literally 100 different, like, across the board in terms of the differences between the roles right now. Nobody has any sort of advantage. I guess now slightly opening up for the bot lane of Ultra Prime as they are able to clear out another wave or two. But that just shows how close things are, and also how nicely Thunder Talk have been able to bounce back. It looked like a situation where Ultra Prime are going to be in an advantageous situation, much like they were in the game against RNG earlier today. But that's proving not to be the case specifically yet, as Feather might be caught out. Doesn't want to burn that flash, but might have to use either that or the ultimate in order to escape. There comes that Unbreakable Will, as it will prevent any extra damage coming down from the Ezreal.
And it should be fine for now for Feather. 3 minutes plus for any neutral objective to spawn on the map. His ultimate will be back up and available. And I think primarily the reason why we're not seeing a lot of pressure anymore is because they did transition 1xN onto that mid lane, a very much shorter lane. He can play a little bit more aggressive. As you mentioned, he does have those early pen items as well. Gets to push that wave a little bit more quickly. And as for Ultra Prime, Trinity Force, Rod of Ages completed. Leandris also tick for that rumble over on the top side of the map. So a lot of the key items are starting to run through. Ghostblade, as you see on 1xN's Varus, will make it a lot safer playing in that mid lane, getting that a little bit of boost of movement speed. So I feel like TT played that early game very cleverly, waited for the sort of mean lady of the lane swap to go away first, and then swapped 1xN and Feather over the top side. And then once transitioned them onto mid, it has been a pretty smooth sailing game for now. As I'm saying this, that's a 4-man bot lane.
Yeah, they really want to try to pick up a couple of plates maybe before they expire in 10 seconds or so, but they're just going to force the W out of Hoya, who did a really nice job clearing out that wave. With the Hollow Radiance as well, means that you get a little bit of extra wave clear, and now 1xN gets a free timer on this mid lane tier 1.
Yeah, still 3 members hovering down the bot lane for TT. Sorry, for Ultra Prime. Same as 3 members hovering towards the top side for Ultra Prime. For TT, sorry. Oh my god. And
They're
Hoya
going right
under
back
trouble
bot lane,
again.
by the way. Yeah, there comes that Cyclone, but really nicely done by Hoya to land the Justice Punch and force Juno to actually flash away. And with that tower heated up, means it's very difficult. Oh my goodness, Saber got down to about 300 or so off of that fight. So nicely done by Hoya to survive. And on the other side of things, Wonjong was actually forced back to base, meaning that Thundertalk were able to get another full wave of pressure in the top lane.
Yeah, basically just a trade of things right here. Oh, Saber,
Wait,
Saber!
Saber just stayed way too long. Hoya gonna pick up the solo kill for first blood.
Wow. Super low for Saber right there. We saw in the previous skirmish. We have our first kill! Yay!
He did it.
Almost 15 minutes into the first into the first kill. Sets up, almost taking that top lane tower as well. Great punish right there from Hoya. However, this is a selfish first blood. A flash taunt is a very, very strong tool for Galio, which Hoya will not be possessing for the next fight, whether it is around that dragon or around that Rift Herald in 35 seconds. Now let's watch this one more time. Great clearing the wave right there, and you can't really pin down that Galio. There is not enough damage among the triplet. The Ultra Prime chose to take down there, and when the tower is ramped up, it takes a longer time to fall off. Saber stays around for that wave. Oof. The dash will come through into the taunt, the flash, auto, and he's dead.
You know what? Hoya earned that kill. He generated so much pressure down there. He soaked up 2 dive attempts. Like, if you're Thundertalk, you're like, okay, you're allowed to flash for that kill because you took enough pressure for us, I guess. It might come back to bite them though, because there's no flash available for when this dragon spawns. Also, Rift Herald on the table as well. You can see Ultra Prime already trying to make a play towards the top side of the map there, but we'll see what ends up happening here, as Junhao is the one to start it up first.
I feel like right here, Hoya is going to have to play more of a defensive Galio, if you will. Just wait for the entrance from Feather or Setup or Baitron, whoever chooses to pull the trigger first from TT. The TP is going to come through for Hoya.
Yeah, all 5 here for
wow.
Thundertalk. Really nicely done with the equalizer of Wonjong. Going to be forcing to pop that Galio ultimate defensively. Setab is still in the pit, but with the lane pressure that was generated, it will force Thundertalk back to mid and allow for Ultra Prime to pick up the Rift Herald.
Oh yeah, TT got a little bit dizzy in that particular objective. They didn't necessarily know how to engage a fight. Baitron was considering the flash Q into the big ultimate, and Hoya's ultimate was used very, very defensively right there. That equalizer from Wonjong was absolutely beautiful to close the exit, and I felt like it was a little bit of a panic-inducing as well for TT. They sort of tried to get out of dodge as fast as possible. It's going to be the Rift Herald. It's also going to be a tier 1 top lane tower for Ultra Prime. And it's looking like a pretty even game still on both fronts.
Oh man, that means we're gonna get some big close team fights as we get towards the end of this one. Trouble. We see Saber stacking up the Roa, 3 different tiers, also nearing completion as well. These champions are going to be very, very strong once we get to this next rotation of the Dragon, plus the Baron and the Otacon being available. Tons of neutral objectives to fight for. But in the meantime, it is Thundertalk now holding a very slight lead as they also pick up the second Drake.
Also an apology on our part. He prefers to be called Zhang. Maybe the one right there is to be first of his name, Zhang. the first
True.
one in line.
My fault on that. Yeah, I mean, he deserves to be called what he wants to be called because I mean, well, first
Absolutely.
of all, he should, and also he's playing really well right now. That Galio, that Rumble ultimate, doing so much to allow for Ultra Prime to get an opportunity to pick up that Herald, and we'll see what they do with it here. Junhao still has it in his back pocket. They still have specifically a tier 1 in the mid and the bot lane to try to take control over.
I'm not gonna lie, I feel like the whole Gwen B1 has been a little bit of a bait to the point where Red Side will ban the Gwen, Rumble will stay open, and I feel like we've seen 3 Rumbles thriving back to back to back, which is a reminder to a lot of these teams on why the Rumble had been permabanned so far. I feel like we've seen 3 players really thrive with the champion, no matter the matchup, actually, that we've seen them into. Once you get to scale into your second, third item, it like really does come online, and a lot of the dive that TT have and Hourglass later on could solve a lot of these issues for the Rumble. Again, the itemization right here is going to be key. Hourglasses on both Rise and the Rumble. A Guardian Angel onto the Wukong. Slippery Ezreal. Lots of shields from Karma as well. TT are going to have a very hard task of assassinating the backline of Ultra Prime later on.
However, that is if we get later on in this game, and I feel like we talked about it a little bit in the draft, but just re-emphasizing it, the mid game is where Thunder Talk shine with their composition. When they have the Poke Varus, they have, you know, this Yone Lilia combo before all these Merc Treads and all the tenacity and all the scaling can come in for the Ultra Prime members. And so even though it's only been 1 kill so far, I would love to see Thunder Talk go for some more aggressive plays over these next 5 minutes or so. As soon as you can pick up that maybe that fully stacked tier or a second item for 1xN, that's I think when they should start going a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, here's where you have 2 items onto Saber on the Rise, and you pretty much keep going. Again, the game is pretty much dead even. I know this is not your typical LPL kind of game, but I bet you that when we hit 30 minutes, which is in 10 minutes, guys, there's going to be one fight that will most likely decide the entire game. As BH1, maybe walking a little bit too far out. They'll be fine.
Very aggressive to try to take away that red buff. And now it's going to be a nice engage from Feather, forcing the dash away from Junhao. Lilting Lullaby does come out, but it's only going to sleep the Wukong, who is far enough away to prevent any further re-engage. Still nobody going down just yet as Waka goes very aggressively forward. Not much to fight over just yet. We have that dragon in 2 minutes, but nobody super eager to go for a full all-out.
Hey, back in my day, you know, 2024, Ultra Prime, we're going all out. Fist fighting every single game to victory. This is a changed team. They've changed. Most slow. Gonna put that Rift Herald over in the mid lane. Everyone is on a reset from the side of TT, but they will be piling up onto that mid lane. There'll be 4 man strong to defend from that Rift Herald. Even the TP gets pulled in from setup. That will be a full force Avengers defender here.
Oh, Feather pushing the Shelly maybe a little too close to the tower. Gets the charge off, but won't be able to take it
Feather, who are you playing for?
down. Here's a little boost. Get closer to the turret so you aggro it. Oh, man.
Hey, you wanted that bob? Let me make that straight for you.
Luckily enough for Feather, not going to result in that tower going down just yet. It's actually with the resets coming through from Ultra Prime. 1xN has a timer here with this wave to at least get that under turret, chip away at that one as well. But we're still playing the long game here seemingly for both of these teams. And I feel like, again, benefiting Ultra Prime a little bit just because of the scaling that this team composition has.
Absolutely the case. Second item now completed for both the Galio. It's going to be a Frozen Heart. Huh. A little bit of a weird choice. You usually see Frozen Heart when there's a lot of auto-attackers, but right now I'm just seeing Wukong, who's not necessarily too much of an auto-attacker. He kind of like enters his team. He's the wombo combo. Ezreal is playing way too far from you to be affected by that Frozen Heart right there. Nevertheless, it's going to be a bunch of armor for Hoya on the top side for that Galio, and very importantly, Shield Bow completed for setup as well, going straight into that Infinity Edge, I would assume, as his third item as Ultra Prime. A pretty squishy team on that front as well, and a bunch of the secondary items are going to start coming through from the set of Ultra Prime. I feel like we've been talking about items here, there, and everywhere for so long. It's time for Dragon. TT have the entrance first in the Riven, and Ultra Prime are going to have to find their own way in, unless they just want to give that soul point away to TT and try to potentially pressure for that mid lane tier 1.
That swirl seed almost connected on a Ju, and how, yeah, if you're Thunder Talk, you definitely want to fight this one here. Mikhail's actually used to prevent the Chain of Corruption from connecting, but already the Dragon at 5,000 HP. Relmore comes out, only going to be taken in by the Karma, as now they can just focus in on the Ultra Prime support. I don't think Xiaoxia realized that he was going to be teleported into the middle of the entirety of Thunder Talk, and that will allow for the Dragon to go over, as well as the Lilting Lullaby to land onto Zhang. He gets knocked up, potentially taunted. The Equalizer comes out, but it might be just too late. That's finally the Feats of Warfare picked up for TT, as they will go 2-0 in the fight and make it 3 as Junhao burns to the floor.
Great fight right here from TT. Again, they had control of that Dragon area, didn't allow Ultra Prime to get in. The second they dipped their feet in, I don't know, like Xiaoxia went for a trip into the Rise ult that was sent straight into TT's backline for some reason. This is going to be a couple of kills plus the ferocious Atakan, and oh no, no.
How did
No.
hitbox? How
Wait,
did that
wait.
hitbox? Like he didn't think he was going in that Rise ulti.
There was some sort of iteration where it depended where you faced as you were entering or leaving that Rise ult that would result in you actually being inside the ult. But this is very reminiscent of the RNG versus AL sort of composition and how those two played out. It feels like the very heavy dive composition that TT are playing right now. It's working in the early game. You've got a bunch of those item power spikes right now for the Lilia, for the Yone as well. However, all those more quote-unquote defensive tools are going to slowly but surely come for Ultra Prime. The question right here is that Ultra Prime are no AL. And it feels like right now they're sort of putting out fires all across their map, whilst AL were managing to chip away towers, while TT was getting advantages onto the map like this from kills. But Ultra Prime right here are trying slowly but surely to get to those more defensive items. However, their first two items will be more on the aggressive type of build. As you can see, Seeker's Arm Guard now actually completed for Saber, the first defensive item to come through from the Ultra Prime lineup.
Yeah, we're starting to get there here for Ultra Prime. The question is, will it be too little too late? I don't think so just yet, as it's also, just a 2,000 gold lead opened up for Thunder Talk, but I agree with you, they're trouble. Like, they've been playing the map play, they've been playing the macro game much better than Ultra Prime so far, and that's the difference between what we saw from Anyone's Legends in that last game and what Ultra Prime are dealing with right now. Down 3,000 gold, they're down Soul Point as well.
Baron?
I mean,
They're
maybe
doing
they just start
Baron.
it up, right? They could force a fight here. Setab does a lot of damage, and they're just going for it. And look at Junhao, he's so far away.
There is TP on Zhang onto that Rumble, but they don't necessarily have any teleport vision for him. Now they're looking. Setup is super low.
Yeah, actually has the shield bow proc just from the damage of the Baron, and
Hold
now
on, thank you for the leash.
Junhao can go right towards it. It is the revives available for Thunder Talk, so if they go for a fight and some of them go down, not the worst thing in the world. Hoya on a flank potentially to try to find and engage. Junhao looking for that Cyclone. He's going to find the knockup on a 1xN. The flash not going to do anything as he'll get sent right back to base. Setab teleports back into the fight. Tries to land a lot of damage onto Xiaoxia. Already Zhang is down and the collapse is true for TT. It's a double kill for Beishuan. Saber will fall the same, and a 4 for 2 has opened up on the map here for Thunder Talk. Wako and Xiaoxia are still alive though. All the revives are here for Thunder Talk, and that means that 1xN is right back to the party. He teleports to the mid lane to try to close out this flank. He's face tanking Wako, though. That could be dangerous. One more Mystic Shot should do it, but it will not connect. It's going to be a clean ace picked up for Thunder Talk as they lead 9-0 in this game, and they'll get the Baron in tow.
That was an incredible sequence from TT to use that Fog of War, force that Baron, previously having taken the Atakan, which allows them to have the revives, and using that to their advantage, not only to pull in Ultra Prime, but also pick them apart. An excellent display on how to continuously grow your lead when you are the team that could potentially fall behind over in that late game. And Hoya, what a fantastic flank right here, separates 1xN from the fight as well. Sorry, not 1xN, Wako from the fight. And then you've got Yone TPing in, splitting up the fight again. And this is extremely problematic for Ultra Prime right now because they're going to fall way, way behind. Those defensive items, by the time they're built, they're going to be penetrated through by more items coming through from TT. And 1xN with the third TP right there on the team. Literally just playing around his Galio. Wako not able to get any of those revives or shutdowns. Well, shutdowns at that point because he had been taken out.
That was a very aggressive TP flank on a Varus. I don't think I've ever seen that before, but it ended up working out. If you're 1xN, you get the Baron as well for 2 more minutes. And I really love the decisiveness from TT, knowing that they're on a bit of a timer, just due to the scaling that Ultra Prime have in their composition. They know that they're very strong at this two-item point, and they've taken advantage of it with 2 straight team fight victories for themselves. Now up 7,000 gold and looking like they are the ones in charge of potentially sending themselves into 2nd place of this group. Still some more games to play, though. Chain of Corruption lands on his Saber, as well as Xiaosha, as he takes a huge chunk of damage from the Empowered Arrow. Junhao looking for a last-ditch effort on the engage, but he gets taunted up before the Cyclone gets issued. And here's the re-engage, as Seitab will go in for a double kill, and Wako is forced to flee.
The desperation play right here from Ultra Prime, because the Terry on top is the dragon that has just spawned, which is the Mountain Soul. Ultra Prime did not want to give this away to TT, but right here, TT, they have the waves, they have the members alive, they will be looking for that mid lane tier 1 inhibitor. I mean, if they were all sticking together, this could have also been the end, but right now, it is going to be just that mid lane push and the Dragon Soul. Triple Mountain with Soul going over to TT. Ultra Prime, it's looking a little cooked.
What a game
0
for
kills.
Thunder Talk. They haven't gotten on the board just yet. I feel like this happened to Thunder Talk in one of their games last week as well. So good on them to rebound and play a very clean last game of the group stage for themselves, potentially, as the Equalizer comes out to try to prevent this tier 2 tower from falling. One more minion is going to do it, but here comes the flank from Saber. He comes in with that teleport and is going to try to go for some sort of collapse with Seitab on the bottom side without a teleport.
They do no
Could be
damage.
Wako looking to try to do some damage on Hoya, but he's just too tanky, man, on this Galio, as he justice punches right out on there and says, see ya later.
That was so sad to witness. It was like they were poking him with a stick. He wasn't feeling anything. Riftmaker now completed it as well. Now let's watch this one more time. The Chain of Corruption right here from 1xN, beautifully played through that vision they set over in the mid lane. Takes a huge chunk out of Xiaosha as well.
Look at Hoya.
The heal, and Junhao the second. Oh, he just dashed into the taunt from Hoya. Great stuff from that Galio, and then once that is over, they cannot reach over to 1xN. TT has a slap in Ultra Prime with their extra items right there and their extra gold. That's an 11,000 gold lead in Ultra Prime. This is not over. They have to be thinking about the next game that they hadn't scheduled to play because they were hoping they were going to win this one. However, when TT win this game, Ultra Prime are going to have to play a tiebreaker versus RNG for that 3rd place.
And this would be the 3rd straight loss of the day for Ultra Prime. If the result goes the way that we're expecting it at the moment, how can they bounce back from that? Can they recover mentally after such a good start to the round robin, where they got wins over Thunder Talk and RNG early on? Now they're facing themselves over 12,000 gold in the deficit, in trouble. This team comp scales, but I don't know if it scales enough to overcome this sort of lead.
But this is always the question, right? When you've got a scaling composition, it's always how much are you allowed, are you willing to give up to then suddenly start coming back into the game? Because again, this was the exact same sort of composition we saw on the RNG versus AL. TT being RNG and Ultra Prime being AL. You can suddenly start building so defensively and you're so slippery that all this heavy engage from TT will not matter. However, AL were chipping away towers while kills were going down in that RNG game. Saber died under this tower.
Doing a lot of damage right now is Seitab, who's had himself a really good game overall on the Yone. Beishuan even tanky enough. I mean, just the Mountain Soul on everybody makes it so hard for even these scaling champions on Ultra Prime to do any sort of damage.
Yeah, and here's the question for TT. A more fun question for them. Is anyone going to die in this game? And who is it going to be? 009 for both the bot lane is 403, 504, and 308. At this point, Medjai's picked up from Beishuan as he leaves the base as well. Infinity Edge completed, Edge of Night for 1xN as well. They are equipped, locked, and loaded. Level 17 for both solo laners on the side of TT. They're going to have that mid lane wave constantly pressuring for another minute and 40 seconds about, as big boy minions are going to be spawning onto this mid lane, and they've got a lot more pressure on the side lane with setup. However, I think they're going to need the next Baron if they want to actually push that base of Ultra Prime, and it's going to be up to Ultra Prime's side to see if they can potentially upset or find a pick through all those shields that TT possess.
And you know, it's one little fight that goes the way of Ultra Prime, and all of a sudden we start thinking like, okay, hold on. Maybe it's not over
Junhao?
just yet. Junhao might find an opportunity here. He's going for a flank, not finding the Cyclone onto a crucial carry just yet. Saber using the Realm Warp to come in, but he might be trapped between everybody on Thunder Talk as Bejuan looks for the engage. Saber goes golden. Feather and Hoya just tanking up this front line without any say of the world. Another two-man taunt lands. Junhao gets knocked up. Thunder Talk are going to do it. They're going to land the knock-up onto Wonjong and take him down as well. Wako and Zhaosha the last to survive, but I don't know if they'll be able to do so for much longer. Another piercing arrow connects. The Leandry's burn might take Zhaosha down himself. He's going to head right back to base, but he's going to not get there in time as Thunder Talk are going to get themselves another win in the group stage.
Ultra Prime on the dichotomy. Do you stop them or do you give the Baron? TT are going to take them down. They're going to take the Nexus and they're going to push themselves to that second place in their group.
Might have been a loss for Thunder Talk once, but it will not happen twice as that's just TT, baby. Nexus down, Thunder Talk advance, and will finish second in Group B.
Excellent display on how to push your advantage when you play in a team that is meant to fist fight and you want to continuously just pressure your advantage. I think the sequence where they just won a team fight, took it straight to Atakan, they transitioned the Atakan into a Baron fight, they went to 50-50, then they turned it around for the fight, and then they took the Baron as well. That was a perfect display on how when you have that very heavy engaged fist fighting composition, this is how you snowball it to a victory.
And again, just the way that these compositions were set up, it was a very slow early game, but we did favor Ultra Prime's composition later on, once you got these defensive abilities, once the Rumble started to scale up. But Thunder Talk knew that they were on that bit of a timer trouble, and as soon as they got the spikes that they wanted, they forced the initiative around these major objectives. I think back to when Satab and Bejuan just started up the Baron unprompted almost at that 30-minute mark and allowed for a fight to be won that way, and then they really were able to take over the game from there.
Man, this just sucks for Ultra Prime. Like, third loss on the day. Like, they started at such a good position in this group, and then all of a sudden it's been turned around, and now they have to fight with RNG for that third spot. We've got our placements ready to show you guys as well to see how the group has panned out so far. And we are looking, of course, at Group B. RNG, actually, because the head-to-head, they end up being above Ultra Prime in this one. It's going to be a tiebreaker, of course, and it's going to be played right after, if I'm not wrong, on who's going to have a chance to play in that small quote-unquote playoffs bracket to possibly make it into that group ascent.
Yeah, we got our bonus Game 7 here. We're ready for, again, a rematch of what just happened earlier on in the day as well, as RNG also issued a heartbreaker to Ultra Prime. It was very, very close throughout that one. Ultra Prime in the lead for a lot of it, and then RNG ended up coming back off of some really nice team fighting from Jachi on that Kaisa. We'll get into that matchup preview in just a little bit, but let's talk about Thunder Talk again for a moment here, Trouble, because they had a bit of a rough go of things in the first half of this round robin in the group stage, but seems like they really locked in and took care of business against the teams that they were expected to beat coming into this matchup.
I just feel like when the question comes to like teams that are so not prominent in the league and suddenly they just have like a resurgence, especially right now in the second round robin, I feel like when you have that early game lead, a lot of teams will not know how to close it out, and especially with how crazy the LPL is. You mentioned the RNG game. RNG suddenly just came back through 2 team fights and they just won it all. I feel like trying to snowball your advantage is not always the easiest thing to do because you need to make the right calls. TT made those right calls in this particular game, and it ended up being to their own advantage. And actually, they were like quick calls as well. It was one fight into one objective, into another fight, into another objective, into let's end the game. Suddenly, we are stronger. We can just start fist fighting. And I feel like this is testament to their development as a team as well, and to the people that they have kept over on the roster. And it's great to see TT finally on the up and up, locking that second place.
Yeah, there's a big core from Thunder Talk that have stuck together for a number of splits now. Hoya has been here for, what, 8 or 9 splits at this point because of just his consistency on this roster. He's always been not the strongest in terms of a hard carry, but always does his job, and I feel like has really exemplified that throughout 2025. And of course, the one change that they made this split as well, putting in Satab over from DRX. He looked pretty good in this game as well on the Yone. We take a look at this post-match screenshot. 1xN. Poke Varus, of course, doing a lot of damage, but the rest of the team also really contributing on all levels.
I'm looking at the Wukong damage, and it's less than the Karma damage, and it just hurts my heart a little bit because
tough.
Junhao tried his darnest to try and find those openings in the backline, and they were just all shut down by Hoya. If Hoya was there, that Wukong just could not get past the Galio. I feel like the timings on the taunts from Hoya were absolutely incredible, but at the end of the day, 1xN with that virus stepped up.
Man, 0% kill participation for everybody because they didn't get a single kill. If anything, it could be 100% kill participation because they got all of them participate in all the kills that Ultra Prime had.
Which were
get a look
zero.
at some of the which were 0. Yeah, depending on how you slice it, I guess.
Yeah.
Taking a look at things here again, it was just these fights around the major objectives that ThunderTalk were really able to control.
Yeah, and again, you'll see Wukong really struggling right here to actually find a footing. And once the T has expended a lot of the ultimates from the set of Ultra Prime, I think Junhao dies here from the burn as well from Lilia. Ooh. It wasn't a very good look on that Wukong. Again, you see he'll find the backline right here, but once anyone tries to just flash forward, Saber gets stopped by the Alistar. Then Hoya just ults back, dispatches of the Wukong, suddenly setup is there, engages onto Saber. So no matter what they try to do right here, dive into the backline, play the front to back, it was just impossible versus that TT and composition, and 1xN just had insult to injury right here by just TPing in their face and not dying with 1 HP.
The Varus face tank. It's a strategy you don't normally see, but it ends up working here in the
painful.
LPL.
Oh, that's
And here's that other really nicely
don't
timed
look.
taunt. I mean,
Don't
I
look.
would give Hoya player of the game here. I mean, maybe that's a hot take, but the amount of pressure that he soaked up and the power he had in these team fights, stopping Junhao every single time. There's another
flash
taunt.
kill, the flash kill
That's
we
true.
forgot
Yeah,
onto
first blood.
Saber. Yeah.
That's my
He
vote.
absorbed a lot of pressure, got dived I think 2 or 3 times, and he managed to get out of them by clearing out the wave. Of course, these fights that we're looking at are like TT are like already 10k gold up in these ones, but I feel like Hoya played pretty well onto this Galio. Still, usually the flashier players end up getting the MVP, like for
That's
example,
true.
1xN doing the damage. But I feel like Hoya had a fantastic performance. The solo kill in the side lane, not getting killed by 3 dives back to back to back, stopping that Wukong every single time from getting into the backline, getting those taunt timings were incredible. So, you know what? You persuaded me. I think Hoya should be the MVP.
Hey, we got it. Hey, really great
Good
team
call.
fighting. I feel like Hoya always gets overlooked on this ThunderTalk roster. You know, sometimes it's because he's not the strongest player, but this time I feel like he really played his role well for this team and allows for them to end up 2nd place in this group.
Hey, I want to ask you, would you like to cast one more game?
I think I would. And thankfully,
All
the
right.
LPL has provided us with one more because we got a tiebreaker here for 3rd place. Not normally you get tiebreakers for 3rd place in group stages, but actually a lot at stake here for
we
this
are.
matchup between Ultra Prime and RNG. We're going to break down what the winner of this matchup will earn and what the loser of this matchup will have to face once we come back from this short break. Welcome back, everybody, to officially our final game of the day between RNG and Ultra Prime. We're going to round out Group B of the LPL Split 2 placements here for 2025. Grapes and Trouble along for the ride with y'all. RNG took the game against Ultra Prime last time around. However, UP now losing 3 games in a row. They really don't want to make it a 4th.
Yeah, and if you're wondering specifically why the tiebreaker, what's happened, we do have the standings to show you guys as well. We have a tiebreaker between RNG and Ultra Prime because the 3rd place, if you didn't know about the format, will go into a quote-unquote soft playoffs bracket to actually face other teams that will be 3rd from the other 4 groups that you see right here. And the winners will go straight into that group ascent. So it's a big deal for both Ultra Prime and RNG.
Yeah, and if we have the format just to really fully explain why this is so important as well. You see right now WE as well as LGD are currently in that 3rd place mix. And so all the 3rd place teams go into this qualifier stage where if you play through the double elimination bracket and finish in the top 2, you'll make it into that ascend bracket anyway. So it'll basically be like you finish top 2 in your group, except maybe a little bit added pressure and added sweat. If you go towards the bottom half of that, of course you end towards the Nirvana. But the biggest thing is that the loser of this series automatically goes to the Nirvana group, where out of that, if you finish 5th or 6th in that group, you're officially eliminated for the entirety of the year. You don't even get a chance to play in the Split 3 or for a chance at the World Championships. And that is a big deal for some of these teams. And specifically, you know, for a team like RNG.
Yeah, and I feel like specifically when you said added sweat, I call it added practice. Having more official screams on screen as well, more official looks at how other teams play as well that will end up in Group Ascent could be a pretty good practice tool as well. I feel like for Ultra Prime right here, it's been a heartbreaker of a freaking day. It was the first game that we casted, the 4th of the day rather. Ultra Prime versus RNG. Ultra Prime had a huge grip of that game. There were 6,000 or 7,000 gold ahead, and RNG just turned it around with simply just 2 team fights. I think their 80 carry from RNG also popped off on that Kai'Sa. I don't know if it needs to be taken away or banned at this point. They show that they are very willing to blind pick that Kai'Sa, which should just not be the case when there's so many 80 carries and supports that can shut it down.
Yeah, Jachi on that pick, very, very strong. There's a reason he was able to use that pick to take down anyone's Legends. Very good at it, especially in those team fights. And that's what we want to see from RNG this time around, right? When they played against anyone's Legends earlier on in the day, they were very aggressive in terms decision-making was a little bit hesitant. They didn't go for plays until maybe it's too late some of the time, but they were able to work out a miraculous comeback in that one. So if they start a little bit better early on, if they don't fall super behind, that means that they will be in a much better position to win this game.
And for RNG, this is like a historic org when it comes to the LPL. Has been to many internationals, has won many internationals as well, particularly MSIs, and a lot of them in a row too. If we can bring up the roster from RNG, because there's been a complete swoop. There's primarily a lot of rookies around. Niket particularly had a pretty good time last year in Ultra Prime, if I'm not wrong. So he is going to be facing his ex-team. We have Shashu, Milky Way picked up right here for RNG. But particularly, this is not a lineup that you would consider to be a star-studded roster that you would expect from a very historic org like RNG. However, this is a build-up and a developmental stage for RNG that could potentially lead into even better high highs. And I feel like they do have that potential. They do have the star power in them, even though they are still in the developmental stage, if you will.
Yeah, I know when this RNG roster was first announced, I think the biggest name that everyone turned to was Milky Way because of his incredible rookie season on FPX, how he was able to take over a lot of different games and really give that team a little bit of extra life that they might not have otherwise had in 2024. But honestly, overall today, he's been okay, but it's really been Jachi that's been the star of the show for RNG, this rookie that has come up through a developmental system here in the LDL and now making a big impact here in the LPL, especially over the last couple of days in split number 2. And a lot of pressure is going to be on those 2 players specifically, I think, to have really good performances if they want to come out on top and get into that play-in.
And again, I feel like a lot of the time, the solo laners of RNG have really shined, particularly today. Shashu on that Rumble, particularly performance. Tang Yuan on his Aurora, his Yone. It got straight banned out when they played versus AL, both the Aurora and the Yone, and I expect it to also be the case versus Ultra Prime. Ultra Prime right now are thirsty for a win. They've gone 0-3 on the day. They were above RNG in the standings over in the first round robin, and right now they are facing straight up that Group Nirvana. You mentioned it yourself. Beating Group Nirvana is like literally playing with elimination. Not only if you don't finish on the top, you don't make it through towards the playoffs, but if you finish the bottom two, you say goodbye to your entire year.
I mean, yeah, going straight into 2026 after when it's what, like just May or June would be heartbreaking, I think, for some of these
that's a lot of time to
teams.
grind solo queue.
I mean, I'm sure that's not what any of the players want, but you could look at that as
See
maybe
the
an upside
positives.
here.
Yes, just see the positives, you know?
Oh man, I mean, I know that both of these rosters were built with like developmental aspects in mind, but now that we're at this point in the season, both of the rosters want to be able to take that next jump, right? Like losing is in the early stages is fine, but they want to be able to start turning those into wins, seeing the growth from some of their players. And we have definitely seen that specifically for a team like RNG, with Jachi really stepping up. Even Saber on Ultra Prime, I feel like is somebody who's had a good go of things in games. But if they end up losing this one, all of a sudden they're playing with a lot more on the line.
What's your goal, Ultra Prime? How you banning out the Yone as well? Aurora already taken off the table versus Tang Yuan. And as you'll see, Nafiri, Vi have been two very constant bans that we have been seeing, particularly also on red side for teams.
So yeah, RNG on the
Rumble open. Rumble locked in into that Gwen. We have seen more successful B1 Rumble currently than the Gwen. However, since you have an AP top laner, could you potentially be looking towards something like a Yone over in the mid lane? And since Sejuani been locked in right here from Milky Way, might actually reply to that question, because Tang Yuan is a big fan of both the Aurora and the Yone. So he's going to get that one locked in. Now, Ultra Prime will have the answer right here. Usually it has been the Rise picked up together with that Rumble over on the top side of the map, and Junhao will be looking for one of his AD picks in the jungle later on.
synergy going to be very, very important for RNG to match up alongside Milky Way on the Sejuani. The response going to be that Wukong for Junhao as we enter the second phase of the banning phase.
Yeah, after what happened to him in that Wukong game, I don't know if you'd have like the heart
no
to
Galio
pick it
here
again.
this time, though.
Yeah, true. Fair enough. Ban the Galio away because it could be support. Niket could just lock in Galio and just completely mental block Junhao from making any engage ever again.
Definitely. I mean, options are still there. You know, Milky Way on the Sejuani as well. Like, it can provide that sort of disengage or that zoning pressure, but we'll see how important this player is for his team. Again, the Sejuani didn't look very good for him in the matchup that they played earlier on in the day, but we'll see if he has a higher impact on it today, or in this tiebreaker, I should say specifically, as we head into the second phase of bans. Looks like supports are the target here. Niket being focused out here by Ultra Prime.
The one question that remains right here, Kaisa. Wako plays it. Chachi is more than willing to actually blind the Kaisa into anything. We saw that in the game versus AL. They actually are wounded. And right here, Wako has the chance to do something very fun and take it away. They do have a pretty heavy dive composition with the Rel and the Wukong, so it would be pairing up with the composition really well. It would be a huge takeaway.
Now here's the thing. If anybody knows the best matchups into Kaisa, it's probably the guy who plays a lot of Kaisa, right? So let's see what Jachi has in response. Corki actually something that's fallen through the priority list a little bit, although after being a very strong AD carry in the meta for basically the entire split. And we'll see if it gets picked up here by Jachi this time around. Not as much in terms of the hard engage like something like a Kaisa, but still just a lot of very solid damage that can be thrown out here by this AD carry.
I honestly can't believe I'm saying this. I would have liked to see maybe a Jhin. I'm a certified Jhin hater as well.
Wow.
However, right here, you do have the Corki, and I do not like this prom at all, because even though it does make a lot of sense, you're playing into a melee matchup, into that rel, you win that lane, Corki absolutely shoves Kai'Sa underneath the tower. The combination of Braum plus Sejuani, like the passives sort of overlap, so you don't get like the full effect, as if you had one or the other. However, again, it makes sense, a low priority through that bot lane, and so far, it has been a pretty steady priority focus game from the side of RNG. The brothers going up against each other in the mid lane.
Hey, we know Saber's
Wow.
willing to pull out some wacky stuff throughout his career.
There is-
No exception this time around. The Yasuo going to be locked in. A lot of knockups to match up alongside it with the Wukong and with the Rel. So actually very solid synergy overall for Ultra Prime.
Also, RNG, they have a lot of dive potential on their side. And also, Corki is one of those champions that is very slippery to catch within those fights. However, I will just say it how it is. A lot of that Ultra Prime wombo combo engage relies on Junhao. Relies on that Wukong getting that massive multi-knockup to enable the Yasuo to get deep into that backline. Junhao did not have a fun time versus TT. Hoya made his life a misery. Can he recover in this very, very important game that hands both teams that very needed third place in their group?
Oh man, a lot of pressure again, just due to the stakes of what this could mean for either of these teams. The chance to play into that Ascension bracket against other teams that if you are a team that feels confident about yourself, you feel like you could beat, whether it's LGD or WE. On the other side though, chance at heading straight into that Nirvana bracket on the line for both of these teams as we prepare to head onto the Rift for our final game of the day here on the LPL. Royal never give up against Ultra Prime in a do-or-die tiebreaker.
Both lives on the line right here. As we are indeed on the Rift for RNG versus Ultra Prime, both sitting at 2 and 4, fighting for a chance to potentially make it into that group ascend after they fight every other team that is third in their groups currently. RNG with a more aggro early game. Bro, one of the best champions. Oh, the flash. Forcing flash from Junhao. Not a great start for the Wukong.
Yeah, that's the good part about this Sejuani Braum, is that you can like stack up the crowd control, even if they overlap a little bit. Level 1 is very, very powerful, so you get that flash out of Junhao early. That could be very crucial in terms of an early skirmish. The trade on the other side, though, is that it looks like Wako is able to place a ward onto the RNG red buff, and so we'll spot out that it is not going to be a topside start for Milky Way. He's going to be starting right on the red.
Starting over on the red side. This time around, Junk will not sport the Comet into that Ignite that we have seen quite a bit, actually. The burn really helping on that lane versus that Gwen. However, Shashu, with that exhaust over on the top side of the map, I think it might actually come in clutch, because the second Saber is in. If you actually clip him with that exhaust, it will take away a lot of that burst damage coming through with that Yasuo ultimate. And let's see, this should be an absolute no-brainer that RNG's bot lane is winning that one for sure. You see how aggro, oh my god, forcing the flash out of Xiaoxia as well.
I mean, the level 1 for the Corki Braum is so strong. The Gatling gun with the armor shred, as well as, you know, that concussive blows from Niket early on, forcing Xiaoxia to burn a lot early. And it's going to be an instance of Wako and Xiaoxia. Remember, in the last time these two teams faced off, it was actually them getting the advantage over Jachi and Niket, not this time around.
Junhao pinged in his own jungle, and Milky Way with the instant Malrang-like invade over the bot side of Junhao's jungle. This is the most exciting we have over in the LEC, people. That's why I'm mentioning Malrang, because he's our own little psycho in the best way possible, in the way he paths and ganks. However, Milky Way now on one of his own, looking for that mid lane Saber. His wave is a little bit pushed down that mid lane. Could force a flash right here.
Oh, nice
Very
win wall
nice win wall
from Saber to make sure that that Q3 Togman does not connect. And now Milky Way crossing over to his side of the map to try to make sure the blue buff doesn't get stolen on his own. But Junhao does have the smite, and so it'll be basically an even trade across the map.
And it's actually great how both junglers have actually read the map and where each other is going to be to actually trade all those buffs away. Pretty even on the map right now as Junhao is going to pull ahead one more camp onto his name right here. He's going to turn towards that bot side of his map as Milky Way clears over the top. And I'm not going to lie to you, I feel like this is also going to be a pretty slow-paced game. Again, when the stakes are high, you sort of want to stop and smell the roses. Make sure that you are not making any hasty moves as Milky Way gets spotted on his top side. Won't necessarily mean much, it just means that they will be trading top and bot Skull Crab.
I will say I do like what Ultra Prime could look like if, you know, all of their top side hits level 6 and they try to play for a spawn of grubs in a couple of minutes time. I think that their composition actually works out really well, where they have a lot of good engaged, good damage to maybe look for a fight there. But I do agree that when the stakes are high, it seems like these teams play a little bit safer, which is not normally what you see here in the LPL. But maybe not Milky Way, as he's clearing out some vision, maybe looking for a play on that top side. Saber actually.
Ooh, the tag.
Another nice win wall. Wow, that's 2 in a row from Saber.
The tag doesn't end up hitting. Nice win wall on the Brom Q right there. And I really like Niket and how he's been more aggressive on the map. However, Milky Way has been chilling up top lane for quite a long time. Of course, he was spotted on the wards, the 2 ones that he cleared. And of course, he was spotted on vision earlier on. And now he's going to take that first back. Go towards his Krugs over on the bot side of the map. Play around that Brom quirky lane that is actually pretty aggro. Can choose to look potentially for a first dragon right here, as it will be spawning in about 3 seconds time on the map.
And he'll be there first. Trade on the other side, though, is that Xiaosha and Wako have rotated up top lane. It seems like they are the ones who want to go for the grubs on this first spawn of things. And they should likely get it. The trade, though, could be Milky Way getting more pressure bot lane and maybe even picking up this first dragon. Seems like the trade that both teams are comfortable making, unless we see any other additional aggression on a dive. Seems like Zhang knows better than to try to survive this 1v3 and is going to actually back up between his turrets.
Yeah, very good awareness right here from Zhang to not lose his flash, not to lose his life. He does have Junhao around as well. However, look at all those creeps that are dying underneath tower. No experience, no gold. Depriving the Rumble right here is a great choice from the side of RNG. And again, we want to see an RNG that actually pressures their early game dominance. Now, Junhao is trying to pull a Milky Way. Don't know if you guys remember. Milky Way was just sitting in that bush versus Tarzan earlier on, and he just casually walked out, saw the dragon, and left with his W. Milky Way this time around, he recognizes a pattern right there, as he's the one who
like,
did it
could
first.
happen to me. And actually, a very aggressive teleport in from Tangyuan, who is level 6, but he's going to take a decent chunk of damage from Junhao and Saber. The rest of his team joining the fray around the mid lane, as the dragon was not taken. Double knockup does connect. Now the grubs might be the topic of conversation here. Junhao going to get spotted out here, dashing in onto Niket. But no further aggression. If Junhao had the Cyclone, things could look a little bit different, but that is not the case right now. Xiaosha looking for a knockup to try to combine it with that last breath, and they will find it on the Milky Way, who is forced to use the Arctic Assault defensively. One more auto will be the kill, and Tangyuan will issue out a 2-man Fate Sealed as well. Knockup connects on a Saber. He could be going down. It's a 1-for-1 trade, as Junhao and Xiaosha are now on the run. Stun lands onto Niket, but it's going to take him some time, as there comes another Q, and RNG go up 2-1.
So much value out of Niket's Brom right there, tagging all 3, enabling Tangyuan to take down 2 with him. 1 kill is obviously going to go over to Niket, but it's a 2-for-1 in favor of RNG, about 1,000 gold lead for them, and 500 of that going over to Tangyuan's Yone, who right now does not have to build Hex Drinker. He can head straight towards a Blade of the Ruin King first item spike, as Milky Way is going to start the Void Grasp on the top side. And let's watch this one more time. I'm pretty sure Xiaosha gets a pretty good crash down onto the rail, which then enables Saber's ultimate onto Milky Way. He's going to end up dying, but both Saber and Junhao end up overextending, and that Brom value from all the tags coming in clutch with Tangyuan Sione.
So look at the first play was going to go well for Ultra Prime, but then balancing back in RNG's favor. UP going to finish off the grubs, and Junhao should be able to dash out with the clone.
Wait, did you call 3? How?
They took all 3. I guess they were able to get a reset.
Milky Way started it! How did this happen?
I don't know. I was so focused
Wow.
on the replay. It was happening in the
Wow.
picture-in-picture, but I wasn't really paying attention, I guess.
So, right before we jump into the replay, for everyone watching, Milky Way side of the void grubs. Usually when that happens is because you know you don't have the priority over on the top side of the map, since it was a 1 versus 2, Gwen versus the bot lane of Ultra Prime. So you want to start them, smite the first one, and then bail out to not give a +1 take on the feat of strength from mutual objectives. However, I don't know what went wrong right there with Milky Way. I don't know if he didn't have his smite available or what happened. But props to Junhao for committing on those void grabs and claiming all 3 for Ultra Prime.
Yeah, must have been some sort of steal. I don't know if we're gonna get a look back because we saw it in the
It
picture.
was the highest of the century.
It is a win for Ultra Prime, right? It's a small win, but they get a little bit of something that could turn into a bigger advantage later on in the game. Neither team has super great sieging power with those 4 melees on each side. So getting those Void Grubs going to be very important in terms of making sure you don't fall behind in terms of taking towers and getting those opportunities when they are given to you. Dragon is still up. Neither team has gone for it just yet. However, we do see RNG playing heavily towards this bottom side.
Yeah, and as you can see over on the top side of the map, teleport available for Zhang, but not for Xiaoshu, if they want to play around this early dragon fight, which doesn't necessarily happen very often anymore. I feel like a lot of the teams will choose to handshake that. However, when it comes to the bot lane, that RNG bot lane can definitely get priority over the bot side of the map, which doesn't look to be true right now, but what they're trying to do right here is trying to force Wako to overextend. As you can see, Milky Way is around the picture, has that level 6, and if they could potentially force that Kai'Sa too far ahead, then Milky Way could strike.
It's still very close though overall. I mean, as you say, Ultra Prime feel a little hesitant to maybe start this up, but they're finally going to after getting a push in the bottom side. You see Milky Way actually pressing his recall button and heading back to base, so it's going to go uncontested.
RNG are trying to fight around their power spikes, and I feel like right there, RNG were not necessarily playing for the Dragon again. They were playing to force the Wako Xiaosha to overextend to take that wave that was frozen very close to their tower. Wasn't quite the case. Milky Way backs. He wants to be on the map. Heading towards the top side, heavily pinging towards that rumble over in the top lane, and I wonder if that's going to force some sort of invade towards the Krags over on the top side. Exhaust used.
The third proc in the needlework, taking Zhang down to about 400 HP, but he's got those potions
Milky
to heal
Way?
right back up. Milky Way is on the way though, but Junhao is there to match. They're gonna find each other out here. Now a little skirmish between the junglers. Zhang issues the equalizer to clear out the wave, making a dive a little bit more difficult, and a nice flash away from the rumble to make sure that Glacial Prison doesn't connect.
That now is a flashless rumble, and Milky Way only had to commit his ultimate for that play. 40 seconds for the next spawn of Void Grabs, and Zhang will be a sitting duck versus a Yone Gwen. I could very easily dive this backline. Let's see if RNG can actually capitalize on that flashless rumble.
And no ulti and no flash for a potential fight, as right now RNG just around the top side, but obviously can't start it up because it has not spawned just yet. Meanwhile, Xiaoshu teleporting down bottom and will match Zhang down there. Now here's an interesting little wrinkle in this now trouble, is that Zhang does have his teleport and could just join the fight if needed. And now Niket trying to fight for some vision around this mid lane. It seems like this is very important, and a teleport coming in from Saber.
RNG are trying to find a way in. I think they need to push through that mid lane. But as you can see on the map, Xiaoshu has to walk. He will push in that wave, deep straight into Fog of War. Does he start working towards the top side? Because RNG, they're going to be giving 6 Void Grubs away.
And it looks like that's what they're going to do. Milky Way just walking on out of there. A big win for Ultra Prime in the grand scheme of things, despite losing the flash and the ultimate of their top laner. Are going to be able to pick up all 6 of these grubs, get another proc on those feats of strength, and looking very, very good for themselves overall.
They're looking to dive towards now a flashless rumble that we mentioned. The
Okay,
tag.
there comes Niket. Flashing in. There comes the Glacial Fissure as well. Zhang going to go down as Niket picks up the kill, unfortunately, with the last proc of the Ignite. That is the Feat of Warfare going over to RNG. So just whoever takes that first tower will get that bonus advantage.
All right, Trinity Force Brom anyone? As Milky Way is looking for Saber. Once that Q3 is used right here, could potentially be the case.
Oh, flashing on top of Saber as well, who no longer has that wind wall available. Tangyuan still looking for some extra damage, but Milky Way not there just yet in terms of that Glacial Prison. And so Saber will be able to get out with his life.
Yeah, that's a flash committed right there from Milky Way. Doesn't get anything in return. The ultimate was not up and available for Milky Way. Just came up off of that cooldown. So far, so good. Ultra Prime get out of another threat. And the next objective on the map will be towards the bot of the map. 2 minutes about for the next dragon. That bot lane tower will be completely abandoned. And a lot of those tower platings will be returned onto a very starving Rumble.
Oh, wow. Looks like RNG, though, want to try to make sure they only get one of those plates as Milky Way and Jachi get sent right down here and force Ultra Prime away. It feels like Trouble we have a slow game in terms of the kills, but the decision-making that both teams are making is very interesting to follow in terms of getting those small advantages. And we might see Xiaoshu get in trouble here with the Equalizer on top. And there comes the kill. Zhang going to pick it up. And now Niket going to get hit up by that second proc of the Cyclone as well. That's a easy shutdown picked up for the Wukong as Ultra Prime get themselves 2 kills and should be able to break this turret.
No mobility summoner spell for that Gwen. Exhaust was down. Easy pickings for Ultra Prime. They gather everyone down bot lane. Even Wako was on his way through that river push. And they managed to capitalize not only on the kill, but also that first tower, which will give them that feats of strength, a little bit more mobility around the map in general. And the very great thing about this is that now that you've opened up the map towards a bot side, you can actually enter the bot side of Milky Way's quadrant and actually set up some deep vision, which they have done. One very close to his red buff and the other one over on the bot side of the map. This could potentially mean some very cheeky deep flanks as Saber's TP is just about to come up.
We'll see if that dragon becomes a big talking point for either of these teams. Obviously, because the first one was taken so late, it means that there's no real chance of a soul stacking too early. So if you are RNG, maybe you are more willing to give this one up. However, never the best thing to just give up an objective for free, right? And so we'll see how much they want to focus on that or not with it spawning. It looks like actually RNG are the ones around the bottom side of the map, while Ultra Prime want to try to add to their gold lead a little bit as they break open this top lane tier 1. And this is something that you can do with these 6 Void Grubs in hand. These objectives just melt down super easily.
Did Junhao take that one? No, it was stolen away by Tangyuan, actually. The smite went through from Junhao, but Tangyuan takes that blue buff away. Does belong to his team to begin with, and Milky Way through that.
Oh, Jachi! 100 HP. Will be able to walk out with his life there. But got a little bit dicey right there for the RNG ADC. Hasn't done too much so far in this game, but we're just waiting for those item spikes to hit finally for the Corki.
The extra combat summoner coming in clutch right there from Jachi. Let's watch this again. He's gonna miss the Q. The ult forward by Wako dodges the Q. Oh, that's the ult actually. Sorry, my bad. And the last auto just didn't quite do the work as the barrier saves Jachi from Wako's hands. That will be an ultimate that Kaisa will not be possessing for the fight to come. RNG already starting that Rift Herald, inviting Ultra Prime to come in. Zhang just about level 11, 2 levels on that ultimate.
Rift Herald already at half HP. Who's going to start the engage? Junhao could be able to sync up with Saber nicely if the ultimates connect in stride. Void Seeker out from Wako, only landing on Jachi so far. Tangyuan using that E to tether out a little bit. But the Rift Herald hasn't been taken down just yet. There comes the engage. It's a big one for Ultra Prime as they take down 2 immediately with the ultimate combo. And Wako gets a 3rd. That is going to be a huge win for the red team as Ultra Prime want to try to break their loss streak here at 3.
Fool them once, fool them twice, fool them 3 times. On the 4th, they draw the line. Ultra Prime starting this game super strong. 4,000 gold difference right here. Sasha is not going to go through with his Hex Flash. However, this is going to be a 1 fight. The Rift Herald in the pocket of Junhao. Redemption game from Ultra Prime. 0-3 on the day. They really do need this win. And as you can see on the side, Jachi and Tangyuan were playing very carefully to not get comboed, but Milky Way is not tanky enough to withstand the wombo combo coming through from Ultra Prime. Ends up going down super quickly on that Sejuani.
And you know, sometimes you just need a little bit of an easier composition, right? Let's just all press the R buttons and win the fight that way, right? That's exactly what Ultra Prime are able to do. You have Junhao and then Saber and then Xiaosha all following up with those big AoE knockups. And that's all you need for a fight to go your way. Ultra Prime now find themselves up 4,000 gold. and looking very dominant here in this game.
Oh, the Hex
Still,
Gate.
though, some scaling on the side of RNG if they can get to that point of the game, but it's not there just yet. And UP have all the time in the world to add to their lead and continue to push the pace.
And a lot of important item completions as well. The Black Cleaver, when you've got Yasuo and AD Kaisa in your team, shredding through that initial armor on anyone from RNG. If Milky Way melted before, now he's going to be pure paper in the hands of Ultra Prime, sorry. And it's looking very, very promising. I mean, they had a very disastrous day so far from the set of Ultra Prime. However, this could also mean deja vu from Ultra Prime. Earlier on, when they played RNG, they were about 7,000 gold ahead, and suddenly RNG pull the plug, win 2 teamfights in a row, and end the game. Chachi, not on his Kaisa this time around. Can he do the same on the Corki?
Here's the difference between those two games, though, is that RNG had all the agency in the world last time around to pick fights when they wanted. Now, their primary engage is probably just a Sejuani one, or Niket looking for a fight here. Fate Sealed actually comes over the top, Jinhao down to half HP, and will get shut down as Jachi's the one to pick up the kill. Now Saber teleporting into a tough situation as well. He's going to be able to escape, but that's a big pick for RNG.
Great pick right there, even though initially Milky Way's ultimate misses because he's the clone from Junhao. Tangyuan finds the real one with an incredible ult over in the backline, and that gets worrying because I was about to say the blueprint is the exact same. In that RNG vs Ultra Prime game earlier, Junhao was the majority of the gold lead on that Vi. Wukong also falls off later on. He will just be an engaged tool for Saber to get onto that backline. And we're looking at Gwen, Yone, and Corki coming into that late game. Let's watch this one more time. Milky Way will ult the clone, but Tangyuan finds that backline. Great knock-up right there from Niket as well. And Yone absolutely dispatches of that Wukong.
And when you have all the setup ultimates, but without Yasuo to kind of dunk it down with his last breath, Ultra Prime don't have a ton of damage in their composition just yet. Finally now Wako hitting that second item, so maybe that'll help a little bit more. But that was a good fight for RNG to take, and they took advantage of the situation that was given to them. And now maybe this dragon could be in play as well. Both teams have won. Right now Ultra Prime, though, instead looking to break open this tier 2 turret.
Tangyuan trying to use the tether to try and clear out, but when you are stuck with a bunch of melee champions walking a little bit too close to the sun, aka the tower, might burn you. The flash.
Oh wow, Jinhao gets stunned up. Looks like he has to actually pop the ultimate just to escape, which could be a big cooldown, especially with, look at all the vision around the bottom side of the map. Completely controlled is the Dragon Pit for RNG. Xiaoshu going to start that one up, and the rest of his team will follow.
I'd love to see RNG actually pressure for the Atakan as well. You can take the Dragon right here, transfer it into the Atakan, take the extra experience from those leaves as well. Petals, rather. That it drops. No Wukong ult means no wombo combo for the backline. So RNG, I'd love to see them pressure that. It's not going to be the case quite yet. There's still a lot of damage coming through from the Atakan, and mid lane's getting pushed, so they're going to have to reply to that one. But was it another great pick? I'll give it to RNG. One thing that they don't give up on is picks and comebacks. And they'll always try. And they'll always push forward. And they'll always find a way. A little bit of a slower start for them. As well as in that previous game versus Ultra Prime. However, right here, they are looking potentially around Atakan for another pick.
Yeah, I mean, when you have 6 grubs, though, on the other side, like, as soon as RNG make one play on one side of the map, Ultra Prime's able to take a full tower, as we saw there on the top side last time around. So have to be very quick and very decisive in where they decide to make plays. And right now it's not around the Otacon just yet, but Xiaosha and the rest of Ultra Prime actually around here as well, with the Rift Herald placed here to try to add some extra pressure.
I feel like this is a death's dance right here. Ooh,
Oh,
Milky
wow,
Way.
Milky Way just going straight in onto Junhao. He'll be forced to pop the Cyclone. Remember, now Saber not here just yet. He's going to have to walk down to try to start off the fight, and that's already the Wukong ult down. Could be a big cooldown here as Tangyuan's still looking for the potential engage. Soul Unbound is out. Last Breath does not connect, but it looks like he's going to come in. There comes Saber, a 3-man Nasuo ultimate with the Equalizer coming in and splitting up RNG. But right now, Xiaoshu's able to pick up the first kill. 4v4 on the map right now. Zhang doing a lot of damage here with that Flame Spitter. Here comes Junhao. Crushing blow, not finalizing any kills. Wako still has a killer instinct. Will he have that killer instinct and go in aggressively? Not just yet, as Saber misses on that Steel Tempest, and instead it is Ultra Prime making their way towards the Otacon.
A support for top laner, 25 seconds for Shashu, as Zhang has already taken his back, teleporting back in. Very low
it's gonna
HP
be so
bars
tough.
for RNG.
No ultimate here for Zhang, and I think it's not gonna matter though. Here
Oh,
comes
Tangyuan!
Tangyuan. He lands a two-man knockup. Will it be enough? It's gonna be taken by Wako, and Ultra Prime secure the Otacon. But will they get the pedals? Here comes the chase. RNG are gonna say thanks. I'm gonna take all these for myself, and Wako is too low to do anything about it. Yasha has respawned, but it is not going to be enough to chase anybody on RNG down. A bit of a heist unless Ultra Prime can get something back. They're going to force the rest of RNG to walk out defensively, but they're going to be very happy with how that trade went out.
What an insane re-engage from Tangyuan. We talked about his Aurora and his Yone. Ultra Prime banned one, left the other one open. He misses his ultimate very crucially right here. That's a go button for Xiaoxia. Fantastic ultimate to get Saber into that 3-man. However, look at Jachi. He's untouched this entire time, dissing as much damage as possible, having Niket's Brom around him, forcing the flash out of Zhang as well. And right here, Ultra Prime make the right call. RNG are super low on HP bars. They're starting the attack and they have the TP with Zhang coming back on full HP. And look at that Q3 from Tangyuan. Flash Q3 to get in, get them low enough, taking that kill over as well. And Jachi has been untouched this entire time. Thank you for the leash and thank you for the flowers.
And yeah, it's not many that Ultra Prime are able to pick up. You see the pedals is actually tied up. Meanwhile, Jachi got a kill onto the Rel, and Xiaoshu could get caught in a 1v2. So a 1v1 split up across the rift, as now the Baron has spawned, and RNG actually going to just start this one off, knowing that Junhao is far away. A teleport coming in from Saber, though, as they want to try to make it an even fight.
Oh, they
what a
turn around.
nicely timed knockup! Tangyuan with the Q3 as soon as the TP comes through, and that's a shutdown onto the Yasuo, and RNG can head right back to it.
And this was the biggest problem for RNG to deal with. Saber going in. Ultra Prime only left with 3 members limping. Can Junhao pull the big heist, try and steal the Baron?
Equalizer is up. Wako does not have his flash, but has a cleanse at his disposal and is very strong here on the Kaisa. Everybody going on to Zhang. He's just down. Jachi picking up the kill, but now the pit is left exposed. Here comes the Junhao with the Cyclone, but it looks like Tangyuan doing enough damage as well to try to make it an even fight. Now the rest of RNG have to get over the wall. The Baron's at 3,000 HP. It looks like it will be Xiaoxia going down, but the Baron is still alive.
Tangyuan, life-stealing through. Blade of the Ruin King saved him. Dashing out the pit, getting back in. What an insane Yone performance coming here for a do-or-die scenario for RNG. Still behind in gold, about 2,000. But Tangyuan bailing them out again. Xiaoxia walking the ramp of death, I want to call it, especially when you do not have vision in that river. Gain that numbers advantage on the map as well. 1-for-1 was that scenario right there. But that TP right in the face of RNG. RNG turned instantly onto Saber, take him out of the picture. Becomes a 3 versus 5. Wako?
Oh, he's forced to cleanse out. Glacier Fisher comes out. Nice disengage there from Junhao to make sure that his AD carry lives as the dragon comes back alive. It would be soul point for RNG if they pick it up. Baron was not taken by either side, regardless of how that play ended up unfolding. But now the carries for RNG are starting to come up, and come up big. Jachi, 5 kills now on this Corki. Going to get stronger and stronger as the game progresses, and Ultra Prime know that they have to make a play soon. The dragon is started up and will be taken down by Tangyuan on the back side of things, as the rest of RNG just doing so well to zone things out, and they will get it successfully.
Very importantly here, Jachi is not going to have his ultimate up and available for another couple of seconds, I want to say. So Ultra Prime have lost their window to get that shutdown on the Corki. 5-0 and 3 rapid fire cannon. 3rd item completed for that Corki. Actually proving that he's more than just a Kaisa god himself. Giving that Kaisa away, finding the counterpick right here with the Corki. Working wonders for him. Wako has also been doing an incredible job on that Kaisa. 3-0 and 1 in his own regard. Rage blade completed, going towards that Nashor's as his 3rd item onto that Kaisa. And slowly but surely, these 3rd items are going to start coming through. Infinity Edge would be the third one for Saber. The closer he gets into it, as Nashor's now completed for Wacko. Kaisa is online.
It's a big spike. Will it be enough, though, against RNG? Corki late game, Gwen late game, even the Yone. Going toward a more defensive build, actually, with that Warden's Mail in inventory. Things are getting better for RNG, but still Ultra Prime have that 2,000 gold lead. Have those 6 grubs. If a fight is won, they should be able to break open these structures rather nicely. And so the question now comes around this Baron. If either side's able to pick it up, it would be a big boon for their respective parties. You take a look at the gold, it's the 80 carries leading the charge.
And I want us to look over on the both side of the map, because Tangyun has been able to push a side lane this entire time. There is a control ward right behind him. Not only one TP available, it will be Jang. He's gonna spawn it right now. Doesn't care too much, because he doesn't see majority of Ultra Prime, so make sure that he gets his reset before he gets ganked by Ultra Prime. RNG right here, taking full control over the top side of the map. Baron is the only big objective for now on the map, and Junhao, he's hitting this Tribush. He's going to be able to take that control ward away. Milky Way's looking, but nothing
Just
so
clear out
far.
some vision for
You
now.
pull the trigger, you could be in for a big fight.
Yeah, and both sides want to be sure they're at their absolute peak condition before starting that one up. Saber, though, could be in some trouble as he gets hit up by the Arctic Assault. One more auto attack should proc the stun, and Niket is here to try to follow things up as well. Glacial Prison
down.
and the Glacial Fissure will come out, and that is just Yasuo dying before he can do anything, as all 5 members of RNG collapse across this top lane tier 1. Will take that down as well as the kill onto the Yasuo.
Saber does have teleport to get back, but he also has 37 seconds stuck onto this gray screen. Can Ultra Prime stop the Baron? Can Junhao find the angle for the steal?
We'll see. Baron's already at 8,000 HP. Xiaoxu doing a nice job flanking them out. Tang Yuan lands the Q3, but is only onto the clone, as he'll have to head right back into the pit. Xiaoxu, though, with the needlework. This could be big angle for the Gwen, but here comes the crash down from Xiaoxu. It's going to lock Xiaoxu down, and the Gwen will fall first. Now here comes Zhenjiao with a huge ultimate on the Wukong. Tang Yuan, though, looking to try to respond. Finds the Fate Sealed. It's a 3v3 on the map so far. Wako does not land that Void Seeker. Could go in for the Killer Instinct if he did. A teleport comes back in as Saber has respawned.
Yeah, Xiaoxu ends up going way too deep right there. No Hourglass on that Gwen, no defensive item. Does end up using his exhaust. And that was a little bit, that sucked a little bit for RNG, because they were looking for the turnaround. 4 versus 5. You should be able to win that fight and turn on to the Baron.
No way.
However, they're going to do it again this time around. They're going to have to sneak through with only 2 members. Xiaoxu is going to spot that one. Ward over the pit. Ward over the pit.
Doesn't have it yet.
Ward over the pit.
Wait, he's just walking over. Okay, Milky Way's too
He's
low.
gonna take himself
It would
over
have
the
been a
pit.
bad situation if he did get spotted out. So RNG are gonna back away as we eclipse the 31-minute mark in this game. Trouble, and it's still so close between these two teams.
A lot of peak items are being purchased right here. Very importantly, Seekers Arm Guard onto Wako's Kaisa. This Kaisa and the Corki has been the whole story of this game. Brother versus brother mid lane, 80 carry versus 80 carry bot lane. Both Wako and Jachi dissing out. So much damage this game. None of them has died. None of them has misstepped. Very crucially, however, Wako, no flash available for the next 30 seconds. It's going to be Soul for RNG if they manage to secure that one for themselves. And Ultra Prime just want as much control over the Baron area as possible, because RNG can choose to ditch that Soul for now and take that big purple worm.
Remember the stakes here. Loser of this matchup goes straight into the Nirvana bracket at risk of being eliminated from not only Split 2, but Split 3 with a bad performance there. Meanwhile, RNG, if they win this one, end up in that last chance bracket, and they want it real bad. You can see how much damage Tang Yuan now does on this Yone with just a Q3 and a W.
I actually expected the full send right there from Tangyun. He hit a very,
Good
very
angle.
nice Q3. It was a good angle. Now, he's going to be the one in the pit. I think you're going to need Milky Way, because if Junhao actually spots this, which is not going to be the case, Free Soul going over to RNG. Ultra Prime throw a white flag.
Bit surprising, but given how strong RNG's composition is right now, not super
Doesn't get any
surprising,
better.
I suppose. I mean, yeah, that's true. Man, a Hextech Soul would have been nice on this Kaisa composition, but now it's RNG who have that in their hands. Jotchi going to be able to do even more poke damage with these rockets than he was able to before. But Ultra Prime want to force the initiative. They start up this Baron Nashor. It's already going down quick.
Tangyun all the way on the bot lane. They caught
Oh
them.
yeah, here comes the engage. Xiaoshu
She's
gets
gone.
bursted down instantly as Junhao once again finds the kill. Equalizer over the top will take down a second as Waka will claim it. 2-0 Ultra Prime, and they should make their way right back to this objective.
Tangyun over on the top side of the map. There are not many ultimates
Jotchi.
for the side of Ultra Prime. They found Jotchi.
Gets hit by a knockup. Milky Way trying to go in. Can he get the steal? No! It's a good by Junhao, but look at Tong Yuan. A 4-man fate sealed, but it should not be enough. Knockup lands. Jotchi falls. Ultra Prime in control.
Xiaoshu for the third time in a row gets caught. No defensive item. Very, very disrespectful build right there from Xiaoshu. Ends up being shut down again. Not using that exhaust. Costs RNG a very, very, very crucial fight. And a 6,000 gold lead now in Ultra Prime's hands. Oh, this sucks so much for RNG. Xiaoshu gets flanked by Junhao into a straight up bouncy house. Niket had no chance right there. Goes down with him trying to defend the Gwen. And this is where all those super offensive builds sort of come to show you how scary that is. And that was a 3 versus 5 that almost turned in favor of RNG. However, one very important part right here, you notice the Warden's Mail in Yone's inventory. If that wasn't there, this would have very easily been an Infinity Edge, and this could have very easily been a completely different team fight from the side of the Yone. It wasn't quite the case. Hasn't got the item yet. Now it's going to be completed. That Warden's Mail could have very easily cost them that 3 versus 5.
And will that IE have come in too late? That's a big question that RNG are going to have to think about here as they now find themselves again down in a deficit. 1:25 still left on this Baron push. Will they be able to break open an inhibitor? That would be the big win for Ultra Prime if they can. However, the carries here on RNG still very strong. Tong Yuan and Jotchi. But UP have been very good at finding creative engages. Not going to look for one here just yet. Junhao being so massive on this Wukong at this point in the game is going to be the big difference maker here if Ultra Prime want to advance.
Again, we're getting flashbacks of their first game in the day, 4th game. If you guys recall, RNG coming back from a huge gold deficit. And this game is sort of replaying itself. Ultra Prime again in the driver's seat. Whoa. That soul does really hurt. And slowly but surely, I don't think the gold deficit is going to have to play much of a role right here. 3 items completed on Yone, 4 items Infinity Edge completed for Jotchi, 4 items on Kaisa plus that Seeker's Arm God. You see Yasuo right here working towards the Guardian Angel as well. So a lot of the defensive items are going to start coming through. I wonder if Xiaoshu is going to build towards that Seeker's Arm Guard himself, having that Amplifying Tome in his inventory.
He just finished off his 3rd full item, so does a lot of damage if he's able to get all of his spells off, but just hasn't been able to do so because of
stay
the lack
alive.
of defensive abilities. Yeah, exactly. Gets one shot
There is.
early on in the fight and just can't use his spells.
Luckily for him, he did learn from the past 3 mistakes. Seeker's
There
Arm
we
Guard
go.
now completed in his inventory. Does have that one-time stopwatch, one-time hourglass usage. Let's see. If Sasha survives, he can get some damage down. This could be a completely different fight. But RNG have been losing a member before any of these big, crucial team fights. And he has usually been that Gwen. Now that there's a lot of defenses being built through, can RNG find the fight that will propel them to that 3rd place in their group?
This final game, just hitting 37 minutes as well. 3rd place in the group, as you say, on the line here, and Ultra Prime in control. They're up 7,000 gold. However, the big carries, the ones that need to do the damage here for RNG, are in good positions. The next fight that we're expecting should be around this Elder Dragon spawning in just 70 seconds, and now with the control that they have with the map, Ultra Prime can actually be the one to maybe force traps like this. You can see Junhao and the rest of his team over the wall. They're using Wako as a bait potentially, but RNG not going to bite.
Yeah, I feel like that was very obvious. You don't see anyone on the map. Suddenly Wako appears, clearing out the wave on his own. Pretty sure it's not going to be the case right there. And Jotchi They're now gonna walk onto that ramp of death that I call it for usually 80 carries. Very importantly, 40 seconds for Elder Dragon. A big important part here from RNG. They've got full control of their own jungle, which is very, very important. Tangyuan now is going to TP onto that bot side. You can pressure out the wave and play through that bot side river. Junhao has been dead set on that bush for the longest time. However, RNG are gonna play through that bot side and group as team.
The other interesting thing is still Ultra Prime have those 6 grubs, so if they trade like some Elder for like inhibitor or could maybe even push for an end if things go really awry and there's some weird teamfight stuff that opens up, that's a possibility that Ultra Prime have that RNG do not. Elder Dragon spawning in 3 seconds, and here comes this fight. Teleport in from Xiaoshu. They want to force this 5v5. They know that this could be the decider of who gets sent straight to the Nirvana bracket and who will still have a chance to play for their spot in the upper half of things in the LPL. Elder's been reset, and it looks like RNG are the ones to now take control.
Very importantly, where is Junhao, and can RNG spot him before he gets the big wombo combo engage that allows Saber to get into that backline? Tangyuan, can you find a wrap around?
The Hextech Soul doing some work as well as Jachi's firing out those rockets. Elder Dragon at 9,000 HP. Here comes Tangyuan. He finds the ultimate in onto Wako, but not enough to take him down. Big engage on the backside, though, as the UP are taking over. It was Xiao Xiao who started it. Junhao who's going to try to finish it here for Ultra Prime, but Jachi is still big. He picks up a 1k shutdown. He's trying to 1v5. He has a double kill and a 1v3. Flashes forward on Junhao. Will force him the wrong way. He knocks forward. Will it be enough? Jachi is going crazy.
No way.
He's got a triple kill. He's looking for even more as he will finally be able to back on out. But the 80 carry for RNG just saved the game for his team.
7.4k damage dished out by Jachi. He wants to win. He wants a chance at that group ascend. And he damn well has earned one. Absolute 1v9 performance from that Corki. And let's watch this one more time. Tangyuan, fantastic flank around, incredibly creative with the way he's playing around those team fights. Gets Wako super low, doesn't force his Zonius. Very importantly, the second they re-engage onto Wako, this is where Wako goes into stasis and earns so much time for his team. But all that damage coming through from Tangyuan and Jachi. What an incredible display of bot and mid from RNG coming through clutch for one more time. Xiaoxia basically sacrificing himself right there to save his 2 teammates.
And, you know, despite him going down, he dished out a lot of damage on the back end of things, and that's where we finally saw the Gwen with the 4 items really coming into fruition. And now RNG, remember, that Elder Dragon wasn't even taken, and suddenly Junhao is over the wall. He now goes on to Milky Way, who's now stuck in the pit on his lonesome as the Elder Dragon continues to tick down. Another big fight could open up. Now this time Jachi without summoner spells, Wako without his flash. Could be big cooldowns. Here comes the 2-man ultimate. It will land on the Milky Way. But Tangyuan with the Fate Sealed in response is going to take at least one down. But Ultra Prime already have the first 2. Joshua doing so much damage, and finally the Elder's secured. Will Jachi be able to do it? Wako dashes in. That is Xiaoxu going down, and only 2 left alive for RNG.
And that is an Elder plus a Burn going over to the side of Ultra Prime. RNG split up. Jachi over the wall could not put out as much damage as he needed to. And Ultra Prime will pick up this victory. The Wombo combo is coming through clutch. They've got so much pen through that Kaisa and the Wukong. Both their AD and AP damage dealers are hitting that Sejuani hard. That's just a 2-item Sedge. The second Milky Way and Niked get tagged. They end up going down super fast. And now, both major buffs onto Ultra Prime. They're going to look to try and push into the base. At least open 1 or 2 inhibitors for sure. And look, Milky Way stuck in the pit. Niked jumps in. They will get Wombo comboed in there. But Jachi cannot put out as much damage as he wishes. Like, Tangyuan can dive the pit. Xiaoshu can find the angle. But Jachi is just a known factor in this whole fight. And it's not even a 50-50 as Milky Way goes down super early. It looked dicey a little bit, and they did take the Guardian Angel from Saber's Yasuo. Man, it still looked too close, even with the Elder Dragon. Jachi is doing work on that Corki.
He's still doing work, but that work might not be enough against an Elder Dragon and a Baron, which now Ultra Prime possess, at least for the next 60 seconds or so. Nice red buff takeaway. That'll be a nice little pickup here. But could it be just a consolation prize for the damage that UP is about to inflict on the base of Royal Never Give Up? The tier 2 turret surely to go down, and we'll see how many inhibitors they can pick up with the double buffs.
I love what Tanyan is doing right there. He creates at least one lane of pressure while RNG are taking control of that mid lane wave. So at least the most they can lose is possibly that bot lane wave. 35 seconds, and there will have to be another wave mid lane if they want to take a second inhibitor for Ultra Prime. This is best case scenario for RNG. Only 26 seconds on that Elder. They can give up this inhibitor, or can Junhao find an angle for an opening?
As long as RNG don't get engaged on, this is a win for them, all things considered. The Elder Dragon despawning in 15 seconds. The Cat might have gone a little bit too far forward. If Xiaosha decided to collapse, that could have been a kill. But instead, they'll take the double inhib. And now, with the Elder buff expiring, we'll back off for one final reset.
That was a good defense right here for RNG, and Ultra Prime using that Elder Dragon to create themselves an 11,000 gold lead for themselves. Items don't mean much anymore unless a Guardian Angel gets purchased right here from Junhao. Very, very important. If you're going to kill somebody, you're going to have to kill them twice. Randuin's completed for Tang Yuan as well. Very importantly, Hourglass. Hourglass, both on Zhang and Wako. Guardian Angel, both on Wukong and Yasuo. Saber's not going to have his for quite a while, but does have the QSS to get out of a potential tag from either Braum or Milky Way's ult. And let's see, one last try. Gold lead means nothing. Both teams are almost full build. It's still anyone's game.
Well, the gold lead means that Ultra Prime has all these defensive items that you talked about, Trouble, and RNG don't right now. You take a look at the jungle specifically, 5.7k is the lead for Junhao over Milky Way. Milky Way glorified
He's got
support
2 items.
at this point in the
He's got
game.
2 items.
Not really going to be able to do too much. It's almost a flame horizon as well for Junhao at this point on the Wukong. They have all the pressure in the world on the map. They have 2 inhibitors down and can play this out like the slow way if they want to, as the Baron buff has now expired. But I think it's just going to end up being another flip around either the Elder or the Baron.
It's most likely going to be the Elder. This is what usually dictates a lot of the games. As we have 4th item completed right here from Zhang as well. A lot more magic pen, if you will, for him as well, as he purchases the Void Staff. 4 items deep now onto that Rumble. Matching that Gwen on the other side from Xiaoshu. And we need to see a big Xiaoshu team fight coming out on the next one if RNG want to have a chance for that particular one. Very importantly, Guardian Angel. Boots be damned. Corki doesn't need those. GA is what he needs so he can survive twice to do more damage. As RNG are literally hanging off of a thread.
I will say, like, if an Equalizer comes on top of Jachi, it's going to be very hard for him to escape unless he has that Valkyrie or the Flash available with the limited movement speed now. That could be a big difference maker here, as the Dragon is not spawning for another 75 seconds or so. So RNG do get a lot of time to clear out these super minion waves, as Ultra Prime feel too scared to go in and try to fight this out and try to go for a game-ending push just yet. They want one of these neutral objectives to try to seal the deal, but it does allow for RNG to stack up some more gold and get some more items onto themselves.
Now here's the dichotomy, right? They need to walk inside their own jungle to have a chance for that Elder Dragon. 1, they need to be grouped so they don't get picked apart. But 2, if they're grouped, Saber gets a huge wombo combo together with Junhao, so you end up dying as a team. So that is a little bit problematic for Ultra Prime to actually find their way inside their own jungle. They're going to have to use blue wards, and they have 3 of them to try and gain any access possible on that vision. Tang Yuan playing a little bit more aggressive to try and clear out the wave, and only 30 seconds left for RNG to find a way to get anywhere near the pit.
And if you're Ultra Prime, you start this up on spawn. You don't want a situation where you could trade Baron for Elder. You want to be able to get both and force RNG to try to fight towards you. And so with that being said, there's 14 seconds until this Dragon spawns. Mid-wave control going to be the priority here, as another wave of supers is crashing down for Ultra Prime. Tang Yuan has to catch bot lane, which means that right now it's a numbers advantage for UP if they want to go in. But RNG trying to play this top wave high, this mid lane wave high, as the Dragon has finally spawned.
So much pull coming through from the Kai'Sa.
Oh, here comes the engage already on the Jachi. They might have gotten him. They propped the GA immediately. But Xiaoshu is doing a lot of damage, and Tang Yuan does not find anything with a Fate Sealed. Jachi still alive, but finally gets knocked up with a 2-man Cyclone from Junhao. The next target is Xiaoshu, and that should do it. Tang Yuan will fall, and Ultra Prime will win out on the tiebreaker and finally take their first game of the day.
What an incredible engage from Xiaosha. A game-breaking engage, and Ultra Prime break the curse. 3 losses is enough. 4th ain't happening.
Have it be known that nobody takes down Ultra Prime 4 times in a row in the same day. They will lock up 3rd place in the group and send RNG down to Group Nirvana.
Honestly, this could have been anyone's game. Absolutely anyone's game. What a great performance. Sasha stepped up multiple times to create avenues for Saber to find the backline. And what an avenue was that? Straight into Jachi. Exactly the person they needed. You mentioned it, no boots. Once you Valkyrie away, once you flash away, that's it. Ultra Prime, what a fantastic end to a very miserable day for them.
I know. At least they get this one right at the very end. It's like when you're playing games with your friends. You're like, guys, we can't end on a loss. We got to keep going. And they did get a win at the end. They finally
They finished. They didn't go on an all-nighter. You're right. They finished.
Ended up on top. They could still be there in the studio if things continue to go wrong for them. But shout out to Ultra Prime. They take advantage of a solid first round robin, and despite some of the struggles that they faced early on, are able to at least claim 3rd place, which means they'll get even more games under their belt, which could be beneficial for some of the newer players on this team, most notably Xiaoxia, and still give themselves that opportunity to go up into that Ascension bracket.
I just have to commend Ultra Prime right here for such a heroic effort. To turn around the tables completely. It must be so horrible going 0-3. They had literally lost to RNG from a 7k gold lead earlier on in the day, and they were sort of seeing the same scenery unfold in front of their eyes. They had the early game, RNG suddenly started turning the fights, and it just started becoming this like very comedic deja vu where you're like, surely it's not gonna happen again, right? But they beat their demons, I feel like. Wako, what a fantastic performance onto this Kaisa. Xiaoxia finding incredible engages. Junhao with the redemption arc on that Wukong as well. And Saber bringing out like a wacky Yasuo out of nowhere for the complete wombo combo. Like, that was fantastic drafting and even better execution when winning game.
Yeah, and Junhao, I think overall, played the much better games against Milky Way in both times that these two faced off against each other. Even though RNG won out at the end of that first one, I mean, the lead got insurmountable at the end. I know a lot of the time you say, oh, he's just a Sejuani. He could fall behind a little bit and still do well. It was like a 4-level lead, a 6,000 gold lead for this Wukong. And not only was he powerful in terms of being able to dish out damage, but the setup that he and Xiaoxia had to allow for this Yasuo and this Kaisa to take over the game at the very end, that was the difference maker for Ultra Prime, and that is why they are 3rd in the group and RNG ends up 4th.
Honestly, I know that not many times do you have a support taking that MVP, but I feel like Xiaoxia really, really stepped up. I feel like specifically for a rookie, for someone who's just developing the scene, to take that flash forward for that final engage, this could have been it. You miss that engage, you lose the fight, your day goes 0-4, you go home, try to play in that group Nirvana. However, that was a fantastic engage, and there were other times where Junhao died or he wasn't around, that he was the pathway for Saber in. Xiaoxia had a fantastic laning phase, great engages. I know that he's probably not going to take that MVP, but he was MVP in my heart.
I mean, I don't know. It could happen. He played really well. Maybe Junhao gets it because he was so far ahead on the Wukong, but I mean, for Xiaoxia coming in as this new player on Ultra Prime, remember they made that roster change entering, this round of games, replacing a player like Rosilov, ends up being very big, specifically on these engaged champions, finding the angles for his entire team. Was former teammates with Junhao back on BLG Academy as well, so able to, use some of that synergy there. And it's really cool to see this slight adjustment from Ultra Prime actually resulting in them having some success in the back half of the day.
And honestly, right now for RNG, I think it's back on the drawing board. They played a very similar game. We actually said we would like to see them a little bit more active in the early game, sort of take the fist over to Ultra Prime and try to fight them a little bit more. And I feel like they're sort of stuck in a limbo, particularly for Milky Way. I feel like when he's off his carry champions, it just doesn't seem like he has been able to find the balance on when do I gank, when do I farm, when do I be selfish, when do I be selfless. And I feel like, oh man, 47,000 damage on Jachi. He tried his damn heart out, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter because Ultra Prime came through. Again, for Milky Way, I feel like he needs to sort of find himself in that balance, playing more of the facilitating kind of champions, and see what he can offer his team through that early game. Because we saw him back-to-back playing the Sejuani into an aggro jungler, fell massively behind.
Yeah, Joshy tried very hard at the end, but not enough to take down Ultra Prime for a second time of the day. I will say, if you are RNG, you're going back to the drawing board, you don't have to do any redrawing around Joshy. This guy is playing awesome for you right now as you go towards the Nirvana bracket. We take a look at some of these highlights right now, and it just seemed like overall Ultra Prime, with that Wombo combo, were able to find a lot of early picks, which resulted in numbers advantages and then eventual teamfight wins.
Absolutely. I mean, look at this one. Again, that was an engage from Shasha. That was incredible. It didn't end up resulting in a win right here because Chachi ended up going massive after this. But there were a lot of these particular fights where you see you've lost your Rumble early on, you lost your Yasuo. Shasha will make another great engage right here, which will take down Milky Way, which will secure that this Baron is not going to go down for RNG because they just lost their jungler. Yet again, right here, Ultra Prime instantly engaged into Shashu. Considers the fact that there is no defensive summoner onto this Gwen. He dives too deep, he goes down. I feel like that rel was a very pivotal part of a lot of the success in those teamfights. And again, okay, hold on. Is he the MVP? Hold up. Hold up.
I'm saying, like, it's possible. Like, it's very much in the cards right now. I will say that play on the round the Baron was very interesting because it was all of Ultra Prime that started the Baron up, and then Junhao was actually away from the Baron, and I think that caught RNG off guard a little bit. They were very creative in the way that they found engages, and it was not always the exact same way, which I think is why we're saying, like, anyone can really get the MVP here for them.
Absolutely. And I feel like big shout out to Chang Yuan as well for trying to find those more creative ways to play around the fights, finding ways around where he is in fog of war, trying his hardest. But I feel like this fight sort of solidified the game for me here. Jiaoqi not necessarily being able to be a part of this fight, being over the wall, Milky Way dying too soon, Elder Dragon going over to Ultra Prime. Elder Dragon meant Baron, meant 2 inhibitor towers, meant you're gonna be stuck in your base for the longest time possible. And the final fight, Shasha, hats off if I was wearing one.
I think this has locked it in for me. I think I have my MVP, and I think I agree with you, Trouble.
Hey,
we'll
wait,
see.
you persuaded me of Hoya? I persuaded you of Shasha.
You persuaded me 100%. The engages were just too good. I mean, it was a lot of people contributing, and again, I wouldn't be surprised if the broadcast gives it to somebody like Junhao. Xiaosha playing very well, especially in his first split, and being the difference here for Ultra Prime, who again, the ability to just come back from the mental gap of being down 0-3 on the day, and then clutching up in a moment like that was so similar to how some of your earlier losses went. Very, very impressive for a bit of a newer developmental squad.
I will say one thing, and especially for a rookie, as we are revealing right here, the MVP for this game. It is Sasha! We won!
We're doing pretty good.
Support Maze Unite. What an absolute freaking monster of a performance. I actually wanted to compare his performance to a TFT way of playing, for everyone knowing. It was a first or an 8th angle, and he took the first. He actually played at the edge of the sword. He didn't play for the in-between. He either played to win or lose it all, and he won it all. Excellent engages. I think he bailed out his team from situations where they were playing 4 versus 5, 3 versus 5, and for a rookie to make that decision, making at the very end of the last team fight to win it all, what an excellent cherry on top.
Yeah. Especially for to see what the final standings look like in Group B. Is again, top 2 teams, Anyone's Legends and Thunder Talk. They're moving on to the Ascension bracket. Ultra Prime, with that victory, have earned themselves a opportunity to play into it with that last chance promotion that'll be happening in a couple of days' time. They'll be joining WE, LGD, and whoever finishes 3rd place in Group C, that group will wrap up tomorrow.
Ooh, that group looks very exciting as well. Top Esports making a comeback after a very disappointing first stand showing. And then NIP is also in this group. FPX is in this group. Like, a lot can happen, especially on the 2nd to 3rd place. So it's going to be very exciting. Make sure to tune in tomorrow, guys.
Yeah, FPX and OMG, they played a pretty close game last time around. I feel like we might get another battle for that 3rd place like we saw here, if we are lucky or not. But that's going to do it for our broadcast here on LPL English as we have wrapped up Group B of the placement matches. Before we To our elite coffee supporter, Aaron Saporis, their pledged financial contribution helps level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product every day. Thank you so much for tuning in once again on behalf of our producer Bread, Trouble, as well as the other casters that went throughout the day for us in Slayer and Black Bloxer. My name is Grapes. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you all tomorrow for more LPL.